era of artificial intelligence. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning I'm going to present to you a very special guest, our keynote speaker, and her name is Dr. Sophia Ranga. What I'm going to do is to read out her short biography, and then I will let you know of her title of the presentation, and then after that she will then be welcomed to the podium. So let me go through her biography. Dr. Sophia Ranga serves as the head of Department of Civil Engineering Science at the University of Johannesburg. She is a dedicated researcher with expertise across various domains of civil and environmental engineering, including water resource management, environmental engineering, pollution control, in that case, air and land pollution. And she also has an expertise in terms of climate change. Her skills extend to working with advanced software like GIS and Adressing, and models such as WordSpace, Farsight, and ModFlow, as well as applications involving the Internet of Things. Before transitioning to academia, Dr. Ranga gained valuable experience in the industry. She has mentored numerous undergraduate and postgraduate students, published extensively in respected academic journals, and presented her research at conferences around the globe. So she will be presenting on a title, Climate Change and its Impact on Groundwater Resources. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome Dr. Ranga to the podium.
Thanks, Prof.
That is fine.
It sounds so loud and heavy. No, it can display. Okay, great. Thank God. You can just start. I think it's fine. Yeah, you can view because of time. Yeah, just okay. It's not reviewing. Good morning, everyone, esteemed guests and students. It is my honor to be here today and presenting the climate change and its impact on groundwater resource. I'm so lucky to be given this topic, as we are all aware about the climate change and environment, in the water resource, as well as groundwater resource. Okay, as we all aware about the theme of this conference, advancing science through research, addressing the challenge of climate change in era of artificial intelligence. It has been a hot topic recently due to the fact that with new technology, new advances, artificial intelligence become a leading resource. Let's come with the overview of climate change. We all are aware that climate change refers to the long-term shift in temperature, precipitation and wind patterns, We have experienced different levels of temperature range, especially in this country. We have received notice from the IPCC highlights rising global temperature and increase in extreme weather events. Moreover, drought and floods has become the leading problem in this country. If you remember recently, we had a lot of issues of floods in KZN as well as the Western Cape. We have issues of the rising sea levels, especially in different parts of the world. There's interrelationship between climate and water resource. We cannot isolate between the two because climate change parameters associated with the water resource, both surface and groundwater resource. Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we know we are a member of that one, is a leading international board for assessment for climate change. It is the key source of scientific information and technical guidance for the issue related to climate change. We must receive the information and report. Each country has to submit the report of what are they doing regarding the climate change on their countries. So the IPCC provide regular assessment of the scientific basis of climate change, its impact and future risk, and option for adaptation and mitigation. So there are about 195 countries which are part of this IPCC. We have issue of global perspective. It's not only South Africa which experienced the issue of climate change. We have developed countries such as Europe and North America, which take a step forward to tackle this issue of climate change. For example, Europe has taken significant step towards the renewable energy adaptation and carbon reduction goals. Developing countries like Africa and Asia, we are still lacking behind because of the resource. Because of that now we are lacking, or we cannot import the robust mitigation strategies. There are other countries or regions like small islands, you know, they experience a lot of issues like El Nino, tornadoes, etc. So each region experiences climate change in different way. We are the observers of this. We have observed, we have seen it, multiple areas with the climate change issues. For example, recently there's a change of pattern of rainfall. We have number of cold years depending on which region it is. We have the rising of sea levels. We have increasing of air temperature. I think you can agree on me on that one. We have changing other parameters which add to the climate change. So the climate change in South Africa experienced through the rising temperature. From 1900, we had an increase of 1.5 temperature. Since that time, we have prolonged drought events in the area, especially in northern part of South Africa as well, northern Cape of South Africa. We have a serious issue of water resource supplies, both the groundwater and surface water. And this is due to the water stress of the country, and we know South Africa is among of the water scarcity country. As we said, that South Africa is already experiencing the effect of climate change. We have seen in the news, we have seen in the report, but a major population believe that the climate change is not yet here. But unfortunately, to tell the truth, the climate change is here. We observe it, we see it, we feel it. As per different situation or condition occurred in KZN and Western Cape and other part of the South Africa, we know the climate change is here, and we have to find a different way to tackle it. Let's go to the groundwater. Groundwater resource in South Africa play a major contributor of water supply. About 40% of groundwater is based on the water supply. We use groundwater for water service. We use it for water supply. For agriculture, we heavily use groundwater for agricultural activities. We use groundwater for industrial use as well as for other activities which related to the use of water. There are recent local studies in Eastern Cape. I think you are all aware the significant decline of groundwater in the Eastern Cape. We have a certain project we are working in Eastern Cape. It is very difficult to identify which area to dig the groundwater. And because of that decline, there's a serious issue of siltation or sort of intrusion in the area. They have serious of increased drought in the particular area, and all these factors of climate change, it will affect their implication on economic. And we all know that without rain, there's no food. Without rain, there's no money, because food production brings money, brings economy, etc. So there's a serious need for sustainable management of climate change and water resource, especially groundwater in that area. We all aware about the 0 day in Cape Town, which occurred in 2018. It's actually a wake-up call for all of us, not only in Cape Town, but every part of South Africa, because it was a serious issue on that time. And now they managed to tackle different ways on how they can complement the water supplies with respect to groundwater resource. So they are kind of using conjunctive use to deal with that situations. As we come back home to the Limpopo, South Africa, we know Limpopo dependently high in groundwater due to the limited surface water. We know the situation of what's happening in Limpopo rivers, different types of rivers, different dams like Ebenezer dams, etc. And it is essential, groundwater is essential for agriculture, which is a significant contributor to regional economy, particularly for smallholders, farmers who depend heavily in groundwater to irrigate the crops. Limpopo faces significant climate change trends, you will agree with me, including temperature rise, variable patterns of rainfalls, etc. Case studies reveal declining groundwater levels. We had a student who did research in groundwater level in Limpopo, and unfortunately, the groundwater level declined with different issues. So in order to deal with the groundwater challenge with respect to climate change, of course, there should be a stakeholder engagement. We should make emphasis on sustainable management of water resources, crucial for addressing climate matters. Moreover, we should involve local communities because they are the users and they are the one who can be able to protect the groundwater or water resource. They should have policies to adapt changing climate change, and you can see they are busy now reviewing the policies of water resource and water resource management in South Africa. Hence, these policies will guide us on how we can control that one. We should be aware of climate change adaptation because the situation of climate change, it's here, it's not gonna leave, so we have to find a different way on how we can guide and adjust the policy accordingly to address the climate change. Community engagement is the key for this particular issue because the community are the users of groundwater. They can be able to conserve groundwater. So to have innovative solution, which we can share that information with the community, it will be a key for sustainable management. We should be able to building resilience to climate change. We should inform community how they can adapt with climate change impact, ensuring sustainable development. And it is interesting because you are coming from a School of Agriculture and Health and Science, so I believe all your topics should address the climate change. And all the topics should be based with the community because we are here to solve the problem of the community. So I have a very small example of the selected study which I did some times ago in in Limpopo. The reason being, I just want to share that apart from all the stories we hear about climate change, yes, still we have opportunity to address this issue of groundwater resource in the area. So the main objective, of course, there were several objectives, but I will just stick with this one to address the topic of interest. The main objective of the study was to quantify the spatial and temporal variation of groundwater recharge in the area for the purpose of developing a groundwater flow model, management model for groundwater. The reason is to evaluate the groundwater model capability because when we develop model, we want to assess and to see how capable it is. So to assess groundwater model capability and determining water availability for further extraction and to assess the relative appropriateness of deterministic the situation when we consider all inputs are correct without taking into consideration the level of uncertainty. So the study was comparison between deterministic and stochastic approach. So the study area was situated in Limpopo. It carried about 19,188 kilometers squares. And in that particular time, the average temperature was 4.3 in winter and 32.2 in summer. And I believe with the climate change, possibly the degree in summer has increased. The annual rainfall of the study area at that particular time was 453 millimeter, as recorded in only 5 stations. During the process, different software were used. GIS was used for manipulation of data. Adressing was used for land use classification of the particular area. Wet sparse model was used to simulate the groundwater recharge, and mud flow, which is a numerical model, was used to develop a groundwater flow model. MATLAB, which is a programming, was used to generate random data to assess the level of uncertainty in that study. So wet sparse, which was used for simulation of recharge, was used to put input climatic data such as precipitation, temperature, wind speed, rainfall, elevation, etc. And the simulation was based on 2 seasons, which was summer and winter. The reason is just to check which season simulate enough for recharge in that area. So during that process, the annual recharge calculated was 105 millimeter, which is about 22.1 of the average annual recharge of the study area. Therefore, this information was later used in a groundwater flow model for the reason of simulating the amount of water available in that particular area. So Visual Mud Flow Flexible was the software which was used to simulate the groundwater flow in that particular area with a different assumption, and later on the model was calibrated, validated, and checking the sensitivity. What were the finding on that particular study? It's just a glimpse of that study, so it's quite a long one. So the result indicated that approximately 659 million cubic meter per year is available for exploitation. That is the study associated by Limpopo Water Management Area Reconciliation Strategy. But according to that study which was done, it indicated that approximately 1,138 million cubic meter which observed, which is suggesting an excess of 478 million cubic meter per year. So what does it mean? It means that area is indeed have enough water for extraction as compared to the previous study. So the study aimed to provide a methodology that can be utilized to manage groundwater resource of the study area and ensure their sustainable use while considering the impact of climate change variation. And this study was based on the stochastic approach, which takes into consideration the uncertainty levels of the climate parameter. what did we learn from that lesson, from that start? To achieve a robust solution in groundwater management, it is necessary to incorporate the use of softwares, technology, Several existing technology include the utilization of software, modeling, programming, and artificial intelligence. When we combine all this technology, we are sure of getting the robust solution. So the key finding of research on climate change in groundwater management and the application in artificial intelligence, we all are aware that artificial intelligence is increased being applied to address complex environmental issues such as climate change and groundwater management. Just to have a brief, what is artificial intelligence for the sake of other participants, refer to the simulation of human intelligence in machines, enabling them to learn from experience, adapt to new inputs, and perform tasks that typically require human cognition. This capability opens doors for innovative approach to manage environmental challenges efficiently. And remember, our theme is the application of artificial intelligence in different areas to solve solutions. For artificial intelligence for climate change and groundwater, there's different ways you can deal with the use of artificial intelligence for climate change, such as using climate model and prediction, which can be used to understand how climate works and predicting future scenarios. You can use for energy resource optimization. Artificial intelligence can also be used for climate adaptation. For example, we can get early warning system by using artificial intelligence. It can tell when the flood will come, when we have wildfires, etc. We can also be using artificial intelligence for carbon emission tracking. Remember, that is a key and major issue of climate change effect in the environment. Moreover, groundwater management can be used, can be assessed, can be monitored by using the artificial intelligence. You can use artificial intelligence for water usage optimization. We can use for predicting groundwater availability as well as groundwater monitoring. What are the future direction on artificial intelligence and groundwater management? So by looking forward, we must stay attuned for emerging technology and their potential application. And I believe most of you students, you are applying this method because artificial intelligence is here. We have to use it. We have to use technology to solve all the problems. We can address the challenge posed by climate change and optimize our environmental and groundwater resources. But there is a challenge when we use this technology or when we use artificial intelligence. And it is important that we take into consideration the ethical and challenge associated with the usage of these softwares. As we adopt artificial intelligence technologies in groundwater management, we must address the challenge and ethical consideration that come from them. For ensuring data privacy to rectify biases in AI system, a thoughtful and responsible approach will be essential for fostering trust and accountability in this innovative application. I think we all are aware about all this sort of technology, artificial intelligence, and the other ones I won't mention. Conclusion and call to action. Our journey through the intricate dynamics of climate change impact on groundwater management and the valuable lesson has led us to recognize the critical need for sustainable practice. It is important that we integrate IA technology and encourage innovative approach while fostering collaboration and sense of shared responsibility among all stakeholders, including us, embracing the challenge of sustaining our vital groundwater resource for future generations. Addressing climate change in South Africa requires adaptive measures, including smarter agriculture practices, and I believe you do that one, improved infrastructure, and more robust water management system. Because if we don't have a proper water management system, sustainable one, we don't have food, we don't have agriculture activities, we don't have industries, and as well as no economy. Government effort, international cooperation, and local community are all essential in managing the growing risk. So we can make a difference by working together to address the global change, climate change, and protect our groundwater resource. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranga. I really enjoyed the talk, and I think you will agree with me that what makes this so special is the fact that she really brought it home to the Limpopo province. So we are happy about that. Yes, so right now I'm going to open this platform for comments, questions, and anything maybe that you would want to raise in line with her talk. So let us begin with that. We will have microphones roaming, and wherever you are, if you have something to say, please just raise your hand. And yesterday we were requested to, those wanting to speak, to actually stand up so that the cameras can pick them. So let's do the same. We can start with that. Anyone wanting to start? Toriso? You can.
Thank you, Dr. Ranga. My question is on the models that you mentioned. Right, you said something about using artificial intelligence to measure the availability of water in groundwater. So my question is like, because now even invasive species are a problem, especially those ones with big roots that absorb a lot of water. So like, my question is that in your model, do you account for invasive alien species? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for question. I'm not very particular in agriculture, but when we develop groundwater model, we take into consideration the aquifers. And within aquifers, we have all sorts of those roots and whatever is in down there. So we take into consideration, and when we use mud flow, for instance, it takes into consideration different factors of the land use and what is included on the aquifer. So we might not go into much details of alliance of those plants. Maybe that is the area we can dig further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ranga, for the wonderful presentation. My question is with regard to the work that you did in the Limpopo. So based on your findings, you said your work indicated that there is adequate water for use, right? So I want to understand, what was that based on? Have you, in your model, did the prediction to understand that given the fact that this province is prone to the prolonged period of drought, and it is quite evident that going forward, the rainfall will continue to decrease, high temperatures will continue to increase as well, which result in the heat waves that affect regularly the availability of surface water, which has been putting a lot of pressure on groundwater, becoming the only reliable source, basically becoming the messiah for the entire province in terms of water supply. Have you done those simulations to understand what will be the impact in a longer term, as most of the people that are now starting to exploit water from this resource, have you checked that in terms of the quantities, maybe in 5 or 10 years from now, in case if we don't get adequate recharge, what will be the impact, especially given the fact that already there's evidence that we are sitting in a groundwater level that is diminishing, and more pressure is added, not only from the climate, but also from the demand based on the increased populations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for a wonderful question. Indeed, I was expecting something like that. Yes, we did a thorough research. Remember, I said it's just a small portion. It's quite, it's like a 3-year project. So we did take into consideration all those aspects. And remember, when we deal with groundwater, we deal of water under the ground. We are, yes, of course, experiencing a decline on water surface. We have observed that one. But when taking into consideration the regional aquifers of the groundwater, it has some other aspects. So we take into consideration seasonal climate change parameters, as you mentioned. We take into consideration the land use pattern of that area. We take into consideration the activities surrounding on that area. And remember, when we did this model, we consider the approach of stochastic. When I say stochastic, I mean it's a numerical model taking into consideration uncertainties. Uncertainties, all aspects like what if the water is not coming? What if there's this, what if there's that? So all those aspects was taken into consideration. There's one of my article, if you'll be interested to check on the Google Scholar or whatever, it's called Uncertainty in Groundwater Resource in Limpopo. So if you check that one, you can have a thorough understanding of what was happening. It's actually the numerical model which was applicable using the stochastic approach. And stochastic approach taking all those considerations into account. So not because the water, we have surface water drying, we believe that we also have the issue of an groundwater decline. Yes, we do, but not all areas and with different aspects. Thank you.
Thank you for that insightful presentation. I'm just wondering, when we're looking at the nexus between climate change and biodiversity loss, right? I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in terms of adopting solutions that have been proposed by the global north, especially regarding nature-based solution with a focus on tree planting. Do you think those solutions are, what's the word I'm looking for? Plausible in a South African context, especially looking at water resources? Are we ready to take tree planting in a policy space? Thank you.
Are you referring to deforestation possibly?
No.
Or tree planting?
Tree planting, yes. Because there's work that has been done in terms of, for climate action, in the context of the nexus it has with biodiversity loss. There's projects that have been run in terms of planting trees to, yes.
Yes, on my personal perspective, I believe on planting trees with a different reason. Remember, we all know the use and the importance of planting trees. So yes, I believe that one, and we should incorporate that one, and that's why we have a law. If you cut trees on a certain area, you are supposed to be charged for that. So I'm not sure if I get your question correctly, but on my perspective, I believe on planting trees, so that we can address climate change not only for the issue of decline of certain things, it can also improve air circulation, it can improve the level of oxygen, carbon dioxide transfer, those kind of things. So I believe in planting trees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doc, for such a wonderful presentation. I just heard you talking about climatic change as you were presenting. As a geologist, when you talk about aquifer, it spiked something in my mind that makes me to ask this question. In your simulations, have you considered the mineral concentration within that particular aquifer and to the extent to which it can also contribute towards climatic change?
During the model simulation, we consider the aquifer thickness and we consider the boundaries associated with the aquifer area. So it was, remember the model simulation was based on certain scope. Like we consider that it should be a steadily, and the aquifer thickness was at that time was 60 meters, and that was considered only a regional aquifers. Other parameter was boundary conditions. Did I ask you a question? Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to appreciate your presentation. It was very insightful, and thank you for that. In your close to the end of your slides, you mentioned something to do with the ethical consideration on the usage of AI.
Pardon?
You mentioned something to do with the ethical consideration.
Ethical, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Very
So,
true.
so I wanted to just check with you, maybe also maybe from your institution, around the regulations and governance of the usage of AI and its impact now it also have on us as academics, because AI is with us, but I think as institution, possibly we are moving slow in terms of regulate it, its implementation within the academic sector. So maybe if we can share some thoughts around that, I think I will appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of that inclusion of this technology, including AI, when the student are performing any research associated with that use of AI or technology, they have to undergo ethical check. And the reason being is you have to get approved. We are not allowed in some certain extent to use a free software, for example. And when you use a certain artificial intelligence, you have to specify and to give the source of where you get that information. That is on the student side. On the faculty side, I'll talk on my faculty. What they do now, we are busy implementing or drafting the policy on how we can address the use of this AI, including ChatGPT and all those kind of softwares which our students are using now. So we are on that line of coming up with a policy on to what extent students can use that resource, and to see how that resource advantages that student, and is it ethical, is it out of the board, something like that. So we are working on that. Thank you. And to add on that one, we have a department which have they are teaching on how to use artificial intelligence in research. So it's acceptable, but you have to abide on certain rules. Yeah, thank you. Thank you everyone. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate the invite from the University of Limpopo, Faculty of Science and Agriculture, for inviting me for this wonderful conference for Research Day, and I'm indeed honored to be part of this wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this was quite an interesting engagement as well. So thank you, Dr. Rwanga. We really appreciate as the faculty. Right now, we will move to a moment where we say the faculty does appreciate the time, the effort that Dr. Rwanga put into this, and shutting off an office coming this side. So for that, she will be here and then joined by Professor Mukhanedi for the handing over of a token of appreciation. So thank you so much. Let's have that moment. Prof. Mukhanedi. Just stand there. Is there anybody coming? Is there anybody coming?
These topics are so unique.
So now they have to jackal the two, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Okay, just be patient for some few seconds. We're waiting for the cameras. So they're here and there.
Yeah, I think so. So they are assisting. So that's why I went to look for them. All of them are not. So I think that they have sciences.
But I think there's a camera that fell heavily here. The one that was being used.
I think those guys is the ladies.
So what should we do now?
We can
Let's do the announcement and then.
Yeah, you
Yes.
can do announcement, then when they come, we can,
Or I shouldn't present it now. So I should take it back.
I think
Yeah.
yesterday we captured the video, right?
Yeah, no,
Took
she
the
came
video
later.
of-
No,
It's a
no,
letter.
She came and also they took the picture.
Oh, afterwards, okay.
So should I return with
Yeah.
the gift and we'll do it?
Yes.
I think so.
No, okay.
No, I think,
What should we do?
no, because we presented
Eh,
this,
let's
then we can just have a photo.
Later.
Okay, later.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you. In the absence of the cameras, we will just finalize this. So thank you, Dr. Ranga. And she will take a picture afterwards. That is fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's clap for her, please. Without any waste of more time, let me get to the announcements in terms of how we're going to proceed from here. So the first announcement, it goes to the School of Mathematical and Computer Sciences and the School of Physical and Mineral Sciences. Here I'm referring to the honors students who could not present their posters yesterday because they could not print them out. So we requested that they bring their electronic posters, saved as PDF, and they will be given an opportunity to present. So it's just some of them. Most of them had their posters printed. So what needs to happen, please from here, you will proceed to the normal hall, that is the Day Lily, and you will be called out from there so that we don't have a chaos arising from this. So you go to Day Lily and then an announcement will be made from there for you to come out this side. This is where you're gonna do your presentations behind these boards. Then the other announcement, on the other side, on my right, behind the boards, remember we've got the exhibitors. These are part of this Faculty and Science and Agriculture family. We need to visit their stations during breaks. Please do so, talk to them. And I've got here a bank card that was picked somewhere, and the name is, on the card is Miss MG Rapetswa. It's a Capitec card. Please, I've got it. You can come for it. So thank you so much. Let us all now go to our respective halls. Thank you.
So today is the second day of the Postgraduate Research Day, and I hope everybody's happy, settled, and ready for today's session. So we are going to start, and I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Polima Kukuni, and I'm standing here to chair today's session. So let me just go back and greet the faculty, higher degree committee, and organizers, the heads in the school, the SACE colleagues, and the postgraduate students, other members, and also the invited guests. So my task today is it's very short, but it's very important, as I'm going to introduce the plenary speaker of today, which is Dr. Bizet. Am I correct? Yes. Dr. Bizet is from the Agricultural Research Council in Stellenbosch. Her research interests are genetics, plant breeding, genotype by environment, interaction, and horticulture mutations. She has personally worked with avocado, citrus, mango, and cherries. Her presentation is titled Cultivar Stability, the Key Towards Climate Change Adaptivity of a Compound Zone Rootstock Genotype. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome Dr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just waiting for the talk to come up. Oh, okay. Oh, you want to add it from here? I thought you added from that side. Okay. Yes. That's it. It's perfect. Thank you so very much. I am not going to welcome everybody as that has been done already. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be part of this very esteemed week. I am very impressed with all the talks that I had to listen to, and my horizons has been broadened already just by listening to one day, so I'm seeing forward for the rest of this week. My talk, Cultivar Stability, the Key Towards Climate Change, Adaptability of a Compound Cyan Rootstock Genotype. I was asked to talk on this topic. So people, my background is quite different from what I've heard in the past day. I work with fruit. So throughout the world, fruit is still perceived as a fashionable product rather than an essential ingredient to our daily diet. So if you don't have money, the first thing you don't buy is fruit, obviously. You want to buy your maize and your staple foods. However, continued breeding is now very needed to develop innovative new cultivars to sustain the competitive advantage. It's mostly for export and for our South African fruit industry, and the markets are mostly Europe, China, and some of the South American countries. So just a background before I start in my talk. I just want to show you, we start with our work there at that area there, for those that can't see there. That's where I start my work, is collecting pollen, putting the pollen onto the flower, the male part, waiting for the fruit to set, harvesting the fruit, getting the seeds, then transplanting the seeds in the nursery, and then this is where my problem starts today. It's grafted. Either if I do rootstock breeding, I graft it with a sign, because obviously the rootstock fruit can't be eaten. It's like when you have your cows. How do you know the bull is giving good milk production? You can only do that by looking at its calves. Unfortunately, I don't know what the rootstock can do. I have to look at the sign to see whether the rootstock are inducing good fruit. So So that's where our problem starts with the compound tree. The trees are then grafted and kept in the nursery and then transplanted to an orchard where we then have between 3,000 and 17,000 single individual plants. Each of them a new entity that needs to be evaluated, screened and selected. From there it's then multiplied on a rootstock for evaluation in environments. So just that background. So when you listen to the talk, just keep that in mind. But I also want you to start thinking of, when I'm talking of environments and genotypes, what you have in your kitty. So shrinking of cultivable land, the pressure of a growing demand and the expected impact of climate change are resulting in more and more of tree crops being planted on marginal areas in marginal conditions. And this then calls for a concerted effort towards their genetic improvement to keep them going in areas where there's biotic and abiotic stresses. So for future fruit breeding programs should therefore focus on cultivar resilience rather than the breeding of merely high performance cultivars. In the past we would say, what is your genetic gain? That means higher yields, higher yields, higher yields. For us that doesn't count anymore. We're now looking at resilience because higher yields is not really going to make it for the farmers. So for us in fruits, producers are more interested in cultivars that are specifically adapted to their conditions and needs with a high degree of stability over time, but still with superior yield and quality. So now what is a stable and sustainable yields? That means it has to be able to grow under varying environmental conditions. So yes, we have climate change, but we also have annual variations. So what is good for annual variation should then also be resilience towards climate change. Okay, so for us, climate usually refers to temperature, day length, solar radiation, rainfall, humidity, wind, and atmospheric pressure. And you know that the effects of climate change are experienced as amplified climatic variability extremes like floods, droughts, and then even our case is outbreak of more pests and diseases due to the changing environment. But for us as breeders, environment embodies much more than the climate. My cultivar's environment includes the farmer that grows it, the market it goes to. So there's so much that environment that cultivar has to perform in is talking to. But now from a genetic point of view, the cultivar resilience, that's what we can see, it's survival, and our mitigation focus can either be, there's only two things I can manipulate. I can change the genes, okay, so I can make the genetics better. Or I can change the environment. And we've been doing that for ages. We've been breeding to change the genetics, and we have been pruning and grafting and feeding, fertilizing, watering our plants. That's manipulating the environment because it's only those two things that can make my cultivar better. Or is it? In an evaluation, what you see of a tree crop is not what you get in your genetics. So your phenotype exists of your genotype, plus the environment effect, and then there's an interaction, okay? So in our whole equation there, the big problem is the interaction, something that is very difficult to measure. So who of you is familiar with this picture in front of you? So I'm quickly going to take it lightheartedly to explain to you what is genotype-environment interaction. If you look at the top part, there's no interaction. So if you look at the X and the Y, that's basically two different environments. You can look at it as your house and your partner's family house. A and B, that's you and your partner. So you and your house is exactly the same when you go to your partner's house. Nothing in you changes, nothing happens, you stay the same. If you are untidy, you're untidy there. Nothing changes, there's no interaction. The second one there is you and your partner. You're much more tidier than him or her. So if you go to another environment, you're still more tidier than him. There's no interaction. And the same with the bottom one. If you go to a very clean, tidy environment, you will perform better by being even more tidier, and your partner will still not be better than you, but she will also perform. And in the second one, you are better than that partner, but when the environment is better, you both equally better. Okay. Now the problem is with the interaction at the bottom. So let's take the scenario again. A and B. You are A, your partner is B. At home, you're fine. You're both introverts. You don't talk too much. You're okay. Now you move to your partner's family home, and suddenly your partner now speaks a lot because they're less inhibited in their own environment. And because the environment is friendly, you are also now a little bit more talkative. And that is when your genotypes are more important than the environment or the interaction. It's a interaction that still talks to your genotype. However, when you get into an unfavorable environment, so now you're still going to your partner's home, and this is very strict people, and they're very difficult. And suddenly your partner is trying to perform as usual, but you're trying to compensate for this nasty environment. So now there's an interaction between you and that environment as well. The environment is not nice, and there's an interaction, but the environment takes preference over the interaction. Now, when you are much better than your partner in a certain area, and you move to another environment, like a friendly environment, you go to your own home, and you're very tidy, but at home your mother picks up all your stuff. So now you regress. But your partner is still trying to improve. So that is also an interaction where the interaction is more important than the environment. And the second one is where your interaction is more important than the genotype and the environment. So we can keep on explaining this, but you can see the differences in interactions. So now in plants, this is very difficult to actually measure, and that's what we're going to look at. Now, as you can remember right from my first slide, I talked about we are grafting on a rootstock. There's many reasons. Maybe, firstly, we've got soil diseases and stuff, but so we can't just make a cutting. But the most important reason why we are grafting is we want to keep our new variety or cultivar true to type. So we have to graft it. We can't use the seed because then it's a new entity. So we have to graft. Now, suddenly, we've got two genetics on top of each other. The scion has got one genetics, and the rootstock has got another genetics, and you put it in an environment. And we look at the plant and we say, oh, this plant is incompatible with the environment. But which part? The scion or the rootstock or both? Which one is incompatible? And how do you take that parts out of each other if we are only measuring the fruit? How do I know what part of the fruit is caused by the rootstock and what part of the fruit's traits are caused by the scion? And this was very difficult to measure. And when I did my PhD study, I was trying to find a way to now get to sort of untangle this. So what is this whole tree? Is a terminology that was used. It's not called a tree, it's called a scion. It's a rootstock and a scion together. But we want to know for them separate. So just to show you what I mean, there we have our tree. We've got the scion with the environment, okay? We've got the rootstock with the environment. Then we have the top part of the genotype and the bottom part of the genotype that's also interacting with each other because the scion says, give, I want water. And the rootstock says, I need hormones to give you more water. So there's also interaction. So if this rootstock has an unfavorable interaction with its environment, it might also have an unfavorable interaction with its scion. So how do we get this all apart? There's no way you can do it with normal statistics. So what we wanted to know was, is it possible to separate all these things from each other? So what we used is 5 citrus groups. So there's lemons and mandarins and grapefruits. It's groups, okay? It's not cultivars, it's groups. And we used 4 rootstocks. For this thing to work, the new statistics, you need at least 3 genotypes and 3 environments. Otherwise, you can't do the genetics. You can't draw a straight line with only 2 points. You can only draw a straight line with 3 points. It's basically just to remember that fact. Okay, so we used this. We had 5 years of data on various things, but we're only looking at the yield today for illustration, and we only used 1 location, and I'll explain why. There's just the groups that I'm talking. You will see that they will have like acronyms, mid-seasons, Valencias, grapefruits, the early mandarins, and the late mandarins, which is called Allendales. Then our rootstocks, there was 4 of them, the rough lemons, the Wilka-Mariana lemon, and the Empress mandarin, as well as the Carrizosa tranche. The statistical analysis, I'm not going to go into it, but we basically made use of a classical additive main effects and multiplicative interaction model, and for short, we call it AMI because we will die if we have to keep on using that terminology all the time. So just remember AMI. Okay, and the statistics is just there summarized. And then also what we calculated from the AMI is what I call a stability value. And remember, we are trying not to look to climate resilience, and for that we need stability. So what we're saying is we don't want a cultivar to react very violently to the environment. We want it to be sort of, I don't care about the environment, I'm just going to do my own thing. That's what we're looking at. So we want to look at the stability value. So that's also calculated here. And then, I love pictures. I think in pictures. So I love the stats because it's painting pictures. I don't have to read through a lot of tables. Although, without the ANOVA table, you cannot do the stats, because if the ANOVA table does not have significance in it, you cannot use the biplot. It's not possible. Okay. So the rationale of the process is, how are we going to separate these science and resource from each other? So Jan and Tinker, which is one of the biggest researchers with regards to AMIs and biplots, said that interaction can only be exploited by dividing your target environments in meaningful mega environments. So if I go here and I say, most of the lawyers are going to sit in the bar, most of the mathematical people tend to go to the coffee shop, and most of the research people tend to go to their offices. We've got 3 mega environments where people seem to gather together, those people that are similar. So we've got 3 mega environments. So what they say is you should try and group your environments into mega environments. And that is usually then a homogeneous area. Okay. So what we wanted to know, is there a GEI model or an interaction model for all the things that we've shown you? I'm not going to go into all of that. And then also what we wanted to know is, can we separate all these things from each other? Okay. So what we did is we used this AMI and the rationale. Now you have to bear with me. We took all these groups and we used just 1 rootstock. Okay. So for this rootstock, say 42, had various environments. Now we planted in just 1 locality, on the same soil, same irrigation, same everything. So the only variation in this environment is now suddenly the group of citrus. Okay, so the variation should then be accounted to that. So we then did the ANOVA, and we found out that our genotype, as you can see there at the first part, accounted for 84% of our, the environment, for 84% of our variation. And we know that. From my genotype, your genotype, what you see of me is only 20% of genetics that I have, that I got from my father and mother. 80% of what I am is due to experiences, environment, and how my genetics reacted to that. So this is a normal picture here. What we also see here, which is now a little bit of a problem, is that our genotype there is only 6% or 8% of the variation, and then we get the interaction, which is 6.61. So now the interaction can be divided in 2 components, and if they are both significant, we can use both of them. If only the IPCA1 is significant, we only use the one. We can't draw pictures with the other one. And you'll see what I mean with that. So we then put this in a visualization. So now remember, my groups are the environments, and the rootstocks are the genotypes. So in this, you will see there are a group which is a stable genotype, 306, but it's low-yielding environments, okay? On the ideal situation, which is high-yielding environment with an ideal genotype, we don't have a genotype that's suitable. So we don't have a rootstock that can perform at all. That means there's a big gap in my rootstock component. Then here at the bottom, we can see on the left-hand side, we've got an unstable genotype in a low-yielding environment. There's also not really one. And then at the bottom, we've got a very high-yielding environment, which is your Valencias. They can bear a lot of fruit with a very good rootstock. And then the grapefruits are also combined with the Valencias. So now you tell me, so what? What does this mean to me? The only thing this means to me is that when I want to test rootstocks, I can use Valencias or grapefruits, okay? Because they're high yielding. I don't have to use Valencias and grapefruits to test my rootstock with, because both of them will discriminate my rootstocks, okay? So both of them will show whether my rootstock is giving high yields or not. So I can basically make my research cheaper. So now we went again and we looked at the polygon view. This is now because my IPCA value was also significant, the value 2, and we can now create this. So what you will see here is a polygon view, and this is all mathematics. Statistics is based on mathematical matrix model. So what you see here is that we have our genotypes on the extremities. We had only 4. If we had 10 or 12, those ones that were sitting on the outside would be connected, and that will give us the amount of areas that we have. You will see we've only got 4 quadrants here that we can now look into. So if you go and look in quadrant 1, you will again see there's the Valencia and the grapefruit that is associated with quadrant 1. You will see that in quadrant 2, you've got the Allendales, it's at the top there. And the mandarins in the mid-seasons are also grouped together at quadrant 3, and in quadrant 4, there's nothing, but we do have a rootstock there. Okay, so what this means is that my 42 rootstock is associated with mandarins and mid-seasons, while the Volca Mariana is associated with grapefruits and Valencias. And the 306 rootstocks is associated with Allendales. That's a very specific association, and makes my life easier to know that that is where the interactions are. So once I've identified the mega environments, I know now what is my mega environments. I can break them down into test environments. So now I want to see what am I going to use. Okay, so I can do test environment evaluations and see which I want to use. And what I'm going to do now is, remember I have said to you that we are looking at the Allendales, of which 1034 is one of them. I want to now go and see how my rootstocks perform. So now I graphed Allendale on all 4 rootstocks, and I do the same than what I've just done. And you can see it's like what do you call it, deduction, okay. And we again get the same that we got, except for this time, the IPCA2 value is not significant. But you can also see here that now that we are looking at rootstocks as an environment and our science as the genotypes, you can see that the environment is only accounting for 16% of the variation, and the genotype for 36% of the variation. So this is quite a different picture, okay? And we do it with year. Remember, year can also now be, we exclude rootstocks and we just look at the science against the 5 years, and we see what was our actual year difference, because every year is a different environment, And we can see now we're getting closer to what we know, the 80% or 79% for the environment, 8.12 for our genotype, and the interaction is huge. It's 7.57. And here we've got two components, IPCA components that are significant. So what can we do with that? Just to show you what has happened. So here you can now see. Remember we had our compound plant and we actually did what we tried to do. If you go and look at your cyan versus here, I can say that the genotype of my cyan, rootstock excluded, we've taken out the rootstock. The cyan is accounting for 8.12% of the total variance. Your environment, that's your climate and all those things are accounting for 79%. And the interaction is 7.57. If I now look at the left side, the cyan now with the rootstock, so I've looked at that part with the whole environment, now I'm looking towards that interaction, excluding the environment around it. I can see that that interaction there, okay, sorry for the side, that interaction between the cyan and the rootstock accounts for 36.15% of the total variance. And the rootstock is accounting for 16%. So if I only have the yield or the peel thickness or whatever, in this case yield, 36% of the variance in my yield is due to the genotype. And only 16% is due to the rootstock. But look at what we have here. And this is very important. We've got a whopping 22.44% in interaction between the cyan and the rootstock. Okay. So now we're only looking at the rootstocks. Forget the cyans. We're taking them out of the equation and we look at the bottom. Now the rootstock has an environment over the 5 years. It's water, it's soil, temperature, everything. And we can see that the genotype of the rootstock only accounted for 4.11% of the variation. Okay. But the environment of those roots accounted for 90%. That's high. And there was a very low interaction of 1.95%. So what you see here is that the environment is extremely important when you get to roots. When we look from the rootstock perspective with the cyan, we more or less expect it to be reversed. So now if the interaction from the top to the bottom was 36%, that interaction should be basically the same from the bottom. It's in most cases like that, but sometimes the rootstock has a larger impact on the cyan, or the cyan has a larger impact on the rootstock, and we can also see that, but in this case, it was not the case. They both had the same impact calculated there. Okay. Now if we go and look at various groups here, so now it becomes interesting. If you look at the Allendale at the top, you will see the cyan. Remember the total plant that we had? We said the genotypes only accounted for 15.19% of the variation. Okay, we forgot about the roots. We just said the whole plant, 15%. Oh, when the environment is bad, it's 72%. Okay, and the interactions is 12. But when we go and we look at the interaction between the rootstock and the cyan, we see, oh no, here's another picture. That interaction is 48%, and genotype is 48%, but the interaction is 30. And if we look at the rootstock with the cyan, the other way around, you can see it's just the vice versa. If we look again with the cyan with the versus the years, we see that our cyan over years didn't have much of an impact. So the genetics of my cyan was heavily impacted by the interaction, by the environment, with a very small interaction of about 7.94. However, in totality, we can see that on the rootstocks, the environment, which is the soil environment, everything that happens in the soil, was extreme. Okay, so now when we want to look at how do we mitigate the problems for Allendales, we know we have to go to the roots first before we go to the cyan at the top. We have to look at better rootstocks, more resilient rootstocks rather than more resilient cultivars. Now for the mandarins, what is very interesting here is you can see it's starting to differ. Our science said, yes, genotypes account for 1%, and the environment's only 39%. That's weird, okay? But when we look at the cyan rootstock, we see that there was no interaction between the cyan and the rootstock, okay? So when the environment of the cyan is changing, it doesn't have an impact on the cyan. There's not an interaction, so there's not an impact on the cyan and the cyan doing something to the rootstock. It's not there. It's just the impact as an environment. And similar with the cyan by years, you can see where the variation lies. It's that column there, where we saw, okay, cyan by years was 11.9% of variation accounted for by years, and the environment's 53%. But there was a huge interaction. So what we now see is that my mandarin is very less susceptible to the environment than the Allendale, because but with the Allendales it was 83% environment, but with the mandarins it's only 53%. But there's a big interaction between the environment and the cyan. So what it says to me here is when I have to select mandarins, I'm going to look at specific areas. Okay, when I select Allendales, it doesn't matter. The environment has an impact. The genetics is not interacting so much with the environment, so I don't have a very specific environment genotype interaction. Now, grapefruits, this is, again, oh, and you will see also on the mandarins, there's a non-significant interaction with the cyan and the rootstock as well. Then on grapefruit, you can see there's a similar situation. It's even more pronounced, where we said, okay, that on the cyan, it's almost equal environment and genotype. But when we went and looked at the cyan rootstock situation, we saw that 53% of the variation is caused by the rootstock. And 76% of the variation, when we just look at the cyan with years, which is a normal environment, was 76. So you can see how we now pulled all of this from each other. Okay, so just quickly to go and look at the univariate data analysis table. So this is what we would usually look at if we did a normal factorial trial. We will get an A, A, and B's. Okay, so my problem is with that group in the middle, that's all A, B, and it's all the same than the A's. Oh hell, and at the bottom, it's then all the same than the middles of the B's. So there's actually only 33.8 and the 115.2 at the bottom that I can really distinguish from each other. It's making a problem. So what I would just do is I would just discard all of these cultivars and I would take 1056 as my sign that I'm going to grow, because it's the best one. Okay? And so now we see in year 2, we say, okay, it's still 1056. In year 3, we still see that 1056 is at the top. And then suddenly in year 4, we see, oh, 1056 has dropped down to position 4, but it's still not significant according to the t-test. So this is not giving me any information. So let's go back to my stability values. Now it's getting valid. That AMI tables that we do and all those pictures that we did, we calculated the AMI stability value. Now remember, 1052, 1056, 1063, they were all A, B, A, B, A, B. They did not differ on our univariate analysis with a t-test. But what we can see now here, with the AMI, with our two principal component axes here, we can see that, 1052 is actually better than 1056 slightly, because it's got a lower ASV value. So it's more stable. When we look at it per rootstock, we see the problem with 1056 is rootstocks. So it's rootstock specific, but not environment specific. In environment, it's more stable. We couldn't see that on a univariate type of factorial trial. So this is what a stability value is giving us. So now in future, I can make better decisions based on stability. Just on the biplots, we can also now draw pictures from this. I'm just going to show you just for interesting sake. Remember, I talked about the 1056. There it lies on my median. And what this says, it is very stable on that one. And it's very much associated with year 3. if I look at it per rootstock, you can see all of those are associated with 575, but the distance between the ones here at the bottom there are smaller than the distance there. So yes, 1052 is a high producer, but it's also very specifically attributed to 575. As I said, the rootstock is very specific. I'm just going to continue. We can also use GGE biplots. What's the difference between a GGE biplot and an AMI? It's also that we only now, AMIs, we are just looking at genotype and genotype by environment interaction. We're taking the environment out. So the GGE biplot only looks at genotypes and the interaction. Okay. So we have various types of models that you get from this, what we call the scatter plot. What I just showed you earlier on, what I talked about mega environments, it now actually just sort of quickly shows you this. Remember we said what was all associated. We can just see it here with one graph. Takes you a few minutes after you've got all your data in your system. You just put in the model and it's 10 minutes, you have a picture. That tells you exactly where's your mega environment. You don't have to go and look through masses and masses of data. If you know how to interpret a picture, you get that information immediately. We can see that there was nothing associated with 306, and if you go to the field and to experience, we know that 306 is a useless rootstock. This is the comparison biplot where we look at it from the perspective of the genotype. So in the middle, you will see there's a little green zero, or actually a little dot. That is the ideal genotype that all the genotypes are aiming at, and you will see that 5 groups of citrus. So we can combine Valencias and grapefruits and decide which one grows the easiest and use that for our rootstock evaluations. And yeah, so we could also then, what we saw is we could petition it even further, and we could actually get stability values where t-test didn't work. Okay, so very interesting on this. I, from a genetics point of view, want to know what is the interaction of my genotype with environments, because I want to breed a new genotype. Now, what is very important for horticulturists, agronomists, and even people with animals, is that you want to know that the application that you did to your animal, okay, or to your plant. You're giving it more fertilizer. So you want to know what what best distinguish your environment in that interaction. So instead of like me looking at a genotype, you can concentrate on your environment, doing exactly the same statistics for a fertilizer trial, for a study on the goats yesterday, for instance. It's just so easy to look at it. Yes, it doesn't give you all the stats information, but it does tell you whether, when you are going to now advocate this new application to farmers, if it's going to be applicable to all the genotypes or just the one that you use. So you will know how stable your application or your manipulation of that environment is. So that's very important for horticulturists, agronomists, and people working with not genetics. Okay. So it was also found that the noise and the interaction amongst the genotypes and environments is a fundamental problem to solve stability for resilience to farmers, and we found that AMI was able to address this. So yes, we were able to pull all of this apart, giving it a picture each, so we were really happy, and it's very applicable. And like I said, you can now even make a table that have all your traits, say milk production, dam parity, and all those things that you talked about yesterday, or all the traits of your maize, or all the traits of your citrus on a table, and then that can be then in the same way be correlated to environment or to genotypes. Okay, so you can have a multi-trait table. Okay, so in final conclusion, for long-term field trials, the aim of GE interaction analysis would thus be to determine the stability of the genotypes, especially where there's a reasonable interaction. And this means that we are going to give farmers a stable cultivar, not a high-yielding cultivar. Because who wants a cultivar that makes you millions this year and bankrupts you next year? I will rather take a cultivar that gives me a stable income year after year, and when there's a little bit of a calamity with climate change, it might even be resilient. Remember that huge calamities in climate change, there's nothing in a cultivar that will survive that. It is impossible. But on a long term, we can help our plants to be resilient to whatever is out there, because climate change doesn't always have big impacts. It has small impacts on pests and diseases, changes that we didn't expect at all, that we couldn't predict. But now we don't need to predict it because the genotype is stable and ready for whatever is coming its way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bizet, for the interesting and informative presentation. I believe there's going to be a lot of questions. So, do we have questions? There is 3 questions. Yes. Over to you.
Thank you, Doctor, for the presentation. I have a lot of questions, but let me just ask these 2. If 1 or 2, it will be fine. Okay, no, thanks. The first one is that you spoke of selection. And then my question is that when it comes to selection, aren't you worried about the gene pool? And then what are measures in place so that, yes, we can have that high performing or the plant that is resilient, but wouldn't be there a problem when it comes to the gene pool of this plant? And then the second one is that, is there an ideal, you spoke of the numbers, the percentages, is there an ideal percentage when it comes to G by E that you specifically have, or that is ideal to say, if I can get this number, then we can say we have achieved what we are looking for? And then the other one is that maybe I may have missed this one, on the environment, where your plants grown under which environment, greenhouse, or you had other environment? Thank you.
Okay, on the first one, on our gene pool, we are fortunate, we're working with trees. So I told you, if I make a few pollinations, I can end up with 3,000 individuals that all look different. So especially on citrus, if you make a cross between a mandarin and a mandarin, you can end up with something that looks and tastes like a lemon, right through to something that is as huge as this, that I call shaddocks. So there's a huge variation. So we're not that much worried about the variation. But on other crops, yes, they use the same technology within maize, but then they don't have to worry about a rootstock or a scion. They just then look at that line, or that pure line that they are using. It's much easier for them because the genetics are a little bit more controlled than what we have. It's a QTLs, or highly variable, so we can't measure like they do. So they can actually use this technique to see whether they're getting inbreeding depression. But remember, this is not looking at genetics. Okay, I'm not doing a P equals G plus I to see how much is genetic, how much is heritable. This is looking at the interaction with the environment. So it's just seeing reactions. Okay, it's not to calculate heritability or stuff like that. Okay, so this technique is not for breeding. There you have your with regards to the percentage, no, there's not a specific percentage. Like I said, it's a rule of thumb that in a very high heterozygous type of, and even with your pure lines, that the genotype only contributes about 20% to the environment. Anything that's better than that says the genetics are strong. All that we need to know is what is the variation so that we can mitigate it. Obviously, if I have a very high variation in the rootstock sign interaction, use it for any every genotype or sign, I have to now do trials with each scion to be careful. But if it's more stable and the interaction is small, then I know I can use this rootstock very wide. So it's specific adaptability versus general adaptability that you actually can deduct from this. Not heritability, but specific adaptability versus general adaptability. Okay, and then the last one was on your question? Oh yeah, on the environment. Okay, this is a very, remember when we do research, we do it so fine, okay, with very statistical methods, and then we get to a farmer and it sort of bums out. And why? Because we didn't take into account all the other factors. We've kept everything perfect. So we know in a perfect environment, this chemical is going to work the way it does, okay? Then you give it to a farmer and he does something very bad to it or something different and it doesn't work. So what we are doing here is we are mitigating even that by saying that our environment is robust. Okay, so we're looking, but for the comparison, it has to be the same environment. So we were out in the field. The trees were planted 7x3. It was in a statistical layout, but it was all in the same field. It was all in the same environment because remember, we didn't want environment differences. We only want the rootstocks to differ. If I now want to look at real environments, I'm going to use 3 cultivars with the same rootstock. Okay, 3 different cultivars with the same rootstock in 3 different environments. Then I can say, oh, Limpopo is the variation versus Malalaan versus Stellenbosch. Okay, because then I'm looking at actual environments. But for this, we wanted to take the rootstock picture out. So when I do that, when I use 3 environments with 3 science, and I want to now bring in the rootstocks, the trial becomes a little bit more complicated, but it can still be handled by the AMIs, because now I have to factor in extra variants, extra traits. Okay, so just remember there's no confounding of data here because we haven't added treatments. We've just added measurements. Remember, when you do statistics and you add treatments, you are compounding your data. But if you add data or measurements, the more, the better, because you get so much more out of your trial. Okay.
I have a question. I just want to ask, do you
If they're all budded, you will see it, and if they're all grafted. So if you want to see budded versus grafted, that will be 2 environments. So budded is one environment and grafted is another. But you can't compare the 2 to them because that is adding a treatment. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah. There is another one here.
Yes.
My apologies to take you out of your presentation, but just to ask some of the questions that were, or a problem that was happening in the previous months. It's out of context of your paper. So just because of proximity that you are here, I want to understand maybe some of the real life impacts that maybe you might have came across, since maybe you might be working with farmers on the land, of the bans that have been happening from Botswana and Namibia of our vegetables and our fruits. Because some of us, we rely on desktop data. So since maybe you are working on primary with these farmers, is there something that maybe you have seen the impact?
Are you thinking about climate-specific impact?
No. Yeah, my apologies for taking you away from your presentation. Yeah. So the impact I'm referring to, okay, previously or in previous months, Botswana and Namibia have extended their ban of our vegetables imports and oranges, to be specific. So I just wanted to check if maybe you have seen some on-ground impacts, because some of us, we rely on secondary data.
There is definitely on-ground impacts of a lot of things with regards to fruits. I'm not so knowledgeable on the vegetables, but remember, in Africa, we only have borders on paper. The insects and the diseases don't know those borders. So they're not going to say, I am a South African insect and I need a visa to go to Rhodesia, or to Zimbabwe or Zambia. They can just migrate, and they migrate with people. So that's maybe the reason why there's a ban. Did you know that you're not even supposed to take citrus in South Africa from any area across the, above Piketberg? You know, when you go to the west coast and you go up Piketberg, you're not supposed to take any citrus material, no fruits, no plant material, because that's a quarantine area. It's just like in Australia. So I think there's a ban on South Africa because we might have something in our area that was not in, say for instance, Zambia or those areas, and they are trying to keep that out as a biosecurity measure. But that can also be climate driven, okay, because we also saw that the fruit fly migrated from high up north. It's one of the cold or hot greening ones that came down and down and down and down, and we couldn't stop it. And it's too fast to have been, you know, a normal migration. We think it's to do with water, rain, and, you know, most of those climate impacts, so they moved so quickly. That's not a normal impact. And then also, you ask about farmers. We can use this exact model also to say, but we give everybody exactly the same cultivar. And you can't do a factorial trial with a small-scale farm or a subsistence farmer. It's just not doable. So you give the material to them and say, farm it in this way. If they make mistakes or whatever, it will be a mega environment effect. You will have all the farmers in a certain financial class or in a certain distance from a market having the same problems, and you can compare that to farmers in another area, and then you can see with which genotypes those groups are better correlated. By just using this, you can get it on a graph like that very quickly to see, okay, but you know, the resilience of this cultivar, or this cultivar is more suitable to a certain type of farmer, because it's more resilient for dry land farming, less finicky about when it's sprayed and stuff like that. So you can use that. You can use the data as long as you know you apply the principles correctly. Okay, there was another question.
Nice presentation, and I think I might have missed it. So my question is, how do you identify and select your parent plants? And the other one is, in your breeding program, do you also consider, look at the market preference or the consumer preference and market trends when you are doing your breeding? My second question, or my first question was, how do you identify and select the parent plants when you are breeding, when you are doing your breeding? And my second one was, you still can't hear me? My question was that, how do you identify and select the parent plant when you're doing your breeding? And then the second one is, how do you, when you're doing your breeding program, do you also use the market trends and the consumer preference?
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry for that. The question was, how do I choose my parent plants, and do I look at market trends? Absolutely, do you have to look at market trends, okay? But being ARC, I've got a little bit bigger responsibility on my shoulders than a private breeding company. A private breeding company breeds for what the farmer wants now. What we breed from ARC's side is what might be needed in future. So we also have to have that little crystal ball to see what we need. And in that case, about 15, 20 years ago, one of the researchers in our group said, but look here, climate is going to change. We need low chill apples. And the market said, no ways we're going to fund that for you. You have to breed that out of your own pocket for ARC. And you know, getting funds from government is not that easy. And the industry didn't fund that. So looking just at market trends is not a good thing, but predicting market trends is a good thing. So my prediction would be probably that we should have looked at healthy fruit rather than beautiful and bigger and sweeter. Japanese markets want them sweeter and sweeter and sweeter, while the German markets want them less sweetened, and the Chinese market just want them beautiful. But for the normal consumer out there, they say, look here, I can't eat fruit anymore. It's not healthy anymore. So we should actually look at less sugars, more taste. Because why don't you want to eat a sugarless type of thing? Because it tastes good. But I promise you, do the experiment. Take some unflavored yogurt, add a drop of vanilla and eat it. Your brain will tell you it's sweetened. Because your idea of vanilla is ice cream that's sweet. Okay, so taste have a very big influence on how we perceive sweetness. So yes, we look at market trends, and the parent selection, we have a huge gene bank. That's our starting point. There's a lot of cultivars in it that's not marketable at all, and we have attributes to all of those plants. So we know which ones have red color, which ones have good disease resistance, and then we don't know anything about future diseases, so we just keep them. If there's a future disease, we're going to screen all of them as a parent for maybe breeding that into our new component. So we will choose a parent based on our historical data of what that parent induced, because remember, a very red parent doesn't necessarily cause red fruit. 2 yellow parents can give me some nice, healthy colored fruit. So the most ugliest parents makes the most beautiful children, and vice versa. So yes, we use data, and unfortunately, we actually have quite a way to go for AI and better databases and data accumulation. It's still slow. It's done by hand. We are looking for faster ways of getting that information in a database so that we can choose easier. For the people on vegetables and on grain crops, they've got what they call breeding management systems, BMS, that keeps all that data for you together. But again, because we have a rootstock, we don't fit into that system. We have to devise our own. Okay. Anything else? Okay. I think you'll come and know what happened to my thank you slide. It just disappeared, but anyway, got stuck.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can you please give a clap of hands?
Sorry? I want to stand with her. She's more beautiful than me.
Okay, thank you. We'll take pictures afterwards.
Yeah. We can do it later.
No, just do it, Doctor. In the meantime, can I please have Dr. Sithole to come up on stage? Yes. You can stand next to Doctor. You can just stand here. And then you can take them pictures. I have something special for you. It is a token of appreciation for your insightful presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, and you have contributed in advancing science through the challenges of climate change. So thank you very much for your time and efforts. This is just showing a gratitude of your work.
Thank you.
Come on.
Yeah, you can stand here in between us. That's it. Much better.
Thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Are we having people here? Postgraduate researchers, are you here? Come on, let's give them a round of applause. It seems like people are hungry. I don't know what's going on. Aren't you enjoying the presentations? Or you are scared because you are about to present? Okay, without any waste of time, we are going to move on to our first speaker for this session. Just a minute. Our first speaker is a doctorate student by the name of Nolutabo Wawa. Are you available? Okay. Okay, so we'll skip this one and then we'll go to the second one, which is Tato Mukhoto. Tato Mukhoto, are you here? Okay, she's here. Let's just encourage her. She's going to present a presentation titled Broilers Farmers' Willingness to Adopt Chicken Enterprise Insurance in Aranang Local Municipality, Limpopo Province of South Africa. Just a quick reminder, you have 12 minutes to present and 3 minutes for questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tato Malasela Mukhutu. I'll be presenting the study titled Broiler Farmers' Willingness to Adopt Chicken Enterprise Insurance in Aranang Local Municipality, Limpopo Province, South Africa, which was supervised by Dr. L.J. Lidwaba. Broiler farming is one of the important agricultural enterprises that farmers engage into for various purposes such as income generation and food security. However, broiler production is a risky business which requires management strategies such as insurance. Many farmers opt out of chicken meat production due to the diverse risks involved. Previous studies suggest that agricultural insurance helps farmers recover from financial setbacks, enabling them to sustain their business and seek financial support for their farms. However, it is noted that many small farms in South Africa lack insurance coverage mainly due to limited information or low income among farmers. The study aimed at identifying factors that influence broiler farmers' willingness to adopt chicken enterprise insurance. Lack of information and financial constraints prevent many small-scale farmers in South Africa from obtaining insurance. Therefore, the study sought to address this gap by determining factors that influence farmers' willingness to adopt chicken enterprise. The study on broiler farmers' willingness to adopt chicken enterprise insurance was conducted in Agana local municipality. Most of the population in this area engage in farming of livestock and cash crop. However, broiler production has been identified as one of the common or dominating farming practice in the area. Primary data was collected from various broiler farmers through a questionnaire using a simple random sampling technique because it gave every participant an equal chance to be interviewed. A sample size of 43 broiler farmers was selected for the study. The descriptive statistic was used to describe socio-economic characteristics of the respondent, and binary probit regression model was used to determine factors that influence broiler farmers' willingness to adopt chicken enterprise insurance. The table displayed shows the result obtained from descriptive statistic. As presented in the table, the minimum farming experience that broiler farmers in the study area had was 1 year, and the maximum was reported to be 17 years. Informed decision-making process in agribusiness management requires a high level of access to agricultural information. This is because access to information may serve as a base for making decisions like whether to adopt or not. However, from the result obtained, it indicates that 23.3% of broiler farmers in the study area had access to agricultural information, and majority of the sample broiler farmers did not have access to agricultural information. The binary probit regression model was used to determine factors that influence broiler farmers' willingness to adopt chicken enterprise insurance, and the display table shows the result obtained from the model. The coefficient of farming experience was reported to be positive and statistically significant towards farmers' willingness to take agricultural insurance. This implies that the more experienced farmers have, the more they are likely to adopt chicken enterprise. This could be because they want to safeguard a financial asset that they have put much effort and money generating it. The study agrees with the study that was conducted in 2016, which indicated that more years of experience in farming positively influence farmers' willingness to put the chicken enterprise under insurance. The variable access to agricultural information was found to have a negative relationship with the broiler farmers' willingness to adopt agricultural insurance, and it was significant. This is not surprising. Why? Because most farmers in this study area did not have access to agricultural information. The results indicate that broiler farmers who have access to information are less likely to take agricultural insurance for broiler enterprise. Binary probit regression model revealed loss of broiler chickens due to risk to be statistically significant, though the variable was found to have a negative relationship with the broiler farmers' willingness to adopt insurance. In conclusion, the study explored the willingness of broiler farmers to adopt chicken enterprise insurance. Despite the profitability of broiler production, this business faces challenges which requires farmers to have a backup such as insurance. Factors such as farming experience, access to agricultural information, chicken farmers' loose were found to have an influence on broiler farmers' willingness to adopt chicken enterprise. Therefore, this study emphasizes the necessity of addressing barriers to insurance uptake and creating personal interventions to improve the resilience of broiler farms in the study area. These are the references that were used in the study. Thank you. This marks the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mukhoto. You have managed your time well. Do we have questions for her? I see 2 questions.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, Ms. Mohoto. I only have 2 few questions based on your presentation, what you have presented to us. You would agree with me that the studies on willingness are not new. They have captured an interest to scholars for so many years. What I would like to understand from you is, what is new about this willingness to adopt agricultural insurance? What is it that your study is trying to add to the body of knowledge? Secondly, why did you focus specifically on the willingness to adopt, what do we call, insurance? Why did you specifically focus on insurance than a number of factors that we might have in agriculture? Is there anything that could have perhaps sparked your interest on agricultural insurance? Which problem did you see maybe that requires farmers to adopt agricultural insurance? Again, this is the last question. I usually ask questions pertinent to methodology, but today I am only going to ask about the access to information that you have included as one of the variables in your study. You just said access to agricultural information as one of the variables that could have a bearing on the farmer's willingness to adopt agricultural insurance. I would like to know how you are going to reconcile agricultural information with the willingness to adopt agricultural information, and what type of agricultural information are you talking about? Did you perhaps, in the process of collecting data, specify to the farmers the type of information you were talking about? If not, how then do you reconcile these results? How do you link the agricultural information you were talking about with those? Thank you so much.
Did you get the question?
Yes,
Sir, how many questions did you ask? Oh, you are just emphasizing. Okay. There are 3 questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I chose to focus on insurance because I've learned that there's limited information regarding insurance based on broiler industry. Thank you.
Okay, from now on, you are requested to ask only 1 question. So the next, who else asked a question? I think it's Doctor. Okay. So there is only.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have a question. You are talking about Arana municipality. It is no longer existing, it is merged with the Polokwane municipality. Thank you.
Noted, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more question? We still have 2 minutes. Okay, thank you, Ms. Mohoto. We'll move to the next presenter. Before moving to the next presenter, can I please have Mukwena? Can you please bring your slides for upload? A round of applause for Papu as she ascends the stage. She'll be presenting on analysis of factors affecting street vendors' willingness to sell fruits and vegetables online. A case study of Muleji, Motong, Polokwane municipality of Limpopo province.
A very good morning to everyone. I hope all is well. Standing in front of you today is Papo Mametla, and I'll be presenting my research project titled Analysis of Factors Affecting Street Vendors' Willingness to Sell Fruits and Vegetables Online, a case study of Muleji Mudong, Polokwane municipality of the Limpopo province. As we all know, street vending is a key part in many people's lives, as it provides essential goods, services, and income for those who are having difficulties in finding formal jobs. The study conducted in 2019 highlighted that street vendors, especially that deals with agricultural commodities, face many challenges when selling in the street. And solution to overcome these challenges could be online selling. However, there is a knowledge gap within the informal sector. Many people, especially in disadvantaged communities, rely on street vending as a source of revenue. While many find source of income in street vending, it can also be difficult. Online selling, which is basically the process of offering goods and service for sale through the internet, can provide a greater resilience to the challenges, in a sense that the street vendors can be more resilient to the economic shocks that they face, and because they will have a choice of managing their stalls from the comfort of their homes. This study attempted to investigate factors that affect street vendors' willingness to sell fruits and vegetables. I believe understanding street vending will help us appreciate its impact and find ways to support these hardworking individuals. The study aimed to analyze factors that affect street vendors' willingness to sell fruit and vegetables online. The objectives were to identify and describe socio-economic factors that affect street vendors' willingness to sell online, and to analyze the socio-economic factors that affect street vendors' willingness to sell online in the study area. The hypothesis is in line with the objectives. The study was conducted at Mleje Motongi, Polokwane municipality in the Limpopo province. Street vendors were selected using simple random sampling technique, and primary data was collected through questionnaires which were administered online and face-to-face. And data was collected from 60 street vendors. And this is the formula that was used to calculate the sampling size. Descriptive statistic was used to address the first objective, and binary logistic regression model was used to address the second objective of the study. And this is the model specification. From the sampled population, the youngest vendor was recorded to be 21 years, and the oldest was 75 years, with more females recorded. And with regards to level of education, majority only had matric. And when asked about access to online selling, majority indicated that they do not have access to the online selling information. And with willingness to sell, which is the dependent variable of the study that is investigated, majority expressed that they are willing to sell their fruits and vegetables online. The table here shows the result from the model, which indicated that from the 14 variables that were analyzed, only 5 were found to be significant. And significant variables have the asterisk sign, which is age, gender, level of education, household size, and access to online selling information. And if we look at the B coefficient, some have the negative side, which simply means that the variables have negative relationship with the dependent variable. The hypothesis of the study stated that socioeconomic factors do not affect street vendors' willingness to sell fruits and vegetables online. Based on the findings of the story that show that there is some factors that affect street vendors' willingness to sell online, the study concludes by rejecting the hypothesis. And the study further recommends that trainings and workshops, development and distribution of educational materials on online selling in multiple languages and formats during training and workshops, and educational programs that are tailored to the specific needs of street vendors should be implemented. And this can be implemented by the government authorities such as local municipalities or the Department of Small Enterprise Development. In closing, I would like to thank the co-authors, Dr. M.A. Nkwana, Prof. J.J. Tlongwane, and Dr. Arne Ngovela, And lastly, the Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production. These are the references that are mentioned in the slide. And this marks the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mametla Papo. Do we have questions for her? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's still enough time. 1 question per researcher.
Okay, thank you so much. Since we are only limited to 1 question, although I had a number of questions based on your study, I will specifically ask on the slide that shows the formula that you have used to calculate your sample size. If possible, I don't know if it's gonna be possible for us to rewind and go back to that slide. But if not, I believe the presenter knows her work. On that formula that you have adopted, there is an E, which is part of the denominator. I would like to understand what that E stands for, and also how does it make your sample size reliable and valid for the purpose of this study. I'm asking this because I want to know whether we should indeed adopt your results because they are supposed to help in advancing and enhancing the policies. What is the value of R and how does it make the calculated sample size valid for this kind of study? Thank you so much.
The value of R. E. Oh. Oh, the value of E is a constant. I forgot the value, but it's the constant. I don't know how that came about, but yeah. I think 60 was enough for the reliability. It was enough sample size. Yes.
Okay, so it was a beautiful presentation. So from your research, I would like to know what are the recommendations that you have for street vendors that are interested in selling online? Thank you.
Can you please repeat the question?
What recommendations do you have for street vendors that are interested to sell online?
Okay, the recommendation is that they should venture into online selling as it will help them to. The recommendation I would tell them is that they should venture into online selling because it will be more convenient for them and the consumers. Yes.
The next question.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. A question from me is just based on your observation, since you have done primary data. When you were collecting the data, what can you say is the common challenge that you saw being pressing from one street vendor to another? Thank you.
The common challenge that I have observed is lack of storage facility which causes their product to spoil quickly, leading to them reducing the price of their product. As a result, they run at loss. And
Thank you very much, Mametla Papo. Can you please give her a hand of applause? We are going to the last speaker for this session, which is Kwena Mukwena. Let's encourage him as he ascends the stage.
Yes, morning everyone. My name is Kwena Mukwena and I'll be taking you through some few slides on the comparison of 3 tree regression models for the prediction of body weight in red Kalahari goats. This is the outline of the slides. In background, let me highlight that goats are one of the most kept and then the easiest when it comes to capital in terms of management because they require less, and then they are also kept for various reasons by communal farmers or subsistence farmers to help them in giving them milk, in giving them meat, as well as a way of security in terms of selling them when they want some capital. And then the body weight is one of the crucial livestock trait that you use in the management, where now you have to know the body weight of the animal if you want to dose that animal, if you want to give it medication, if you want to feed the animal. So this one plays a very crucial role because even on the bottle of the medication, they are giving you kilograms per meal that you have to use. So it's very important to know the body weight of the animals. However, now the problem that we are having as communal farmers is that this weighing scale, they do not come cheap. They are very expensive. And then with them being expensive, now it forces us as researchers to come up with ways in which we can solve this problem, which is now when we decided to go and find out methods in which we can then best predict this body weight from the linear body measurements. The linear body measurements have been used before by different authors in different livestock. From the images that you can see there, it has been done in boar goat, it has been done in sheep, it has been also done in dogs. However, to the best of our knowledge, there is limited information on the prediction of body weight using the regression trees in the red Kalahari goats. The aim of the research was to identify the statistical algorithm that will best tell us or estimate the body weight of the red Kalahari amongst cut, shade, and exhaustive shade. The objective was to determine the best regression tree model to predict the body weight from linear body measurement. The hypothesis is in line with that objective. The study was done in Zoefontein farm that is located in Polokwane municipality, where a population of 50 goats was used. 8 of them were males and then 42 females. A cross-sectional study was used in this study. And then you can see there, here it's where we were collecting the linear body measurement. This is where we collect the ram height. And then from there, we would take the animal into the cage to get the body weight. And then the data was then captured in Excel in preparation for statistical analysis, which was done using a statistical package for social sciences. The decision trees or algorithms that we have mentioned, the cut, the shade, and exhaustive shade, were achieved using this statistical software. And then to cross-validate, we kept the cross-validation at 10, as it was suggested by these 2 authors here. And then the goodness of fit, in order for us to choose which model is best between these 3, we used the goodness of fit criteria, which we'll see in the results. From these results, the first one is depicting a tree that we got from CAT model. And then from there, we have 10 nodes that we got from the results. This is what we call the parent node, the first one. From the parent node, it gave birth to the body length, which he was telling us now that the body length, it was the best or the first ideal linear body measurement that we can use. From the results, we can tell that it is giving us the information that when the body length in centimeters is 92.5, then the body weight that can be predicted from there, it is 49.08 when it comes to the body weight. And then when it is greater than that 92.5, it is then predicting or giving the prediction of body weight that is equivalent to 73.5 kilograms. It also gave a birth to the hard girth, which then is telling us that when the hard girth is 78.5, the predicted body weight is 39. And then when it's greater, and then it will now give us 51. Moving on to the next tree, this one is the exhaustive shade, and then it only highlighted that hard girth can be used to predict the body weight. And then the same scenario goes where it gives us the body weight when the centimeters are less or equal to 78, and then when they are greater than 100. The shade algorithm, it now gave hard girth as the first trait, and then it also gave us the width height. With hard girth, it is showing that with the 78 equals 78 centimeter or less than, we will have 39 kg. When it's greater than 100, it will be 70 kg. However, the second node was then divided further into width height to give us the prediction that when you are having 67, when you are having a width height of 67 or less, it is going to predict 43 kilogram. And then when you are having something greater than that 67 kilograms, we will be having 52 kgs. To know which model was the best, these are the statistical goodness of fit that we used. There are many here, however, I highlighted 2. And then this is the model that was best from the goodness of feed that we had. And then at the end, they are having the decision where it's telling us if it's greater, it's better. If it's smaller, it's better. So if we can check at the SD ratio, it is telling us if it's smaller, it's better. And then the cut has the smallest value. When it comes to coefficient of determination, it's saying it's greater, it's better, and then this was greater. Hence, we chose, just for the sake of this presentation, I just highlighted those two. And then, hence we then saying the cut is the best model in predicting the body weight.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
The current study reports are similar to the study that is reported in 2021, which compared the cut shade and exhaustive shade in the tally ship, and then highlighted that the cut was the best model. However, the study differs with the study that was done in estimating the body weight in dogs, which said the shade was the best model. If you can check from our trees, nothing has been said of sex. So sex had no influence when it comes to predicting the body weight from the results. And these results, they differ with the results that was reported in 2017, where the beetle goat in Pakistan revealed that sex played a role in the body weight of the animal. The reason why these may differ, it may be due to the difference in breed. And then from the study, we can then take that the information that we just presented, it is saying that we can use cut to predict the body weight using the body length as the best trait. In conclusion, the body weight can be used, the body length, height, girth, and width height can be used as essential linear body measurement in predicting the body weight. And then this is the picture where this is height, girth, this is the width height, and then I can't see there, but back there, this one is the body length. It is then recommended that more research be done on these regression trees. Hence, there isn't enough studies on this one, so that we can quantify the results which this study came with. And then in acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge the funders, the NRF, the University of Limpopo, more especially our department, the professors, Chasi and Mbazima, also the Chasi research team. These are some of the references which I used. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwena Mukwena. Do we have questions or comments for our doctor in waiting? Okay, I see 1, 2, I'll only take 3.
Okay, thank you so much. I will just be brief for now because we are already late for tea break. I would like to ask our prospective doctor, is there any NDP that your study is trying to address? By NDP, I'm referring to one of the goals stipulated in the NDP 2030. Remember, South Africa is faced with a myriad of economic problems, and we need research papers that will help in solving these economic problems. Which goal is your study aligned with? Thank you so much.
Thanks. Can I answer?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. The goal that we want to come with, like I highlighted, we have farmers. They are breeding animals. They are breeding them before their actual time because they don't have weighing scale. They have sick animals. They are injecting very little because they don't know the body weight of that animal, or they are injecting more, ending up losing that livestock. So those farmers, they depend on those animals. They sell those animals. When you go there, you ask for the price. It's only on the virtual price. They don't know the kg price. Even if they know the price per kg, they wouldn't know because they don't know the body weight of that animal. I think that answers the question. Thank you. Not really. The goal is to find the linear body measurements that then these farmers can use in order to mitigate all these problems or the issues they are finding, in order for them to use this animal as a form of subsistence, the way they can assist themselves in terms of having this animal kept at home.
Okay, we'll quickly take the last question. Yes, the last question is
Thank you for the presentation. I just have one question. Given the results of your study, how would you advise small-scale farmers, particularly from the rural perspective? Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, don't be scared by the trees there. When we go to the farmers, we'll only talk of body length, because statistically, the farmers, they're not interested in knowing those things. Yes, so when we go to the farmers, we'll advise them to measure their body length. And then there were centimeters and there were predicted body weight. We tell them those predicted body weight from the centimeters that they have. Then they will get the body weight which they want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please give a round of- Okay, yes. There's the last question by Doctor.
It's just maybe a suggestion that in your, you do a chart that can be laminated and handed out to farmers that says the centimeter equals that weight, the centimeter, that weight. They don't need to calculate, they can just read it off the chart.
Is it difficult to do it?
No, it's very easy. So if you have the data,
yes.
you're just going to say, it's basically taking your formula and you start with so many centimeters equals so much weight, so many centimeters that weight, and then they can just read it off the chart and they don't even need to do any calculations. So it's just much easier than to try and, educate them on calculating it.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor, for your
Thank
input.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. We can now break, and the next presenters, can you please submit your slides to the media team? Thank you very much. We are having tea time for only
have presenters. I think we all know now that you present for 12 minutes, then you get 3 minutes for questions. I'm going to read out the names of the presenters that are going to present for this session. Please raise your hand so that I can tick your name if you are here. The first one is going to be Tumelo Muhumi. Okay. Nolutabo Wawa. He's not here. Okay. Maripa Muloto. Madumela? Not here. Huh? Okay. Then Dion Mukanti. Okay, noted. Victoria Sokwe. Absent. Okay. Sikedi Mabata. And then Silailo Mpalo. Okay. Okay, so Tumelo Mukhomi, the presentation will be on extreme rainfall projections of South Africa using CMIP6 ISIMPI models.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Tumelo Muhomi, PhD candidate. I will be giving you a short presentation on extreme rainfall projection in South Africa using CMIP6 ECMIP models. This work is supervised by Dr. Mary Jane Bupape, Prof. Chikore, Dr. Stefanenko from Moscow State University, Russia, Dr. Prof. Dau, and I've also worked with Alexander, a colleague at the MSU, Russia. The IPCC report, or according to the IPCC, the global temperature has increased between 2011 and 2020 by about 1 degree Celsius. And this, as a result, has increased the frequency as well as the intensity of extreme weather events such as your heat wave, your flooding, your fire danger. And this has really caused an increase as well as on the impact. So with the anticipated increase in global temperature in the future, we are likely to see this extreme really intensify in the future. So as the IPCC report has really categorized or identified Southern Africa as a climate hotspot due to the high vulnerability as well as the low or no mitigation or adaptive capacity, it means that these risks are really going to affect us. So it becomes very fundamental that in South Africa, we really conduct those localized projections in terms of rainfall in order to understand the local impact of climate extreme, as we know that these extremes are really affect severely at a local level. So the overall aim of this presentation or this work that I'm presenting now is just to evaluate the ability of the CMIP6 ECMIP models to replicate Era 5 reanalysis data as well as station rainfall, and further to project extreme rainfall in response to climate change. So our study is basically South Africa, where we will look at the eastern interior of the country, which is a region where we have a very complex topography, a measure economic activity. It accommodates the highest population, particularly over the Gauteng region. It is an area where highest rainfall in the country is really observed. So in order to reach or to the objective or the aim of this study, we then assessed or evaluated 5 ECMIP models as well as 1 5-member ensemble over a period from 1979 to 2014. Secondly, we then projected the future rainfall using 2 future periods as depicted there, adopting the 3 percentiles as our signal for extremes. Lastly, we then computed the very heavy rainfall days using R20mm adopted from ETCCDI. So this is just the result from our spatial mean bias, which overall show a consistent bias in terms of pattern across the country, where we have observed more of a underestimation of rainfall over the escarpment over these 2 seasons, while the model tend to overestimate rainfall over the coastal part of the country as well as the northeastern part of our study or in the Limpopo region. So, of course, this is consistent with findings such as radiasta in the Madagascar, as well as in Asia, a study conducted by Chen et al. 2021 and 2022, where they generally attributed this kind of inconsistency due to model resolution, whereby COSA model resolution tend to really overlook or not consider those smaller scale land surface parameters such as your soil moisture, your vegetation, your steep topography that play a fundamental role in rainfall formation, particularly looking at our escarpment over the study. While over the coastal part of the region, this overestimation is also can be attributed as well to model resolution, whereby the ocean land moisture gradient for model to really factor that abundance of moisture over the ocean in the simulation of rainfall, final resolution are really needed in order to really simulate our rainfall very efficiently. So the statistical evaluation over there really shows that the model overall can simulate rainfall. However, the multi-model ensemble outperform or show superiority in terms of rainfall simulation, where we can also see the correlation there, which is very high. Over there, we can also see that the model tend to agree very well with the reanalysis data as compared to station observation. So the projection in terms of mean annual rainfall, overall we see that rainfall will really change in the future. Most interestingly, you will see that over the 95th percentile, January will really be more wetter. We observe more than 35 millimeter of rainfall during that month. Interestingly, under 5th percentile, over the month of October, we see more of a significant decrease over more than 38 millimeter of rainfall. And this coincides with the peak fire season according to Singo et al. 2023. And of course, this really signal for some sort of a fire occurrence or danger in the future. So looking at our summer season rainfall projection, so overall there is a general increase in rainfall under normal condition in South Africa, but we can see that there's a pronouncement here of a rainfall in the far future under high emission scenario. But interestingly, we see that our rainfall projection really shows more of a more pronounced rainfall increase in terms of low and very high rainfall, particularly over the eastern part of the country. And this region, according to Mbogoto et al. 2023, it's very sensitive to ENSO phenomenon, which then means that this extreme increase in rainfall can be really attributed to the strengthening of the ENSO phenomenon, your La Nina events that will really contribute to the extreme rainfall occurrence in the future. Of course, the area is closer to the Mozambique Channel, which according to Chikore et al. 2015, it is a breeding ground for tropical cyclone, which generally means that as projected by other studies, that sea surface temperature are going to rise in the future. It means that there will be these warmer SSTs will produce a favorable condition over the Mozambique Channel, leading to extreme tropical cyclone that will lead to higher rainfall, which will affect those parts of the country. Of course, higher availability of moisture due to increase in SST means that we are likely to see more of a increase in convective rainfall in the future. During our summer season, what we can observe is more of a generally drier condition. Generally dry condition under normal, general drier condition under our normal condition over South Africa, or over the interior of the study. But under if we look at the first block of our study, you will see that over the coastal area, there is more of a red color, which shows that the area will see more intense or increase in terms of dryness over that part of the country. But most interestingly, if you look at the area alerted in a block red, which is over the far future under high emission scenario, generally shows that we are going to see more of a increase in drought condition over the south west cape of the country, meaning that more of a drought condition occurring there. Looking at our very heavy rainfall days, we saw that the area now where heavy rain days are observed is consistent with the area where we have seen extreme rainfall occurrence. So overall, the model has shown that they can really project a few into a rainfall simulation with MME showing superiority in that. Of course, our follow-up study is more like looking at a climate-driven hydrological regime change in terms of looking at how does this result then affect our hydrological processes in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Muhumi. We have 4 minutes for questions. Any questions or comments for Mr. Muhumi? Okay, we have 2 questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. This time around, mine is not a question, but it's a suggestion, or rather, a pointer to your slide. If you refer to your introductory slide, you will realize that you have indicated that temperatures are projected to, or they have already increased by 1.09. But what was written against what was said were totally different. I suggest as a PhD candidate, you are supposed to indicate the unit of measurement. Is that 1.09 a percentage, or it's a degree Celsius, which are one of the units we use to measure temperature? Thank you so much. I believe you will correct that.
Thank you. Next question.
Okay, thank you, honorable PhD student. My question is in line 2. If we are to experience a situation where global temperatures could increase by 2 degrees Celsius, how would that affect your models?
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think as a general practice in South Africa, we know that temperatures are measured in degrees Celsius. So, but I will take that in the next presentation to make sure that the unit are really indicated. The projections that I presented, there are two emission scenarios, which is the lowest, whereby temperature is limited, meaning that the scenario are designed that the temperature are prevented from exceeding 1.5 degrees Celsius, while the SSP 585 is more of a restricted to exceed 3.5. So on your question, you indicated issue relating to the degrees, to temperature increasing to about 2, right? Meaning that 2 falls within the SSP 5.585, which is the high emission scenario. So the projection clearly indicates that under high emission scenario, temperature are going to be more severe and more pronounced in the country as compared to when the temperature are limited to exceeding 1.5.
Okay, do you have a follow-up? Just one.
Yes, one. No, thank you for that. So I asked the previous question in line to this. We understand that as the temperature increases, especially with the study that you just presented, in a way, are you suggesting that we could face a situation where what is already being said about climate change affecting the agricultural sector and farmers could change because we would be experiencing an increase in rainfall based on your models?
Thank you, interesting. So the temperature increase in extreme, it generally means a convective rainfall, whereby that it's an extreme rainfall that occur within a short space of time. Like what we normally experience in KZN, you'll find that the rainfall is occur maybe for 24 hours or two days, but cause extreme impact. So that's more like the projection indicates here, that the extreme rainfall in terms of a convective rainfall that occur within short space of time will be severe in the future, meaning that we are likely to get those extreme impact in the future. Not necessarily that rainfall will generally increase overall, the mean or the average rainfall, but that rainfall over a short space of time or a few days or hours will increase, meaning that that hour or a day will cause destructive rainfall, but overall the following day will experience those high rainfall, high temperature.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Muhumi. If you want further declaration during lunch. Okay, the next presenter, oh, please clap hands for him. The next presenter is Maripa Moloto. He will be presenting on the dietary effects of Artemisia afra on growth performance, hematology and immunology in the sub-adult Oreochromis mozambicus and Clarias haripinus exposed to different feed deprivation periods. Please clap hands for him.
As introduced, my name is Moloto Maripa. I'm going to present you with a topic which is as the dietary effects of Artemisia from growth performance and innate immunity in the subadults of Mozambique tilapia, subadults exposed to different periods. On the picture, you can see there's a fish. That fish here is called Mozambique tilapia. It's one of the most cultured freshwater species in South Africa, which can tolerate harsh environmental conditions, and it's a species of economic importance. But the production has not yet reached the full capacity, whereby there are high expenditure of feed costs in fish farms, whereby small-scale farmers are not able to afford the feed which are supposed to be given to the food. So it leads to a point whereby the fish are exposed to feed deprivation, whereby they are starved for some certain of time. So it leads to a point whereby it increases stress outbreaks, and then it reduces growth within fish. Therefore, many studies have been done whereby they were using different anesthetics to improve growth and reduce stress in fish. However, the anesthetics are very much expensive for small-scale fish farmers. So it leads to a point whereby we must find a way of reducing stress, and then at the very same time we enhance growth in fish. One of the ways that can be used is by using a medicinal plant. In my study, I chose to use Artemisia afra, which is commonly known as lengana. So it is widely distributed in Southern Africa, South Africa, Namibia, Lesotho, Swaziland, and Zimbabwe. It is known to contain several bioactive compounds, tannins, saponins, terpenoids, flavonoids, phenols, polyphenols, carotenoids, and vitamin C. To the best of our knowledge, the use of medicinal plants to lessen stress is poorly understood, as much as aquaculture context is concerned. Therefore, it has been proven to increase immunity and survival rate of tilapia subjected to Aeromonas hydrophila, which is a pathogen, which was done by Mbokani and Moya in 2018, using the different dosages of Artemisia afra, which was 0% until 12%. Although they found that 9% to 12% was the one which was used, and it improved immunity in fish. Therefore, it is imperative to investigate the effect of deprivation periods on growth performance and stress levels in Orchomus mozambicus, and after feeding them with Artemisia afra supplemented diets to see how is it growing or is it reducing stress. The aim of my study is to evaluate the anti-stress properties of Artemisia afra-based diets in improving growth performance and reducing stress levels in Mozambique tilapia. The objectives are to determine the effect of Artemisia afra essential oil-based diets in Mozambique tilapia when deprived of food with respect to opercular bit rate, growth performance, and innate immunity. On the materials and methods, on my experimental design, the experiment was undertaken at University of Limpopo, Aquaculture Research Unit, Limpopo Province in South Africa. Orchomus mozambicus subadults of this weight, they were used in the study, and they were acclimatized for 2 weeks before the experiment can start. Within the feed formulation, the Artemisia afra-based oils were purchased from Zanin Market, Mopani District, Limpopo Province in South Africa. So 2 diets were prepared, which were 0% and 10% of Artemisia afra. 0% was denoted as D1, 10% was denoted as D2. The reason I used the 10% is because Mbokani and Moya suggested that 9% to 12% can be used in order for growth performance and innate immunity. So when they subjected the fish to pathogens, in this study we subjected the fish to stress, whereby we deprived them of feed for different days, whereby we had control, and we deprived fish of feed for 3 days, 6 days, and 9 days. The typical the experiment was a complete randomized block design. We measured the growth performance indices, hematological indices, whereby I used the white blood cells, red blood cells, hematocrit cells, and hemoglobin, which were done to calculate for the blood performance. Since hematological parameters can give out false results, whereby some others were, in other studies, they conducted that an increase in white blood cells shows that a fish is stressed, and others showed that a decrease in white blood cells shows that it's not stressed. So in this case, we try not to be biased, but then to use the blood performance, whereby using the the logarithm of the white blood cells, red blood cells, hematocrit cells, and hemoglobin cells. As I've mentioned, the blood performance will be calculated, and then we'll be looking at the immunological parameters. We'll be looking at the fish immunity after we've stressed it, and then we gave it Artemisia afra to see that is it helpful or not. The statistical analysis, the linear regression was performed on the opercular bit rate, specific growth rate, feed intake, and feed coefficient ratio. On my results, we're looking at the opercular bit rate. The opercular bit rate is how a fish breathes whenever it is inside the tank. So any increase in opercular bit rate, it is associated with stress. So if you look at the diagram here, where we fed D1 and D2, both of them, they were increasing with increasing feed deprivation periods. And an increase in feed deprivation periods shows that a fish was reporting to feed deprivation stress. However, the feed deprivation period affected the opercular bit rate in fish fed 0% and 10%. Statistically, feed fed 0% recorded the highest OBR. It shows that fish which were fed 0% of Artemisia afra, which were fed the control diet, there was no Artemisia afra at all. It shows that they were stressed more than the ones which were fed 10% Artemisia afra. And we go to the feed intake. In the feed intake, in fish fed 10%, no significant effect were found when deprived of feed for 6 days. As you look at the fish which are fed D2, on the arrow there, I've shown that the fish which were deprived of food for 6 days, it had a higher feed intake than the others. So it shows that a fish which were deprived for 6 days had a higher growth performance compared to the one that was deprived of food for 3 days, and the one which were fed daily, and the one which were fed for the one which were deprived of food for 9 days. Sorry. We go to the specific growth rate. With specific growth rate, the similar observations were found in feed intake. So it shows that the prolonged deprivation period may have led to a decline when deprived of food for 9 days, and it is consistent with the results that were found in the feed intake. So Emmanuel et al. Reported that aloe vera, which is a medicinal plant, and Zingaba officinal is called is ginger, increased the SGR and feed intake in tilapia when it started for 4 days. So this study is correlating with the one which was done by Emmanuel et al. In 2005. Looking at the feed conversion ratio, into the feed conversion ratio, the increase in feed conversion ratio shows that a fish is stressed. If you look at the fish which were fed the control diet, all of them, it increased with increasing feed deprivation periods. It shows that the feed were not feeding much of the food, so it failed to convert their feed into body mass. So if you look at the one which are fed D2, which are fed D2, fish which was deprived of food for 6 days had a lower feed conversion ratio than the ones which were given which were starved for 6 days, had a lower FCR than the ones which were starved for 9 days, 3 days, and control. Looking at the blood performance, as I mentioned that we don't want to be biased when we're looking at the hematological parameters. We look at the blood performance. So in D1, the blood performance decreased with increasing feed deprivation periods. And in D2, the blood performance increased with increasing feed deprivation periods. This shows that feed fed that 10% after had a better health status and were also able to channel their food to fight deprivation stress. Looking at the lysozyme activity and the plasma cortisol, which is part of the immunological parameters. Lysozyme activity can be used to assess stress in fish. So if you look at the one which are fed D2, there was no significant difference. And then an increase in lysozyme activity shows that a fish was responding very well to the diet that was given, whereas the one which were given D1 didn't respond quite well to the feed deprivation periods. Looking at the survival rate of the fish which are given the diet 2, which is 10% Artemisia afra, there was no mortality rate at all. And several studies have been conducted to show that feed deprivation periods can lead to higher mortality rate. So this may indicate the potential effect of using 10% Artemisia afra in tilapia diets, and thus increase the survival rate. In this study, the study concludes that opercular bit rate was affected by feed deprivation periods when both given the control diet and the 10% Artemisia afra. Therefore, 10% Artemisia afra can enhance growth performance and innate immunity without adversely affecting the growth performance and the health status of subadults Orchomus mozambicus. Therefore, this study recommends the use of Artemisia afra as a feed additive shows that using Artemisia afra as a feed additive can be economically sustainable for small-scale farmers, whereby they are not able to feed their fish almost every day. They can skip for 6 days and then they give their feed Artemisia afra for 3 days. And then as much as the studies are done in research papers, it can be very much prudent to educate small-scale fish farmers about the use of medicinal plants in fish to reduce cost. I would like to acknowledge my supervisors, Prof. Moyo, Dr. Mbokani, and our technician, Mr. Khaldenes, and University of Limpopo, and the FSAPGRD for the funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muloto. We have 5 minutes for questions and comments and suggestions. Any questions? 1. Questions, comments, and suggestions for Muloto? Anyone else? Okay, let's start here.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, colleague. Let me just be quick and brief. When I check your study as you were presenting, it's a very interesting one indeed. And as I was trying to make an analysis, I have noticed that you have employed quantitative approach, isn't it so?
Yes, yes.
But when I check your sample size, you have used about 15 fish.
Yes.
According to our statistical knowledge, a sample size of at least 30 is recommendable. That means your sample size is not large enough for you to generalize the findings. And then if maybe there is a sampling technique you have used, may you please take us through that? And also, because I understand you might have used 15 for a reason, a
Yes,
valid
yes.
reason, of course.
Yes.
And that reason could stem from a sampling technique.
Yes.
What are some of the limitations and delimitations from your study? And as a follow-up on the very same question, there are not multiple questions. I would like to know, as you were sampling this, are there any characteristics you considered? Because obviously, we know they are going to vary in terms of either sex, weight, and so forth. Are there any characteristics you take into cognizance as you were sampling? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Moloto, please respond.
Okay, on the first question, since I used 15 fish, I noticed that the fish that I used, they were a little bit bigger. So I was trying to avoid the point whereby I have too much stocking density. I stock many fish in a small tank whereby they might end up having to, let's say, for instance, lead to mortality rate whereby they compete for food that I give them, and they, at the very same time, they get to what they don't have much of the space in within the tank. So the reason I used 15 fish, it was to combat all of that. And on the second one, which was, what was that one about?
That means your sample size is not large enough. It's not sufficient. As a result, if I was a policymaker, I wouldn't adopt.
Sorry, please
It's fine. I'll look.
go to the second question.
It's fine. The second question.
Follow up on the sample size there. I agree you have indicated. Maybe that is part and parcel of your limitations and delimitations.
Okay.
As I hear you were using a tank, maybe it was too small
Yes.
to can accommodate up to 15 so that your results maybe can be accepted.
Yes.
And thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you for quite an interesting study. This one is just based on your general knowledge, especially in line to your study.
Yes, sir.
Do you think the quality of water would have also influenced, if you were to look at it, the quality of water would have influenced the rate at which the fish you were using could process the feed you were giving them?
Definitely, because I was using the RAS system, which is the recirculating, like water is recirculating and is backwashed each and every week. So we're trying to avoid the point whereby ammonia is building up within the water or the tank. So it is a self-cleaning tank whereby the water quality is monitored, the pH, and the other like temperatures, they are well managed there.
Okay, make it quick.
Based on that, what you just mentioned.
Yes.
Provided somebody wanted to go into the space of breeding or creating a lifestyle
Yes.
of producing fish.
Yes, sir.
The environment is not controlled. How would you advise such an individual to actually accumulate a level that you achieved in a controlled environment?
Okay, since I mentioned that they are freshwater species, so it means that they can be well be bred. They can be bred very much in summer. So conduct your studies in summer because they can tolerate environmental conditions which are harsh. So if it's in summer, they can adapt very much well to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Muloto. Please clap hands for him. Our next presenter, okay, apologies if I'm going to mispronounce your name. It's
Okay, I have an announcement to make. We are going to have lunch at 12:30. So the next presenter will continue from after lunch. So please make sure that you leave the venue at 1:30 because they need to prepare the venue for other guests. So lunch between 12:30 and 1:30. So the next speaker will talk after lunch. Thank you. You can go to the venue now, but don't go in.
profile and ecotoxicological effects of emerging pollutants in the Seine River. The aim was achieved through the following objectives, which is to determine the water quality of the Seine River, to detect and quantify targeted emerging pollutants, to compute ecological risk assessment of emerging pollutants. The study area is the Seine River. It flows on the western edge of Polokwane City, and it originates in Mokopane. The gram sampling method was used to collect water samples at 3 different sampling points using the stratified sampling technique. Figure 1 displays the map of the Seine River. The listed physico-chemical parameters were analyzed using the multi-parameter, and the turbidity meter was analyzed using the turbidity meter. The cations and anions were analyzed using the inductively coupled plasma optimal emission spectrometer, and the biological parameters such as the E. coli and total coliforms were assessed using the Colilet 18. The water quality index was calculated using the basic arithmetic weighing method on the equation displayed on the screen, where Qn denotes the quality rating of the nth water quality parameter, and Wn denotes the unit weight of the nth water quality parameter. The water quality index was analyzed according to the South African Water Quality Guidelines for agricultural use. Emerging pollutants were extracted using the automated solid phase extraction method, and they were injected into the ultra-high performance liquid chromatography quadruple time of flight mass spectrometer to detect the emerging pollutants and to quantify the targeted emerging pollutants. The targeted emerging pollutants are listed on your screen. The ecological risk assessment was conducted using the risk quotient, using the formula displayed on the screen, where MEC is the measured environmental concentration of those emerging pollutants, and PNEC is the predicted non-effect concentration of the emerging pollutants. The experiments were done in triplicate, and the data was presented as a mean standard deviation for physiochemical parameters. The data then was analyzed using one-way ANOVA, Pearson's correlation, and the principal component analysis. In the upper stream, only the turbidity exceeded the dwarf permissible limits of 25 NTU, which could be due to a high amount of suspended solids. In the middle stream and the lower stream, turbidity, dissolved oxygen, chemical oxygen demand, and TDS hardness exceeded the dwarf permissible limits. This could be due to agricultural runoffs and wastewater from wastewater treatment plants. The detected anions and cations that exceeded the permissible limits were nitrate, potassium, and sodium. Excessive amounts of these pollutants are usually caused by rock watering, surface runoff, and domestic waste dumping. The presence of E. coli and total coliforms were detected in all the sampling points, and they were below the dwarf permissible limits for agricultural use. The presence of these indicator organisms indicate that there is fecal contamination and the presence of other microbes in the water. The calculated water quality index in all the 3 sampling points exceeded 100, which means the river is heavily polluted and needs proper treatment before use. The principal component analysis was conducted to check the factor analysis and to determine the loading score of each pollutant. 2 principal components that have an eigenvalue of greater than 1 were extracted. The 2 extracted components explain a cumulative data of 100%. Figure 2 displays the graphical representation of the 2 extracted principal components called the biplot. In PCA1, sodium hardness, TDS, EC, and potassium displayed high loading score, and in PC2, chlorine and nitrate displayed a high loading score, which indicates that they were the highest polluters of pollutants in the river. The principal component analysis also highlights that the main the stream that was heavily polluted was the middle stream, indicated there. The relationship between the physicochemical parameters and the biological parameters were analyzed using Pearson's correlation, where the parameters that displayed a high loading score also displayed high correlation. In the figure, it's displayed that that E. coli and the temperature displayed a significant negative correlation, which means temperature has inverse proportionality relationship with E. coli, which means an increase in temperature decreases the amount of E. coli in water. A total of 68 emerging pollutants were detected in the Seine River. The detected emerging pollutants originated from 4 different classes, which were pharmaceutical, pesticides, herbicides, and industrial chemicals. The concentration of the targeted emerging pollutants they were detected in high concentrations in all sampling sites. Table 7 shows the predicted non-infect concentration of these pollutants and the calculated risk quotient. So, in this table, the targeted emerging pollutants had a risk quotient of greater than 1 in all sampling sites, meaning that it posed extreme risk in aquatic organisms. In conclusion, the water quality status of the Seine River is of poor quality and requires treatment before use. The presence of emerging pollutants in the Seine River pose ecotoxicological risk due to them having the ability to disrupt food chains. The ARCO value indicated that the water posed extreme risk to the aquatic organisms, which could lead to loss of biodiversity, since emerging pollutants have the ability to disrupt the reproductive cycles. Therefore, there is a need to raise public awareness on the responsible use and disposal of products containing these emerging pollutants. On recommendation, I would recommend the implementation of advanced monitoring approaches such as passive samplers, which are able to assess these emerging pollutants effectively compared to the grab sampling method. And there should be enforcement of environmental regulation on the disposal and use of contaminants of products containing emerging pollutants. I would like to acknowledge the following. These are some of the references I used. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dumela. So we have 5 minutes for questions, suggestions, and comments. Any questions for Mr. Dumela? Okay. Any question? 2, 3? Oh, no, no. Okay.
Thank you for that interesting presentation. My question is, why did you choose to use the agriculture water quality guidelines as your standard instead of the other guidelines?
Okay.
And maybe if you check how many farms were in between your upper point, your middle section, and your downstream sample.
Thank you. You can answer.
Okay. I'll start with the second question. So we sampled based on the activities that were occurring along the river, on the proximity of the river. And the upper stream, we sampled because of small-scale businesses that were occurring in the river, such as car washes, people bathing in the water. And in the middle stream, we sampled after the Polokwane wastewater treatment plant discharged its effluent inside the river. And that plant is not meeting with the regulations in terms of its final effluent. And on the lower stream, we sampled because there were a lot of agricultural activities that were occurring. And these agricultural activities, they use chemicals as They use pesticides, herbicides, yeah. And with the first question, we use the agricultural standards because there are no reports where Sand River supplies treatment plants that deals with potable water.
Okay,
There are no
thank-
reports.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I heard that you mentioned something about fish, so that's my interest. So aquatic species. So since you mentioned its impact on the pollution on aquatic species, right? So did you consider monitoring like biological indicators to show that this pollution affected fish or not?
Did I use what? Sorry?
Or did you consider, let's say, measuring the biological indicators or markers to show that indeed there's pollution within these fish or aquatic species?
We use the ecological risk assessment method to predict. We
Okay.
didn't actually test the fish.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Mine is short. One of the methods you have used to run your analysis is confidence interval. I think you have estimated confidence intervals there, didn't you? You did. If you talk about mean plus standard deviation, it means that is confidence interval. Because when you talk about lower bounds and upper bounds, that is confidence interval. And this is justified by the p-value you have used. You used, the level of significance that you have used is 5%. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
What is your level of confidence with regards to your results on that confidence interval? Remember, when we estimate confidence intervals, there is a level of confidence that we use. And on your slides, I saw the level of significance. I would like to know the level of confidence. How confident are you that those results are correct, and why did you choose that level of significance? Thank you so much.
Okay. As I said, the study was done in triplicates. So in terms of the analysis, we use one-way ANOVA to check the significant difference between the values we got in the upper, middle, and the lower stream.
What is the significance?
Those are superscripts that talks about the one-way ANOVA. It shows the significant difference.
Yes, that is why I'm asking, what is your level of confidence? Because there is no way you can compute those lower bounds and upper bounds without specifically focusing on the confidence level. Hence, I want to see whether you are absorbed or soaked into your study. I'm not trying to say what you are doing there is wrong, but I want to see whether you understand every corner of your study, because I'm asking about what I saw on one of your slides.
Okay. So we used one-way ANOVA using the Turkey's post hoc. Are you answered?
Okay, thank you. You can go and note and check your
Okay, I'll note
confidence
it
level.
down.
Okay, thank you, and clap hands for him, please. The next presenter is Dion Mukanti. He's going to present on farmers' perceptions on the application of climate change adaptation strategies, a case study of small-scale maize farmers in Ward 27 of the Greater Guyana Local Municipality, Limpopo Province. Please clap hands for him.
Thank you, Program Director. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, everyone. Yes, my name is Mkans Clarian Dion. I'm under the supervision of Dr. L.J. Lidwaba and Dr. Mkaukau JP. I'll be presenting my research paper here. The title is Farmers' Perceptions on the Application of Climate Change, Adaptation Strategies, a case study of small-scale maize farmers in Ward 27 of Greater Giyani Local Municipality, Limpopo Province. So this is my presentation layout, whereby I have background or introduction, methodology, results, conclusion, and recommendations. Agriculture is a crucial component which play a significant role on our gross domestic product, employment, and food security, more especially in developing countries like our country, South Africa. However, the climate change, it poses serious threats to agricultural productivity. These affect majority of small-scale maize farmers since they rely on rain-fed for their agricultural productivity. That is the reason they are more vulnerable to extreme weather events. We know that maize is a staple crop in South Africa, but is heavily impacted by these climate changes. The maize production, it occurs across all the provinces of South Africa, and it is very crucial for food security and also our economy. However, the extreme weather conditions such as droughts and flood have significantly reduced maize yields in our country. This leads to urgent need for effective strategies. So these are the objectives of our study. The first objective was to profile the socio-economic characteristics of small-scale maize farmers in the study area. The second objective, it was to analyze the factors influencing the small-scale maize farmers' perceptions on the application of climate change adaptation strategies in the study area. So part of methodology, the study was conducted in Ward 27 of Greater Giyani Local Municipality, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The instrument of data which were used was the structural questionnaire, which was administered through face-to-face, and the sampling technique which was used was purposive. Our sample size was 130, and the instrument which were used to analyze our objective first were descriptive statistic, which was used to profile the socio-economic characteristic of the small-scale maize farmers in the study area. The Likert scale was used to evaluate the small-scale farmers' perceptions on the application of climate change adaptation strategies. And also, the binary logistic model was used to analyze factors influencing the small-scale maize farmers' perceptions on the application of climate change adaptation strategies. So this is the formula of our model, whereby PI is the probability of farmers having negative perceptions towards the application of climate change adaptation strategies, and 1 minus PI is the probability of farmers having positive perceptions towards the application of climate change adaptation strategies. So part of the results, Table 1 indicates the frequencies of socio-economic characteristics of the small-scale maize farmers. Table 1, it indicates the frequency of socio-economic characteristics of small-scale maize farmers in the study area, whereby this table, it indicates the continuous variables. In our study, we found out that the oldest farmer was 85 years old, and the youngest farmer was 23 years old, with the average of 57 years. The household size ranges from one member to the maximum of 10 members, with the average of 5 members. The farm size, it ranked from 1 hectare to the maximum of 21 hectare, with the average size of 4,22 hectares. Table 2 also indicates the socio-economic characteristics of the small-scale maize farmers, whereby we find out that females were the one which were dominating in our study area with 60.8%, and males were 39.2%. And when we come to access to extension services, we have 36.9% of farmers who are having access to extension services and 63.1% of farmers who had no access to extension services. Coming to agricultural training, we have 53% of small-scale farmers who had access to agricultural training, and 47% of small-scale farmers who had no access to agricultural training. And when we come to access to weather forecast information, we had 51.5% of farmers who had access to weather forecast information, and 48.5% of farmers had no access to extension services. On part of our Likert scale, we have 65.3% of farmers who had positive perceptions on the application of climate change adaptation strategies, and 38.5% of farmers who had negative perceptions on the application of climate change adaptation strategies. So, table 3, it summarized some of the adaptation strategies adopted by small-scale maize farmers in the study area, whereby crop diversification is the common strategies which is used in the study area, with 32.4%, and planting flexibility. Only 19.4 farmers are adopting planting flexibility. 12.6 farmers, they utilize efficiently water management, and 14.6% utilize the improved irrigation practices, and 10.7% they use the climate resilient crop varieties, and 3.2% of those farmers, they use adjust farming practices. Then 7.1% they use other adaptation strategies such as mulching and composting. So table 4, it indicates the binary regression results on factors influencing the small-scale maize farmers' perceptions on the application of climate change adaptation strategies. On these results, out of 13 variables, we had only 4 variables which were significant. The first variable, it was marital status, which was significant at 10% with the probability of 0.06. And the second one was employment status. It was significant at 5% with 0.017. And the next one was access to weather forecast information. It was significant at 1% with 0.005. And the last one was farmers cooperative membership. It was significant at 5% with the probability of 0.03. In conclusion and recommendations, the findings highlight the key factors such as access to weather forecast information and farmers cooperative membership. These important factors create the need to improve access to weather forecast information and farmers cooperative membership. The study strongly recommends that government and relevant stakeholders focus on these key factors, ensuring comprehensive support systems that enhance small-scale farmers' capacity to address climate change challenges. By strengthening these areas, resilience and sustainability with agriculture sector can be significantly improved. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mkansi, for your presentation. We have 6 minutes for questions, comments, and suggestions. Okay, so 2 hands. Okay, 3. Yeah, you can start here.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Mkansi. Interesting presentation on an area for which I have keen interest. I just wanted to find out in terms of the actual changes to the climate that are occurring to the study area, because adaptation to climate will depend from region to region on the type of changes that are prevailing. So you'll find that, for example, in KwaZulu-Natal and Durban, their problem is probably quite different from your study area. In Durban, they are worried more about increasing extreme rainfall and floods. So they want to adapt to that. So what are the key issues? And I'm not asking from what you obtained from the social survey, but rather from the empirical observations, what is really happening to the climate of the area? Are there changes, or how significant are they? And in what way is the climate changing in Guyana? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. So what is happening at Ward 27 of Greater Guyana Local Municipality? We are having a challenge of drought and also heat waves. Those are the major component of the climatic change that is occurring. Because even now, our cattle, they are dying. I just received pictures someone was showing me due to drought. So what is happening that side is heat waves and drought. So that's what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mukanti. Next question.
All right, Mr. Mukansi, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir.
On your slide, unless I'm not seeing so well, you presented your model wherein you had PI. So on your PI, on your equation, there was the other one with a subscript, and then when you interpret it, it is no longer having a subscript. So for someone who doesn't know, they may view it as two different things, or maybe I'm just assuming. Maybe you can tell us, or do they mean the same thing, or what?
Oh, okay. I don't know whether I got the question very well, but I think it was more like an advice, not so, or it was a question.
Oh, the question is that PI on the model, P sub I, and the one that you interpreted, is it the same thing or it means a different thing?
No, it's not the same thing. Oh, I see.
Exactly that one,
I
yes,
see.
yes,
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Yes, it's the same thing. I made a mistake. I need to change it. Thank you so much. Next time I'll do better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Thank you so much. I just have a few recommendations to make on your study, just to save time. Number one, I suggest you interpret your slopes, the parameters, or rather the estimates of your model. When you were discussing your results, you only focused more on them being significant, but you did not interpret to us what they imply, how those factors influence perception. Number two, my suggestion is that you go revise research approaches again, qualitative, quantitative, and mixed methods approach, so that you can further extrapolate on why you chose purposive sampling, because you must be careful when it comes to research. We don't just wake up and say, I'm going to use a simple random technique. You must check the method, the approach your study is taking. Another one, I saw that your study was focused on small-scale farmers, but if you can check your results, the maximum size that you have is 21 hectares, unless in your study, your definition for small-scale farming varies from what I know. And in that case, maybe I would humbly request that you define to me what you infer, or what you refer to by small-scale farmer, because the last time I checked, we say they are small in terms of the size of operation. In your study, the maximum hectares were 21. How small is a small-scale farmer? And lastly, a lot of studies have been centered around perception. What is new? What is a new information that your study is bringing in the body of knowledge? Because we have been seeing a lot of studies centered around perception, but I still can't see the value that your study is bringing, unless you can briefly take us through. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Okay, on part of the maximum of 21 hectare, when I asked those small-scale farmers, they say that what they are able to cultivate maybe is 2 hectare or 1 hectare, but the whole farm, they indicated that there is it's sort of like a cooperative farmer. the size, it was 21 hectares, but they're not cultivating the all of it. So that's what I can say. And thank you so much for the recommendations. I'll work on them.
Thank you so much, and clap hands for Mr. Mkanti. Our next speaker and final speaker for this session is Sikedi Mabata. They are going to present on the determinants of agricultural trade openness and exports and their link to economic growth, a case study of SADC countries from 2000 to 2021. Please clap hands for her.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Is everyone okay? As introduced, I am Mabata Sikedi, and I'll be presenting a study titled Determinants of Agricultural Trade Openness, Agricultural Exports, and their link to economic growth, a case of the Southern African Development Community countries from the year 2000 until 2021, under the supervision of Dr. Bulagi and Prof. Shongwan. This is the outline of my study, and going straight into the introduction. Agricultural trade openness is basically the total exports and imports of agricultural products for a particular country. So studies have also shown that intertrading amongst the Southern African Development Community countries, it can alleviate poverty and create employment within the participating countries. This can be done through the expansion of trade opportunities that will ultimately increase the generated incomes and alleviate poverty. What do I mean by this? For instance, if we have our near country, Eswatini for instance, they dominate in producing sugarcane. So if Eswatini and South Africa if Eswatini can sell their sugarcane to South Africa, they can both benefit. How so? Eswatini will have a steady income of the sugarcane, and then also it will alleviate the employment levels in the sugarcane industry. Whilst at the same, on the same talk, South Africa will also benefit because on the value chain where they'll be processing the sugarcane into sugar and your other byproducts that you can get from the sugarcane, meaning that also the employment in South Africa will alleviate. So moving on, the trade challenges in SADC were two for this study. Number one, it's infrastructure and connectivity issues. Inadequate infrastructure, including poor transportation networks, ports, and energy supply. Further limits trade. Kifula, also known as the ADF, was also used to check if the data we have is reliable. So at level 3 out of the 7 variables, they were stationary, and then also at first difference, all variable became significant at level 5, meaning that it gives us a go-ahead to interpret the results as it confirms that the results are correct or acceptable. And these are the results of the objective one. The interesting part, the results, we have only 2 variables that are significant in this study, meaning that the other 3 were not, but I'll explain when I'm coupling it with the objective number 2 because they are similar. So the agricultural GDP in this case, it was significant and it was positive, meaning that a unit increase in the agricultural GDP encourages trade openness and economic growth, and the year was negative and insignificant, meaning that as the year goes by, the trade openness, it's decreasing. And also the scholars have suggested that maybe this might be because of the political instabilities in the SADC region. And then these were the insignificant results. And then I'm sure the questions that maybe you are all having now is, why did you continue with the study if the 3 of the out of 5 variables are insignificant? So what we found was very interesting, okay, for me, if I may put it in that way. It was very interesting in a way whereby when we, after finding the results, we checked the variables that were insignificant, the agricultural land, the population, and as well as the inflation. In 2 countries, we checked how is agricultural land affecting trade openness between South Africa and Zimbabwe. We checked like also with some other studies and also with some other countries. And what we found is that sometimes in South Africa it's positive, and then you find that the relationship between Zimbabwe and Zambia, it's negative. Hence, when we compiled the data for all the countries, it gives us insignificant results, meaning that we should maybe try to consider checking 2 on 2 countries before we can take everything as a whole. And then these are the results for the objective 2. It's the same thing. And for moving to objective 3, we were just checking like how does trade openness affect the economic growth, and then we used the general linear model, and then we just interpreted this using the R squared, which was 29%, meaning that only 29% of the changes in economic growth is accounted for by the trade openness. And then in conclusion, I think I've already sort of concluded. This research, it contributes to understanding of determinants of agricultural trade openness, exports, and their relationship to economic growth in the southern countries. While some variables were found to be significant, some were not, highlighting the complexity of these relationships, meaning that in order for us to get most reliable results about trade and then within countries, we should try looking maybe also not at whole agricultural or commodities, but let's say we might consider to look at tomato, potato, and then red meat, things such as that, so that we can get the clearer results. But at least I did the SADC one, meaning that you don't have 2. And this research can delve deeper into specific policies and strategies that can enhance trade openness and economic growth in the SADC region by using the 2 countries and the specific commodities. These are some of the references which were used when conducting this study, and I would like to thank the University of Limpopo, the AgriSeta, for their contribution in supporting this study. With that all said, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mabata, for your presentation. We have 3 minutes for questions, comments, and suggestions. Noted. I'll start here.
Okay, thank you, Program Director, and thanks for the presentation. Maybe it's comments, in maybe areas that I may just need you to look at as well. I noted you've got you said you picked up 352 observations between 2000 and 2021 from the 16 SADC countries. Maybe you're having an understanding of how you split all those different observations, taking into consideration in 2000 you only had 13 SADC countries, so there were not 16 back then. So there have been changes along the way in terms of the SADC countries. Then we've also had a lot of hyperinflation within the SADC region in some countries over the past few years that I may, maybe if you can comment on that. And the issue on preferences and foreign currency, earning of foreign currency, I would maybe want you to try and explain in terms of, isn't the preference in terms of trading further up based on the issue around earning foreign currency and so forth. So maybe if you can also attend to that, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. To answer some of the recommendations are noted, and we'll look into them as we are harvesting manuscripts from the study. And for the missing data where SADC was not yet developed, we opted, maybe I did not mention it, but we just took their trading things, even though they were not in SADC yet. We just took the data from the countries, and also where we did not find the data, where you find that maybe for a certain year, for a certain variable data was missing, we used the fixed effect model, the model. It helps us with dealing with the indenologity, whereby if things like this, it accounts for, it tries to fill up that space. So hence we also used that model so that we can look into that. But thank you very much for the comments.
Okay, thank you. We have time for one more question.
Good day. Mine is a clarification. May you please clarify me? Then I'll follow up. In your study, you said from 2000 to 2021. Is it so?
Yes, yes.
Then you said it covers 22 years.
Yes.
So from 2000 to 2021, is it 22 years?
Yes, we are counting from 2003. 2000, it's year 1. 2001, it's year 2. So when you do the calculations, 2021 will be the year 22.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions you can ask later? Okay, thank you, Ms. Mata, for your presentation.
Thank you for
Please
having
clap
me.
hands for her. Okay, now I'm handing the ropes to Dr. Khupa, Dr. Mbanjwa, and Dr. Sateche. Clap hands for my colleagues, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Okay, standing before you is Vusi Mbanjwa, and like our previous chair introduced us, I am not alone, but I'm with Tabiso Sateche. So we will be sharing this session, and I just want to draw your attention to the fact that we need to fit about between 16 and 18 presenters from now onwards, which is quite a lot. So when it comes to time, we will be very strict, and we will still maintain the 12 minutes presentation. But if the presenter took, for instance, 7 minutes, we will still be strict on the 3 minutes in terms of the question time. We're not gonna be adding those extra minutes to the question. Then I will also request that all the presenters use the next 5 minutes to upload their slides. And we can, in the meantime, be giving your neighbor a high five. I won't say it's a break, just give your neighbor a high five for the next 5 minutes while they are loading. Thank you. All the presenters, please. I'm expecting a minimum of 16 at least on the podium. I'm only seeing 2, 4. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can now start with our last session. The first presenter on this session is Mosima Molepo. This is a master's study on phytochemical content and antioxidant potential of leaf extract for goats in the Limpopo province, South Africa. Do we have Mosima Molepo? Can we give her some energy?
Greetings to the mass at large. I am Molepo Musima and I'm going to be presenting my study titled Phytochemical Content and Antioxidant Potential of Leaf Extract Becchemia discala, which is known as Munitree, for goats in the Limpopo province, South Africa, under the supervision of Prof. Gunya and Prof. Manyelo. This is the outline of my study, of my presentation, of how it's going to go about. Then, moving on to the introduction, the phytonutrients are plant-produced compounds with beneficial health effects. In goat diets, antioxidant protects cells from oxidative damage, enhancing immune function and reproductive performance. Usually they're added for enhancing, usually they contribute to overall health of goats and also elongating their longevity. Oxidative stress suppresses animal health, performance, and production, thereby affecting economic feasibility negatively. Therefore, by utilizing phytochemicals and antioxidants in animal diets, they can have a positive impact on economic feasibility. Researchers have done commendable work on determining the phytochemicals and antioxidants found in traditional trees. However, when it comes to Becchemia discala, its antioxidant properties and phytochemicals contents are still unknown. This study could fill the gap as it aims to investigate the antioxidant potential and phytochemical content of the leaf extract of this plant, Becchemia discala. This could prove to be an essential alternative used in goat diet. The aim of the study is to investigate the phytochemical content, antioxidant potential of leaf extract Becchemia discala. Then our objectives are to investigate the phytochemical content of Becchemia discala, leaf extract for goats, and also to investigate its antioxidant profile. Moving on to the methodology, the research was carried out at Thulamela municipality around Vembe district in Limpopo across two communal areas which are Maguya and Lamvi. The samples were analyzed for phytochemicals content and antioxidant properties in the biochemistry lab in the University of Limpopo. From there, after drying the samples, the following solvents were used as presented there, and they were used for analytical standards. SPSS, ANOVA, and LCD were used to analyze this statistical data. Moving on to the results, the phytoconstituent screening of Becchemia discala is presented in table 1 as shown below, and the presence of these phytoconstituents is denoted by the positive sign, whereas its absence is denoted by the negative signs. So the phytochemical and antioxidant analysis conducted on Becchemia discala revealed that most phytoconstituents like the steroids, the cardiac glyceride, to name a few, were present. The constituents found have been linked to pharmacological effects, just like anti-inflammatory properties, anti-spasmodic properties, and also antioxidative properties, which were found to have medicinal effects, significant. The mass extract of the Becchemia discala was extracted. 5 solvents with increasing polarity were used to extract active components of Becchemia discala leaves. The results showed that the extract exhibited high ferric reducing capacity, suggesting that it had high level of compounds. This indicates that the non-polar or moderately polar compounds in Becchemia discala leaves are potent antioxidants, or maybe they possess considerable antioxidant properties. Table 2 shows the quantification of total phenolics, tannins, and total flavonoids content. The readings shown in the table were found that there was a substantial differences in the p-value was less than 5%, sorry. The presence of phytochemicals is likely responsible for the plant's high antioxidant activity. This highest phenolic content aligns with the general understanding that the phenolic compounds and flavonoids are more soluble in polar organic solvents. Figure 2 and Figure 3 shows the phytochemical screening by thin layer chromatography, one under ultraviolet light and the other under DPPH free radical scavenging activity. Last but not least, we have the ferric reducing power assay of Becchemia discala plant material, which shows the quantitative antioxidant activity under the DPPH free radical scavenging assay as shown in Figure 4. The activity of the extract was compared to that of L-ascorbic acid, which was used as a standard. The absorbance values were obtained at varying concentration as reflecting the ferric reducing capacity of the plant extract. This indicates that the non-polar or slightly polar compounds in the B. discala leaves are potent antioxidant and they extract highly active compounds. Looking at all this result, we can all see that we have a recurring pattern which shows that the solvent, the bioactive compound yield is determined by the choice of extract that was used. To conclude, we can say that the significant levels of phenolic and phenolic compounds, along with the antioxidants of Becchemia discala, are likely contributors to its pharmacological effects, particularly its ability to scavenge free radicals. The test for antioxidant activity, DPPH, FRAP, and confirmed that the plant extracts strong free radical scavenging potential. Several recommendations can be made to improve the performance of goats. This includes the inclusion of Becchemia discala leaves in the diets of goats, consuming low-quality roughages as it may improve the health, productivity, and the overall well-being. Thus, it is important to attain the concentration level of bioactive compounds found in the plant and develop feeding strategies that optimize these benefits and provide economic advantages at a lower cost. These are some of the references that were used to compile this presentation. I'd like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo for giving me this opportunity, and also my department, which is the Department of Agricultural Economics and Animal Production. Thank you.
Thank you, Mosima. Questions from the floor? I can see one. Thank you.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I heard you talking about the goat, right? So with respect to Becchemia color, so did you feed the goat the Becchemia cover, the Becchemia color?
It's Becchemia discala.
No.
Okay, this is a broad study that was divided into my colleagues and I. So I was looking at the nutritional composition of it, whereas they were feeding the goats. So in order to know what to feed, you have to know the constituents first. So yeah, that's why I undertook this study.
So do you okay, like as much as you haven't, let's say your colleagues are doing the other studies, would you advise them to feed it or not with the result that you just got?
Yes, I would, because they are they have high bioactive compounds, which will improve the overall health and performance of the goats. So I say I would recommend for them to feed it. And to other farmers as well, not only my colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you. We still have a minute or so for more questions, comments. Is your hand up? Oh, okay. Mosim, it looks like you are officially excused, and let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. The next presenter is Mositli Mabot. Okay, will be telling us about examining factors affecting South Africa's wine export to selected East African countries. And presenters, please try and look at our timekeeper here every time you present, because he will keep on signaling about how many minutes you have remaining. I know it's very easy to get carried away by your presentation, but when it's 5 minutes remaining, we will let you know, as well as when it's 2. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mabotem Sitli. I'll be presenting a study with the topics examining factors affecting South African wine export to the selected East African countries. The study is supervised by Dr. Lefupane and Prof. Bellet. The outline of the presentation, we have introduction and background, methodology, result, conclusion, and recommendation. South Africa is one of the few countries in the world that have very suitable climatic conditions and a soil to produce wine. South Africa is one of the largest wine producers in the world and is on position number 8. As wine is the value-added good is the value-added product, and then it adds value to the economy of South African wine industry. And the wine industry, it has a very much potential growth since it contribute more GDP to the economy of the nation, which is South Africa. It contributes more to the economy of the country, which it leads to economic growth through job creation, through an increase in tourism in the country. So, as I've mentioned, that South Africa is one of the largest wine producers in the world and is doing very well in the international market. We are talking about the European side, and then we are talking about in the African market as well. So, and then wine as is a product in this study, it is because of is among all other agricultural commodities that is among other agricultural commodities that produce or that has high exportation and it has high production capacity, and then it adds value to the economy since it contributes more to the economy, to the GDP of the country. So the aim of this study is to examine factors affecting South Africa's wine export to the selected countries, which are Kenya, Mauritius, and Tanzania. The objective is to examine the trends of South African wine export to these selected African countries. Second objective is to analyze factors affecting wine export to these selected African countries. So the hypothesis of this study is stated as follows. South African wine export to the selected African countries are not significantly influenced by the identified factors. Under research methodology, the study area and approach and data set is South Africa, and the study used the quantitative approach, and the data is secondary, which was sourced from Trade Map, World Bank, and World Trade Organization, and South African wine industry. The analytical tools or analytical technique to address the first objective, we are going to use, or we have used trend analysis, and then we have descriptive statistic, correlation analysis matrix, and Horstman test, and Poisson maximum likelihood, and diagnostics test, since this is a secondary data. We have dependent variable, which is wine export, and independent variable, which are importers GDP, importers population, importers foreign direct investment, importers trade openness and ad valorem, and production capacity, inflation rate, exchange rate, and wine price, and trade block. Hence, I've said from the first objective is to examine the trend. Here we have a map of South African wine export trend in Africa. So another thing to add is that South Africa is the first, or is the first country that export more wine in the other African countries. So right now we have divided our Africa, or our African continent, into 4 parts, since we have a lot of countries. So we have South and West and Middle East. So from this diagram, you can see that the East African countries have been exporting more than 4 billion rand of wine. And then we can also, here we have the top East African countries that export wine. So this also back up why we have chosen Tanzania and Kenya and Mauritius, because from the blue light we can see that Kenya, since the year of the study, Kenya has been exporting more wine. It has not decreased, and followed by Tanzania and Mauritius. To get the result for the second objective, we have descriptive statistics, in which we have foreign direct investment, which shows that which says that 2% of the foreign direct investment, which indicates that South Africa is likely to export more wine in these countries. So in this study, we have aggregated our countries, since there are many, and our duration is too long. And then for correlation analysis, from the objective, we have the one with negative correlation, which shows that from the first one we have trade openness. So if in those selected countries their trade openness is low, it means South Africa won't affect. So if they have high trade openness, so South Africa is going to be able to export more wine to these selected countries. And also the price of this wine, it is negative, showing that if us as South African, as we are the producers, and then our wine are at high price, it means those other selected countries, they might not import more. And then to verify that our variables are correct, we have used redundant fixed effect and Horstman test to validate why the fixed effect model is appropriate for this study, and then to To check the robustness of the study, we have used the Pearson maximum likelihood to check the robustness of this regression. So from this, we can see that our production capacity is significant, which means that as the production capacity increase, we are going to export more wine to these countries. And also we can see that importers GDP is also significant, meaning that since their GDP is significant, these countries are going to import more wine from us since their GDP is doing well. And then this one is to validate that the result there. And then we also employ diagnostics test method. This one is to check the serial correlation result between all the variables. So from this one, the null hypothesis states that there is no serial correlation, and then because of the F statistics is not significant, and then we reject the hypothesis. And then also heteroscedasticity, and then we also reject since the F statistics is not significant. So from our data, we can see that our variables were normally distributed. This one, we look at the kurtosis since it's close to 3. So in conclusion, the study concludes that while some factors negatively impact export, the majority positively influence them. The hypothesis of the study stating that there is no factors affecting the study was rejected. In recommendation, we recommend that we enhance wine production and export due to their overall positive impact on GDP. We need to stabilize our currency and managing inflation to maintain competitive price. We have to strengthen the economic relationship with the Eastern African countries. And so these are the references that were used to support the study. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mositli. Ladies and gentlemen, I think each and every one of us must have a question on this one. She is talking about wine leaving our country. Think about it. Something that is very close to our hearts. I can see the hand from Dr. Stolle. I think I saw another one. Yes. And then, yes, there are 4 currently. So, Dr. Stolle.
Thank you for the presentation. Maybe I would like to know the assumptions or limitations of your study, and if the reason why is I want to check if you considered the illegal import-export of wine from the country, especially to the neighboring countries. Some of it is never recorded. And you may have found maybe the data that you have is just for the formal movement of the wine and not the informal movement of that wine across the region. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the question, Doctor. In this study, we have only used the formal data source. We did not use the illegal data, so we did not consider that in this study. So, and then our limitation in this study is that we did not include other factors that or other variables that may have influence in this study. And then another limitation is that we just decided to use a duration of a decade. We did not use a duration of when South Africa started, like in the apartheid, because wine export have been there during the apartheid. So we did not use that. We have decided to use the recent data of what is happening.
All right. Great presentation, by the way, Musiki. Okay, I wanted to ask, which wine do we export the most? Is it a red wine or white one, and why?
Okay, thank you very much. In this case, most of the wines, white grapes and red wines, they have the same level, like they are equal. So, yes. And then we have used 750 milliliter of wine to measure the price.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. I just wanted to understand, there's a part where you mentioned on your, I think, results, when you said the wine price was negative and it meant that other countries might not want to buy the wine from us. So I want to understand that, how would you be able to come up with a solution to that? So that, because I feel like if they don't buy, then it will be a disadvantage for us since we are the exporters. Yeah. So what is your solution to that?
Okay, thank you very much. One of the recommendations is that we as South Africans, since we are the largest wine producers and in the whole world, we have to take comparative advantage of this wine. So, and one of the recommendations I've stated that is to stabilize the inflation. It means we as South Africans, we have to maintain our inflation very low so that those other countries can be able to import these wines.
Thank you so much. Mine is a comment, and it's short because we are already running out of time. I suggest that when you interpret your diagnostics, particularly your normality test, don't mainly focus on ketosis or kurtosis. I saw it there. You were supposed to mainly focus on the differences between your mean and your median there. They are projecting them. I believe you can see them. You can alternatively make use of skewness. The value of skewness is very close to 0 there, which indicates that indeed your data set is normally distributed. Alternatively, your graph is bell-shaped. It shows that indeed it's normally distributed because not everyone understands how ketosis operates unless you were gonna clarify that to us. And lastly, I wanted you to give us more information on, you are supposed to justify why the southern countries had a peak somewhere towards 2020. What could be the potential factor that has led to that? Do you see it on your graph there? So you were supposed to explain to us what could be the potential cause in 2020. I'm interested on that. And again, you spoke about Kenya. Kenya in 2022, its graph was extremely high. I would have loved to hear from you what could be the potential cause of that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. That one is noted. Since this is a trend analysis, and then we can see that for southern countries, the trend was very high in 2020. So you know that South Africa is the largest, and then South Africa, and then in 2020, mostly, we were hit by COVID-19. So, and then South Africa, and then since it has suitable infrastructure, and then it means it has during COVID-19, it was able to supply more to these southern countries, and then their infrastructure were able to keep this good the infrastructure were able to maintain the quality of this wine, and we're able to export more to these southern countries.
Ms. Mabote, thank you very much. I think you will engage him further after this. The next presenter is Motati, a master's study examining the livelihood status of informal food traders post-COVID-19 pandemic in Polokwane local municipality, South Africa.
Greetings, everyone. I am Raseta Mujaji, a Master of Science candidate in Agricultural Economics, and I'll be presenting a paper titled Examining the Livelihood Status of Informal Food Traders Post-COVID-19 Pandemic in Polokwane Local Municipality, South Africa. So the study is supervised by Dr. M.H. Lufopani and co-supervised by Professor A. Belede. And additionally, it was funded by the National Research Foundation. So, informal food trading sector plays a crucial role in addressing the challenge of inadequate livelihoods, especially in developing countries such as South Africa. Additionally, it contributes significantly to cross-domestic product, poverty reduction, to the provision of affordable goods and services, and to the creation of a market for small-scale farmers. Despite its importance, the informal trading sector has been neglected when enforcing COVID-19 regulations and restrictions. That is to say, they were not allowed to operate during the initial lockdown period. However, in June 2020, the economy was reopened and the regulations were relaxed to allow the informal food traders who are selling fruits, vegetables, snacks, amongst others, to operate. However, despite the reopening of the economy, informal traders continue to face risk of poverty and difficulties in retrieving their livelihoods in the post-COVID-19 era. Moreover, the enforced restrictions also limited informal traders from accessing livelihood capitals, namely the social, human, financial, natural, and physical resources that they rely on to support their livelihoods. As a result, their livelihood status was affected. So there are several studies that have been conducted on individuals' livelihood status. However, most studies have focused on small-scale farmers, while few of the studies focus on informal traders. Of the studies that have focused on informal traders, they've been conducted in Indonesia, Bangladesh, as well as in Zimbabwe. As such, these studies cannot provide evidence of how informal food traders in South Africa are utilizing existing assets to enhance their livelihood. Hence, the current study intends to address the literature gap by investigating how the informal traders in South Africa utilizes the human, social, physical, natural, and financial resources at their disposal to support their livelihoods. So this study was conducted in Polokwane Local Municipality of the Capricorn District in Limpopo Province, South Africa. And it only focused on areas which are highly concentrated with the informal food traders. It can include the Mangweni Unit A, Paledi, Polokwane Tax Rank, amongst others. And because the exact population size of the informal food traders is unknown, the purposive sampling was used to select 120 informal traders who are involved in street vending of fruits, vegetables, prepared food, as well as snacks. Moreover, the primary data was utilized through structured questionnaire. With regards to the empirical analysis, the Livelihood Assessment Index tool, which is abbreviated as the LAI, was adopted to investigate the livelihood status of the informal food traders by following the work of Tigara et al. 2022, which is originally adopted from the Sustainable Livelihood Framework of the Department of International Development. So this LAI tool, it consists of 5 livelihood capitals, namely the human, financial, physical, natural, and social capitals that the informal traders can utilize to support their livelihoods. In other words, the LAI tool, it measures the ability of the informal food traders to access and utilize the 5 livelihood capitals to support their livelihoods. Therefore, the livelihood status of the informal food traders is specified as the function of the livelihood status, of the 5 livelihood capitals. So the tables displayed, it shows the 5 livelihood capitals as well as their indicators. So these indicators are measured using different units and scale. For example, in terms of health, is measured as the percentage of respondents without chronic diseases, whereas in terms of experience, is measured in terms of the number of years of informal trading. So because each of the indicator is measured in terms of different unit and scale, standardization was performed using equation 2 for equal weighting. After performing standardization, the average value of each capital was calculated using equation 3. Then after, the overall LAI was calculated using equation 4, which can be written as equation 5. So this LAI, it ranges from 0 to 1, with those values between 0 and 1 and 0.49, it will indicate a low livelihood status, while the values of 0.5, it will indicate a moderate livelihood status, and the LAI of above 0.5, it will indicate a high livelihood status. So before the LAI tool was utilized, each of the capital responses were recorded using the descriptive statistics. So the results indicate that the informal traders, they performed well in terms of health and education, as well as experience, which is indicated by their high values. However, the study, it indicates that the informal traders, they did not perform well in terms of trading and experience. For instance, only 5% of the informal traders had access to trading. So in terms of the financial capital responses, the study indicates that the informal traders, they performed well in terms of accessing the informal loans and social grants. However, they did not, they had limited access to savings, formal loans, and insurance, and also generated low income, with an average of 2,535 rands and 83 cents. With regards to the physical capital responses, the results indicate that the informal traders had access to the public transport, trading stores, as well as the concrete houses and electricity, but they had limited access to storage facilities, trading licenses, trading contract, as well as using their cell phone for advertisement purposes. So in terms of the natural capital responses, the study found that most of the respondents had access to safe drinking water. However, they had limited access to land and livestock for commercial farming activities. With regards to social responses, the study found that most informal traders, they belong to certain organizations such as Informal Traders Organization, and most of the respondents indicated that they share information such as where to buy affordable goods and services. However, of these respondents, they indicated that they do not have trust in the organization that they belong to. So in terms of the overall livelihood assessment index 2, the study found that of all the 5 livelihood capitals, the financial capital is ranked low, while the physical capital is ranked highest. The reason behind the low ranking of the financial capital, it can be attributed to the fact that the informal traders had limited access to savings, loans, as well as insurance. However, with regards to physical capital, they indicated that they have more access to the public transport, as well as trading stores and concrete houses. So the overall LAI value, it is found to be 0.44, which indicate that the informal food traders in Polokwane local municipality had low livelihood status in the post-COVID-19 era. So in conclusion, the study found that the informal traders had limited access to the 5 livelihood capitals, so it is recommended that the government institutions such as the Department of Small Business and Development, the non-government organization, and the local authorities should focus on building human capital by implementing training programs to enhance the business skills and operations. Moreover, the study recommends that the community-based savings schemes and affordable insurance products should be introduced for informal traders to weather for financial crisis. The study further recommends that the informal food traders should be encouraged to utilize available natural resources such as land for commercial farming activities so that they can be able to diversify their income sources. Furthermore, the study recommends that the local government should improve market condition by ensuring that the informal traders had access to basic structure such as the storage facilities. So these are some of the references used to compile the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Motati. Questions from the floor, comments? Yes, I can see one hand.
Thank you. It's very interesting. I just want to know, in your study, do you know where they source their fruit from? Is it from the farm itself, or are they buying from the local fresh market? And what is the quality that they then get to resell?
Can you repeat the second question? I had the first one.
Yeah, so I just want to know where they get the fruit and what is the quality that they then have to sell, the quality of fruit.
That you didn't have to sell.
Yes, when the informal food traders, so when they source their products, where do they get it? And what is the quality that they then put out there for their consumers?
Okay. The study did investigate where the informal traders source their products. So it found that some of the traders, they source their fruits and vegetables from the other informal traders. Some they go to the formal markets. However, some they source their fruits and vegetables straight from the farm gate. Yes, so with regard to the quality, I did not investigate the quality of the products, yes.
Thank you for the question. We still have a minute or so.
Okay, Mujaji. Thank you. I just want to add what again? On your equations, I would suggest that you align your equations separate. And again, did the livelihood of some informal traders improve as you were investigating?
In this case, we cannot be able to tell if their livelihood status were improved because we only focused on the era. So in case if we compared before COVID-19, during COVID-19, we'll be able to tell if their livelihood status has improved or not.
Thank you, Matati. I don't see any other hand, and you have exhausted your time. So officially, you are excused. Let's give her a round of applause. The next presenter is Maremo Mpatlele. Perceptions and willingness of youth to participate in the farming of hemp for biofuel in Polokwane Municipality, Limpopo Province, South Africa. You are not giving him any energy. That is much better. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I am Maremo Mpatlele, and I'm here to present to you the paper that we wrote, which was titled The Perception and Willingness of Youth to Participate in the Farming of Hemp, of which the scientific name is Cannabis sativa L, for a main purpose of processing it for biofuel. And with a more focus on Polokwane Municipality, I wrote it with Prof. Signolo and Dr. L.S. Gidi. And this is how the presentation outline is going to be. Firstly, in terms of looking at the agricultural sector as a whole, it is quite a very important sector because it contributes to the GDP, the food security, and more importantly, the employment in South Africa. And looking at the real life statistics that we have been seeing, that agriculture contributes to South Africa, is that in the Q1 of this year, we have realized that agriculture is the only sector, out of all the sectors, including the energy and the mining, in Q1, that was able to get or to grow in terms of its contribution to the GDP, while all the other sectors were reducing. This is just a clear example of the importance of agriculture. Then just its characterization of how the sector is constituted. We are having close to 70% of more of smallholder farmers being adults, while we are having more youth being affected by unemployment in South Africa. And the sector chows more of the energy that is being produced by most of by the energy sector, of which it takes up to 30% of the energy for food production. And having that being said, South Africa is still experiencing, or it was experiencing, the energy crisis of load shedding, but we are not sure if it has ended or it's currently on a pause. And this is due to South Africa's reliance on coal as an energy source. And due to this reason, the energy sector must be rebuilt, or the energy supply. And agriculture itself can try to solve the problem by itself. And we have actually identified hemp as a crop that grows quickly and is capable of being processed into making a biofuel. And also, given that reason, in Limpopo province, after the minister have legalized hemp in 2021, we still have, up to today, only 41 farmers who have the permit for planting hemp in Limpopo. And just a look at the literature. Literature focused more on the science part of what hemp is capable of doing. It's capable of doing the concrete, it's capable of doing the medicine, and also zooming into biofuel. But after the science have done that, where is the participation? Where is the adoption of whatever that science is doing or is finding out? Therefore, it is therefore important for us to also investigate the willingness of youth to participate in the farming of hemp for biofuel in Polokwane municipality, since they were identified as the driving force of change in most of the developing and underdeveloped countries. And someone might ask themselves as to where are they going to take this hemp after farming it. The CSIR, for example, have entered it into a memorandum of understanding with Labat in trying to develop the processing facilities for biofuel. Therefore, the youth can then, when that is continuing, the youth can then be able to fit into that. The government have also did their interventions, of which the Limpopo Department of Agriculture has a cannabis strategy that is currently in power, and there is also the cannabis master plan by the DALRAD and the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And the aim of the study, as indicated before, we are going to look at the perception and the willingness of youth to participate in the farming of hemp for biofuel in the study area. We're not going to look at the socioeconomic factors, since most of them are documented in Stats SA. They are in par of what is Stats SA is saying. So we'll look at the last two objectives, of which is to determine the perception of youth to participate in farming hemp for biofuel, and also analyze the factors which are affecting their willingness to participate in farming hemp. And then we'll be looking at, in terms of the data, we collected the quantitative data and qualitative data by using a semi-structured questionnaire. And in this questionnaire, we had age and location as one of the filters that we used to filter out some of the participants, of which the participants were between the age of 14 and 35 years. And 14 and 35 years, and then they were supposed to be in Polokwane municipality. And then that is the formula that we used to calculate the sample, of which was 399 from the 139,026 in youth population in Polokwane municipality. And we used convenience sampling, since it was a low-cost method of collecting data by then, since the study was not yet funded, and it only got funded after the data was collected and it was in the process of being finished. And only 303 responses were used due to the exclusion criteria. In terms of analyzing the perception, we used a perception mean score indicator, of which after putting all the Likert scale questions that we asked the youth, we were able to aggregate them into creating a mean score, of which from 1 to 2.5 had negative perception, and then 2.51 to 4 had positive perception. And in order to capture or to estimate the factors which are affecting the willingness of youth to participate in farming, hemp, we then used the binary logistic regression model below. In terms of the results, 74% of the youth was found to be having a positive perception towards farming hemp for biofuel, of which this may be because of the descriptive statistics that we found that the youth in Polokwane municipality is currently more educated, and they are getting more educated as time goes by. And then in terms of the inferential statistics, on the before we test, we went to the second objective. We then did the omnibus test for model coefficients, the Hosmer and Lemshaw, and classification by response probabilities. So by looking at those, this model fit test, we're able to tell that the model is fit to estimate how the factors affect the willingness of youth to participate in farming. And just to zoom into Hosmer and Lemshaw, we are able to see that it is insignificant, of which according to the null hypothesis, that is a favorable condition. And coming to the factors affecting willingness of youth to participate in farming of hemp for biofuel, we found that gender, agri information, entrepreneurship, education, that whether they've went through entrepreneurship education before, religious affiliation and access to credit and employment were significant in affecting the willingness of youth to participate, of which gender was found to be negatively significant. According to how we have coded gender, we had female being 0 and male being 1. So when you see the negative, it means that female participants are more willing to participate in farming hemp, would be more willing to participate in farming hemp. And then in terms of employment, those ones who were not employed would be more willing to participate in farming hemp, and those ones who were more religious affiliated would be willing to participate in farming hemp. And this is quite an interesting result, since hemp is mostly associated with the marijuana, and it has got some different kind of perceptions around it. And in terms of the Negalgerek R-squared, we found that only 44% of the variables could explain the independent variable could explain the independent variables. And just to get more of what the youth is thinking and not actually put them into what the factors that we wanted to test, we went to open-ended and we asked them a question of what potential opportunities do they think could emerge from farming hemp. And most of them looked at the employment opportunities, jobs, more income, getting more knowledge, and more improvement on health. And then also, in terms of the challenges that they think would come by, is lack of farmland, production knowledge, theft, diseases and different pests, and then infrastructure on the bottom right. In terms of conclusion, 73% of the youth held positive perception towards farming hemp for biofuel, while we had those factors being significant in determining the willingness of youth to participate in farming hemp. And in terms of the recommendations, we recommend the establishment of a commodity association, which we could actually apply for what we call a statutory measure with the National Agricultural Marketing Council to ensure that the records and returns of hemp are gathered for future research purposes, since there is currently a lack of data. And we recommend access to credit through what we call the blended finance schemes, since hemp is highly capital intensive. And then we also recommend capacity development on entrepreneurship education. And then limitations are that we did clustered sampling, and it could lead to some sort of less robust results, since, as you have seen, we had a low R-square. We recommend maybe a more a different, maybe a random sampling. And then also we have looked at the willingness of youth to participate, but we don't know what will be the cost and the benefit of that. Then that is a future recommendation or future studies. And I would like to acknowledge Prof. Signolo and Dr. L.S. Gidi and the University of Limpopo and NRF for funding the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Questions from the floor, suggestions? Can see a hand on my right. Another one at the far back, in that order. We'll start with you.
Okay, thank you. Let me just be brief because I'm also about to present. Maybe I will be afforded more than 30 minutes for the presentation. I saw on your results, your Nagel Kerke R-squared is 43.9%, which means that on your results, only your independent variable can only account for 43.9% of the perception you are trying to assess. How then do you assure the reliability and validity of your results? Or maybe is there any other tool you have used to ensure the reliability of your results? Again, on your recommendations, I can't see the linkage between the willingness and the perception. You are indicating that, for instance, you recommend that the government, you said they must do something because people perceive things that way, but in line with that particular recommendation, I see it as if you are trying to encourage willingness. How do you reconcile your results that are centered on perception and willingness? Because them having a positive perception towards your variable of interest does not imply that they are willing to engage or to incorporate it in their production. How do you reconcile the two? Because those recommendations are in line with the willingness. Thank you so much.
Okay, on the first one, on the 0.43, the independent variables only explain the 0.43% of the variation in the independent variable. You saw previous, can you be able to fly that? Yeah, as you can see here, let me take you to this test. We did the test in the beginning to see if maybe what is wrong with our data, right? To see what is wrong with our data. The Hosmer and Lim show null hypothesis indicates that when it is insignificant, it is then that your results or your model fits the data. So also coming to classification by responses, can I have the when you look at this, this is 83%, as you can see it. This is how correctly the model predicted this is how correctly the model predicted the answers. So this is telling us that the model is correct in predicting the answers. So besides that 43%, I also said that we used clustered sampling. So maybe going to different kind of sampling, which would not really create more bias.
Thank you, Madam. I think you exhausted all your time as well, so we won't be taking another question. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. The next presenter is Chifulau Nevutalo, a doctoral study analyzing the effect of COVID-19 induced restrictions on rural household food security, a case study of Makado local municipality, Limpopo province. Let's give her some energy. I know that she is an energetic girl.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have eaten a very delicious fish. So when you are quiet, you are making me nervous. My name is Tiburawi Nebutaru. I am supervised by Dr. Gidi and Dr. Mayeki. So in this study, I will be taking you through my study of analyzing the effects of COVID-19 induced restrictions on rural households' food security, a case of Makado, local municipality, Limpopo province. The COVID-19 outbreak, it began in Wuhan, China in December 2019, and it was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization in 2020, 1st of March. So the COVID-19 and related restrictions, they have slowed down the global economy, which impacted daily lives worldwide. South Africa faces high levels of poverty, unemployment, and insufficient household food production, making it vulnerable to food security. I must note that COVID-19 is a respiratory disease, and there are no indication that it is spread through food. But the spread of the virus and the actions taken to stop it, they have had far more consequences on food access, food availability, and food stability and security, especially in rural households. Food security is described as all South Africans having physical, social, and economical access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food, always to fulfill their dietary food preferences to live an active and healthy life. So income and asset losses from the pandemic, they threatened food access, especially for households that they lost their breadwinners due to this horrific disease, and for those who were retrenched from work, and for those who were unable to conduct their businesses. So this led to them losing their purchasing power. So the pandemic disrupted food supply chains, making it difficult for farmers to access markets and for consumers to buy food. Households in Limpopo province, they were already facing significant food insecurity before the pandemic. So while the national level data on food security existed, there was limited information on the specific impact of COVID-19 on rural household food security in areas like Makado local municipality. So given the predicted long-term presence of this COVID-19, understanding its effects on food security at the household level was very critical. The study wanted to address this gap by analyzing how COVID-19 restrictions impacted household food security in Makado local municipality, particularly in its rural areas. Rural households face unique challenges due to their dependence on subsistence farming and limited access to food markets. The study was rationalized by the need to inform future intervention and policies aimed at improving food security at the household level. This analysis was also crucial for understanding the long-term socio-economic effects of the pandemic and guiding targeted interventions, targeted efforts to support vulnerable communities in rural South Africa. So the aim of this study was to analyze how this COVID-19 induced the restrictions. They induced the restriction, they involve the lockdown, the isolation, and the restrictions of movement. How have they affected rural household food security in Makado local municipality? So these are the objectives. The first objective was to identify and describe the socio-economic characteristics of these rural areas in Makado local municipality, to examine and characterize food security status on rural households at this study area, and also to investigate the coping strategies used by these households to obtain food amidst the induced restriction, and to assess how this effect of COVID-19 has affected the food security that has already been existing before. And these are some of the objectives. They are in line with, these are the hypotheses, they are in line with the objectives. So I will only read the first one, which says that there is no significant variation in the socio-economic characteristics of rural households at Makhado local municipality. The description of the study area is Makhado local municipality. The study area, I chose it because it is predominantly rural and it has 4 administrative offices, which is Louis Tergat, Vleifontein, Waterval, and Zanani. And it was chosen due to its significant gender disparities in access to resources which are essential for food security, such as arable land and farming knowledge. The sampling procedure, this study used a cross-sectional data collection. It used purposive sampling for the selection of the study area, and proportional random sampling was used to select the household that participated in the study. And based on the Kotaris formula of 2004, a total number of 139 households were interviewed. They were interviewed using primary data was collected using structured questionnaires with the household heads as the unit of analysis. Descriptive statistics for analytical techniques was used to analyze the socio-economic characteristics, also the coping strategies employed by these households during COVID-19. And household food insecurity access scale was also used for the analysis. This was used to examine and characterize food security status. So this tool consists of 9 questions. These questions, they are asked for food availability problems in the previous 30 days. So each question has the range of answer from 0 to 3, and in total it ranges to 0 to 27. And household dietary diversity score is a measure of food group diversity used as a proxy for household food insecurity. So this one generally groups food into groups and asks a household if they had access to protein and all those things. And multiple linear regression was also used. The dependent variable were HFIS and HDDS, and both they were treated as continuous variables. This is the table of variables for some of the variables that were used. And for the result, the average household head age was 51, and mostly it was female, and they were mostly dependent on grant. And this female indicated that they were single, widowed, or divorced. And the employment status was predominantly unemployment at 81.9%, with 61% relying on social grant. And the HFAS showed a decline during COVID-19, with increased worries about food inability to eat preferred foods and frequent instances of going to bed hungry. And the coping strategies, they indicated that households primarily relied on less preferred food. They were eating the same meal, reducing portion sizes, and they were rationing, allowing children to eat while adults were going hungry. So this is just the indication of the previous study. So households which were married, they indicated that they were more food secure than households which were headed by single people. And households were worried that there will be shortages of food. So in conclusion, the study observed a high level of food insecurity, with many households expressing concern about running out of food. And the impact of this COVID-19 has further compounded vulnerabilities, which are undermining the national development goal of zero hunger by 2030. The recommendation is that there should be transformation of food system, and there should be support for informal businesses, since farmers who had informal markets, for instance, they were unable to sell their products because of restriction measures. There should be empowerment of female-headed households. They say that if you give a man fish, you feed him for a day. But if you teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. These women must be empowered to produce their own basic food, such as tomatoes, onions, because it was observed that in the study area, those people, they have available land which can be utilized for that. So programs such as FSAPGRD, they must be adopted at household level, not only at the farm level. And they should strengthen policy implementation. The policies that were implemented or the strategies during COVID-19, they were only for a short while. There were also people who were given food parcels, but those people who were given food parcels, there was no plan or strategy for monitoring and evaluation to monitor that those foods, they are going to relevant people. Hence, in a community with 300 people, only 5 families received food parcels. So they should come up with policies that are sustainable in the long run, such as sustainable agricultural practices. And the school feeding schemes. There were children who indicated that they rely on feeding schemes to eat their food during the day. So when there are school closures, there should be alternative feeding schemes that further support these children in providing them food in order to ensure household food security. In conclusion, what I would like to say is that there is a new trend of digitalization of agriculture. We're using AI for farming, smart climate technology. But the studies in rural areas, they show that there is a low adaptation of these technologies and initiatives. And the studies have shown that adapting these technologies, such as digital payment, it increases financial inclusion of these rural areas. But how do we expect a hungry man who is an angry man in the village to adapt to innovation and to perceive this new innovation as beneficial if they are still struggling to feed their families? For research output and further readings, you can visit the research square, the research gate. These are some of the references which were used for this research, and I acknowledge the University of Limpopo and my supervisors and the NRF for funding this study. I thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lau. That was very energetic. You took exactly 12 minutes. So we have 3 minutes for those questions. Burning ones.
Thank you so much for the beautiful presentation. I have an interest in knowing that during your investigation, did you consider or investigated about the availability of water in the backyard farming that you were visited? Like, I heard you mentioning that people from the rural areas should also plant, and the Fetchatla programs should also implement something. So my question is that, did you also investigate the water availability in those rural areas?
Thank you so much for that question. So in the rural areas where I have conducted this study, most of the rural areas, especially the ones which are deep, far from the town, like Nwajukujuku, they fetch their water from the streams. So they never run out of water. And there are initiatives in Bembe district by Coca-Cola company to make boreholes. Like even where I come from, Chikota, we have about 6 Coca-Cola tanks where we get our water. So I don't think water is a problem, especially in these areas.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to establish, you did the study post-COVID, right?
When I did the study, it was fresh COVID. I did it in 2021. So the COVID was still in trend.
Okay, because my question may be if you can clarify or maybe try to bring the aspect of saying, yes, you are saying there have been COVID-induced, there's been impact, even based on your results, based on the COVID, which were induced by by COVID, but what was the situation prior to the COVID? How do we prove that the situation could have been there prior to COVID? And whether we had COVID or not, that situation that they find themselves in could actually still be there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor, for that question. So the questionnaire, it was structured in a way that we were asking before questions which, if there were household food insecurity access scale questions, we were asking them in such a way that we asked before COVID, that before COVID, were you able to eat the food you preferred, for example, or before COVID, were you able to eat this food group? So some families, for example, they indicated that before COVID, they were able to purchase maybe fresh fish like your hake, your salmon. But during COVID, they had to compromise their preference. But because they still wanted to eat fish, they now were eating tin fish. And then we also ask questions about during COVID, that what are the difficulties during COVID and before COVID, and then it allowed us to make a comparison. But what we found out is that food insecurity was there, but it became more severe during COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Wal, and you are officially excused. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that we will take one more presenter and then we will have a very short break just to stretch and have a cup of coffee outside. So that will happen after our next presenter, who is Andile Khaditi. Okay, she's there. Okay, so Andile will be presenting on the assessment of factors affecting scrotal circumference of beef bulls in South Africa. Let's give her some energy.
A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Andile Khaditi, and my presentation title is Assessment of Factors Affecting Scrotal Circumference of Beef Bulls in South Africa. Oh, there is my title. Taking you to the introduction, the bull's evaluation on the productive performance in South African bulls involves considering various factors such as breed, age, and scrotal circumference. Bulls with larger scrotal circumference are often considered to be more fertile than those with smaller scrotal circumference, as reported by the authors. Authors furthermore reported that bulls with less developed scrotal circumference are attributed to the challenges of unsatisfying performance and the overall low consumption and calving rate of the head. Beef bulls, it is important to consider traits like scrotal circumference because they are indicators to reproductive performance during the initial selection. Also, the necessity is reported on bulls that they have to reach early puberty at early age and produce an adequate volume of high quality semen by
developing a larger scrotal circumference. However, there is a limited report on evaluation of scrotal circumference based on breed and age, bull aged between 10 to 23 months of age. The aim of the study was to outline factors affecting fertility of beef bulls in South Africa, and the objective of the study was to assess factors affecting scrotal circumference of beef bulls in South Africa. The hypothesis of the study is aligning with the objective. The study used the secondary data. Thereby, phase D data was sourced from Intelligenge, and qualifying breeds with a minimum of 5,000 data entry units were selected for consideration in the study. Admitted bulls were aged between 325 and 425 days at the start of the test, and were divided into two groups, into two age groups, which is 10 to 14 months and 15 to 23 months. So the length of the test lasted for 90 days with 21 days of adaptation period. At the end of the trial, age, live body weight, and scrotal circumference of bull were measured. So the data used statistical analysis system version 9.4, two-way analysis of variance to analyze the data, and that is the model that is used, that were used on the study. Here are the results of my study. The results on the effect of breed, on scrotal circumference. So the results are showing the significant difference, and we are having the Drakensberger having the highest scrotal mean compared to the Santa Gerters. There is having the lowest scrotal mean. Then on this table is showing the effect of age on scrotal circumference, and we are having two age groups. So on this table, the breeds that are aged 15 to 23 months are having a higher scrotal circumference compared to the ones that are aged 10 to 14 months. So the results on this table are showing the significant difference. So the authors reported the similar results on effect of breed on scrotal circumference, and also there is the author who reported the effect on scrotal circumference on bulls aged 24 months, which are also consistent with our results. But there are authors which their results differ from the present results with age selection, and they reported the effect of scrotal circumference on testicular parameters. So the breeds that had higher scrotal circumference values are the most preferred bulls for breeding, and with age, it can also serve as an indicator for selecting the bulls that are likely to have a higher scrotal circumference. In conclusion, our results suggest that breed and age affect the development of scrotal circumference on our South African beef bulls, and the selection for larger scrotal circumference can be based on breed and age. It is further recommended that studies should be conducted to determine age at which scrotal circumference ends in the beef bulls. I would like to acknowledge University of Limpopo, my supervisor, Dr. T.L. Diaz, yes, Prof. T.L. Diaz and Dr. T.J. Mugwawan. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Questions, suggestions from the floor?
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm interested in knowing that did you also investigate in the disadvantage of larger scrotum? Oh, yes, circumference. Did you also check the disadvantages, or you only looked at the positive?
I only looked on the positive, on the larger scrotal circumference.
Okay, but okay.
Any more questions, suggestions? You are all happy with the circumference? It sounds like, to me, I don't see any questions. So, Andil, thank you very much for your presentation. You are officially excused. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm checking my time. Can we break for 15 minutes, meaning we will come back 10 past 4. Yeah, at 10 past 4. So let I'm just waiting for my time keep. If you happen to see someone similar like him, remind him that it's time. He should be more punctual than all of us. Do we have Rampela? It's a Rapela. Oh, so how do you spell it? Okay. Our first presenter in this session is Miss Mahlogonolo Rapela. This is a master's study. She will be presenting on the influence of drying methods on the nutritional composition of moringa leaves. Okay. Okay, over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rapela MN, and I'm going to share with you the influence of drying methods on nutritional composition of moringa leaves under the supervision of Professor Bopape Mabapa MP. Moringa, also known as the miracle tree, it is a multi-purpose plant with so many benefits. It has the potential to enhance nutrition, improve food security, and nurtures the rural development, particularly in human and animal health, because of its high composition of nutrients. The importance of this tree is that the leaves, the flowers, and the pods can be consumed as nutritious vegetables, while others can prefer using them as nutritious feed for livestock. The fresh leaves of moringa can be cooked like spinach, while others prefer using the powder as a nutritious supplement or enrichment, especially in infant feeds. The problem associated with moringa is that the fresh leaves tend to lose quality over time due to the presence of high moisture in the leaves, and this causes the leaves this causes the bacterial growth, in turn leading to shorter lifestyle, and this causes the leaves to be unavailable throughout the year due to their seasonal harvest. Therefore, it is very important that this moisture in the leaves be lowered to the lowest, safest moisture level, so that their shelf life can be improved, and then they can be available through the year for consumption. Processing of moringa leaves contributes toward food availability and income generation from agricultural standpoint, especially in rural areas. Drying of leaves is one of the oldest food processing practices that is known, and then it is used to preserve produce so that they can also be used for dry seasons. So for the drying method to be considered effective and appropriate, it must not affect active ingredients or active nutrients while reducing the moisture, also keeping the quality of the produce. Therefore, studies have also reported that drying of leaves or dried leaves contains higher shelf life and more nutritional content as compared to those that are fresh. And this is why the study was aimed at assessing the influence of drying methods on the nutritional composition of moringa leaves, with the objective to determine the influence of drying conditions on the nutritional composition of moringa leaves. The study was hypothesized as different drying methods will not influence the nutritional composition of moringa leaves. The leaves used in this study were harvested from an established trial that was planted in 2016 at the University of Limpopo Experimental Farm. And then the leaves were harvested during the summer season of 2022 to 2023 during the day, especially early mornings when the temperatures are still low. The leaves were then transported to University of Limpopo Plant Production Laboratory, where they were laid in a completely randomized design, following the treatments: sun drying, room drying, oven drying at 30 and oven drying at 60 degrees Celsius, where each were replicated 5 times for validation of results. Following the procedure of drying, as seen from these figures, the leaves were washed in a running tap water to remove unwanted particles, and then the leaves were then divided and weighed into 350 grams per replicate for each treatment. And then after drying, the leaves were ground using electric grinding machine into a powder for nutritional, and they were packaged into a Ziploc bags where they were labeled according to the treatments and their replicates. For data collection, the following parameters were analyzed according to the aforementioned methods and equipments below each parameter. And after the data generated was subjected to analysis of variance using GenStat, where the treatment means were compared using LSD at 5% probability level. Well, the findings of this study, as represented in table 4.1, which shows the approximate chemical composition in moringa leaves as influenced by different drying methods. And from the graph we can see that ash percentage, moisture, and fat, they were highly significant among the drying methods. However, the protein percentage remained stable despite different drying conditions. And then figure 4.1 here shows the macronutrient element concentrations of moringa leaves as influenced by different drying methods. And then, as you can see by observation, magnesium, calcium, potassium, and phosphorus have been significantly different from among the drying methods, and this is denoted by the different letters above, or as denoted on the bars. However, sodium also remained stable despite different drying conditions. And when looking at the trace elements concentrations, you can see that manganese, zinc, and iron, they were also significantly affected or different among the drying methods, as you can also be seen by different letters above the bars. Therefore, but copper remained the same throughout the methods despite different drying conditions. So when comparing the results of this study with previous studies, we can see that Situasi and colleagues in 2030, they found that their moringa leaves had the highest moisture in shade drying, while in this study it was not found in room drying, rather in sun drying. And this can be attributed by the accumulation of humidity after the drying before the analysis. Therefore, the lowest fat was contained using the oven drying at 30 degrees Celsius. And this result agree with Impa and colleagues in 2012, where they found that the leaves dried in the oven had the lowest fat content as well. Regarding ash content, the highest content was found in the oven, in the samples dried in the oven at 30 degrees Celsius and lowest at 60 degrees Celsius. And this finding are inconsistent with the study of Mansour and colleagues in 2016, where it was found that moringa leaves contained less content ash from the leaves dried at oven 60, where compared to their lower temperatures. And then looking at the nutrient elements, calcium in this study, it was found abundant in the oven at 30 degrees Celsius. And then Babika and the colleagues in 2016, their results contradicted with the study where their calcium was found higher in the direct sun drying and lower in the shade drying. And then reports also showed that moringa leaves have lower iron content when exposed to higher temperatures, indicating that iron is a heat-sensitive element. This explains why the iron in the study was found higher in lower temperature, which was at over 30 degrees Celsius, and it was found higher. It was found higher at over 30 degrees Celsius, and it was found lower at over 60 degrees Celsius in this study. To summarize, there was a significant difference between the drying methods in assessing some of the proximate and nutrient elements in the study, and the oven drying at 30 showed higher composition of iron, manganese, and calcium with the lowest first found in the leaves. Therefore, the null hypothesis is then rejected as the results demonstrated that drying methods of moringa leaves has significant effect on nutrient retention. And based on this conclusion, it is therefore recommended that moringa leaves must be dried in the oven at 30 degrees Celsius for maximum preservation of nutrients that were found in this study. I would like to thank University of Limpopo for technical support, supervisory team, and also to provide for Foodbeb SETA for providing financial means to conduct the study. These are part of the references used to compile the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapera. Questions? Suggestions? On moringa? Having that tea break was a mistake then. If there are no questions.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks, Neria, for the nice presentation. I just have two questions for you. The first one, you said that your results for shadow drying, they were contradicting with another author's results there. So I want to know that if I want to start a moringa project or something like that, who am I supposed to follow? Whose literature should I read on? And what advice can you give me based on your research? Maybe if I should follow your study or the other one study, I don't know if you can get me there.
Thank you for the question. Yes, I get you. You should follow my study. This is going to be published and it's going to be the recent paper, so follow me.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. And then on the last part where you gave a conclusion, you said moringa leaves must be dried in the oven. So does it mean that if I can't afford to be having those ovens and all those technology to dry the leaves, then it can be effective if maybe I want to maybe dry them in the sun or to do the shadow drying maybe?
No, it can. This study mostly was for most rural farmers because they utilize also shade and sun drying as their most common, right? We just wanted to include the temperature conditions. So if we look at the results here on the magnesium, it was abundant in oven drying at 30, right? Is it here? No, not the magnesium, the calcium. Look at the calcium, which is the orange, right? It was abundant at oven 30 and also where? In sun, not sun drying. but following room drying, the closest to oven drying, the closest temperature, which means that room drying can also be used for those who cannot afford oven drying at 30.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There's one more question. We do have time for only one question.
Sorry, I'm going to give you a difficult one. Moringa is a health food, am I correct? Okay, so the original health attributes was discovered and devised on fresh leaf. So, have you looked at the percentages, the ratios of all of these nutrients per specific temperature to see if you have kept the profile? Because I think that can be important, the ratios of all those nutrients.
You mean the nutritional profile on the product?
Yes.
Yes, that came as a suggestion as well from my supervisory team, and we will look into that and make sure it is included, maybe especially in the publications.
And then just a small quick one, because we're also looking at drying, maybe, devising something. How huge is the community, the spread, that if you have a small application that can be used instead of electricity to develop something, is there really scope for that or not? Is it too small scope?
You mean how much they can dry in a community? Yes. So it depends. It depends on the farmer. Okay, here I was looking at household level, but then for farmers, they can utilize as simple as the hall, a hall that they have. Even at home, at my home, we're still drying spinach. So we can use, even in the kitchen, we can use the tables and we dry them there. So the space depends on how much produce we have, I think.
Yeah, what I'm actually after is if you look at a sun-powered drying facility or something like that, small, but it's difficult to develop, but then there must be a need.
Yes, especially there in rural communities, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapela. You have exhausted your time. Let's give her a round of applause. Our next presenter, I won't mention the name now. I'll rather start with the title of what he is going to present, and you will understand why I didn't mention the name first. So he's going to present on the price transmission with error correction representation and application to the South African garlic market 2011 to 2021. And that is the famous Tumelo Mohale. Now you know.
Yes. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you so much, Chair, for affording me this opportunity to come and share enthusiastically my research findings with colleagues in the same discipline and across the spectrum of agriculture. The title of my project is Price Transmission with Error Correction Representation and Application to the South African Garlic Markets, ranging from 2011 and 2021. The project was co-authored by Professor Hlongwane, JJ, and Dr. Ledwaba LJ, I would like to also express my sincere gratitude to the National Research Foundation for funding this study to make it a success. I would like to begin my presentation with the famous quote by Sir Albert Zentgyogi, who said, as I quote, "Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what everybody else has thought." Close quote. I must say I have indeed seen what everybody else has seen, and I have indeed thought what nobody else has ever thought. And you will see this through the findings of this paper. In this presentation, expect to be introduced to the background of the study, the methods employed, results, and also conclusions together with the recommendations, because as professional agricultural economists, ours is to ensure that we advocate for the development and advancement of the agricultural sector as a whole. You would agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that garlic is an important crop in South Africa's agriculture, and this commodity has gained popularity during the COVID-19 era. In other words, we have seen a sharp demand globally, and this was because of the perceived healing effects that garlic had. Remember, during COVID-19, people assumed that garlic has some healing effects. It must also be noted that garlic does not only function, or is not only used in the medical sector, but it's also used in households as a repellent. They use it in most cases to repel pests, and it's also used in the culinary sector. We have just eaten a very delicious meal a few minutes ago, and I'm glad part and parcel of some of the meal I was consuming contained garlic. I was so happy because it's in line with my study, meaning that we have eaten nutritious food. However, garlic farmers in developing countries such as ours, which is South Africa, suffer exploitation from middlemen, those people who are between the producers of this garlic and also the consumers. As a result, the final price that consumers pay for garlic is tremendously affected. As consumers, we are the ones who suffer the consequences of this huge chain of middlemen. But farmers end up being exploited, which is something we should look into, because without farmers, there won't be food. That is why, as scholars, we are here to advocate for them, especially those who can read, write, and count, as per some of the characteristics of South Africa as one of the developing countries. When I talk about price transmission, I want you guys to be fully absorbed in my study. As I explain, you must know what I mean by price transmission. When we say prices are transmitted, we are trying to say the change in the price from one level of the marketing chain is transferred to another level of the marketing chain. In this instance, the prices of garlic are established from the input supply level. Then after inputs are supplied, production will take place. After production, a number of marketing functions will be carried out, such as transportation, packaging, processing, amongst other things. And those on their own influence the final price that as consumers we tend to pay. But in this study, we are going to check whether the changes in these prices were consistent from the lower level up to that upstream or otherwise. And garlic farming is very profitable, although risky. And what I like more about this garlic is that it is in line with our theme. It is in line with climate change. It is drought resistant, and it is also flood tolerant. If we can advocate for more production of it, we can definitely harvest a lot. My study, I always say, as you were listening to me seeking clarity from the previous speakers, you would realize that my questions were in line with the national imperatives. As scholars, we should ensure that all our studies are in line with the national imperatives. In this case, I've only mentioned a few. The National Development Plan 2030, the Macroeconomic Objectives, SDGs, and AU Agenda 2063. I would like to engage you on this one in the questions and answer session. But my study is in line with all of them, which makes it one of the best in the world. The aims of this study the aim of the study was to analyze price transmission, how prices are transmitted in the South African garlic market using a model called error correction for the periods 2011 up to 2021. And we have formulated 5 objectives as projected on the screen. The methods that were employed, first and foremost, the study was conducted in South Africa using a quantitative approach. I like dealing with numbers here. That is why whenever you present here, I will always ask you about the methods because I'm a quantitative person. I have employed quantitative approach, and secondary data was obtained from different departments. Descriptive statistics, correlation analysis, and error correction model. The variables used in this study are retail price, which is denoted by PA. Whenever you see PA in this study, just know it denotes retail prices. When we talk about retail prices, we talk about those prices that are charged by retailers. By retailers, I'm referring to people who buy goods and services for the purpose of reselling to other people. An example in this case could be ShopRite, Pick n Pay, amongst others. Those are retailers. And it was treated as a dependent variable. We want to see how retail prices respond to changes in farm gate prices and wholesale prices. And the last you can see on the screen. The mean farm gate prices were 37 rand 5 cents. Wholesale prices were 45 rand 60 cents, and retail prices on average were 89 rand 31 cents. The trend you can see in this one is that these mean prices are changing as we move from farm gate to retail, and it makes sense because retailers are found on the end of the marketing chain, and obviously their aim is to maximize profits. They will always charge the prices that are higher than those of their predecessors. In terms of correlation analysis, as you can see here, the ones that are encircled shows the strength of the relationship between the one variable and itself. Obviously, you know there is a strong positive relationship between a variable and itself. That is why the relationship is positive 1 there. And in terms of farm gate prices and retail prices correlation, the Pearson's correlation was found to be 0.72, which indicated that there is a strong positive relationship between farm gate prices and retail prices, and others are also explained in that manner. Granger causality test was used in order to determine the direction of price linkage. In this study, we have found that farm gate prices influence retail prices and not the other way around. Again, we have found that retail prices influence wholesale prices and not otherwise. More interestingly, we have also found out that farm gate prices influence wholesale prices. Wholesale prices also in turn influence farm gate prices. That is a bidirectional relationship. In terms of the short run relationship, these are the results. I would like you I would like to engage you more on these ones in the questions and answer session. I have also employed variance decomposition of the retail prices in order to understand how changes in retail prices are in line with the changes in farm gate and wholesale prices. I would also like to engage you further on this one. I have also employed impulse response functions for the same reason in order to check how retail prices respond to wholesale prices and also to farm gate prices. In terms of the long run relationship, these are the ECT plus. This is the positive error correction term, which shows the direction, which shows the magnitude of direction. And I would also like to engage you further on this one because we are running out of time. And in order to show that these results are robust, you can see the R squared are more than 50%, and also the Deben-Watson is also close to 2, which shows that there is no multicollinearity in this study. To further ensure the reliability of my results, I had to carry out the diagnostics. And some of them included heteroscedasticity test to check if my data was heteroscedastic or homoscedastic. The hypothesis was stated as follows: heteroscedasticity does not exist. And if you can check, the p-value of the F stats is above 5%, 1%, and also 10%, which shows that we are failing to reject that hypothesis that says heteroscedasticity does not exist, meaning that this data set was good. In terms of normality test, as you can see, this graph shows that the data is bell-shaped. Indeed, it's bell-shaped because you can see that the left-hand tail and the right-hand tail are the same. Also, in terms of the mean and the median, they are close to each other. The skewness is also close to 0 if you round it off to a whole number. Kurtosis is also close to 3, which is good to show that the data set is normally distributed. We have also tested whether serial correlation exists. Lucky enough, it does not exist, as you can see there. In conclusion, the study formulated 4 hypotheses which were in line with the objectives, and all of them were rejected. As part and parcel of the recommendations, it is important that we monitor food prices across the entire world. We invest in modern infrastructure and processing technology. We also train farmers on how best to produce garlic because it's highly profitable. We also strengthen extension services. These are some of the references I've used in this study. In conclusion, I would like to refer you to the famous words of Sir Wendell Berry, who said, "The soil is the greatest connector of lives, the source and destination of all. It is the healer, restorer, and resurrector by which disease passes into youth, death into life. Without a proper care for it, we have no community, because without proper care for it, we can have no life." That is why today we are here to engage on different papers that cut across climate change. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Tumelo. We needed such energy after tea break. We exactly have 3 minutes for questions, suggestions for the young man.
Hey, I'm still trying to catch breath on your behalf. So I wanted to ask, why from 2011 to 2021 and not before or after? Why not considering the other years? And have you used other tests before coming to heteroscedasticity? I'm sorry I can't pronounce this econometrician.
I got the question. Thank you so much. Okay. I have considered the periods from 2011 until 2021 because of the available data. If you go to the sources I have mentioned, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, you will realize that they will also tell you that they don't administer prices for garlic. However, the ones that were available were from 2011 up until 2021. And when I checked, they were sufficient because a total of 132 was more than enough. Remember, in quantitative analysis, it is suggested or it is recommended that we use a minimum of 30. And I have went far beyond that 30, which makes my results robust. And in terms of heteroscedasticity and homoscedasticity, you are right, and I was expecting that question. Time series data is very sensitive, and as such, it must be treated with the sincerity and sensitivity it requires. I started by ensuring that stationarity, there was stationarity to capture for the variations between 2011 and 2021. Remember, you will agree with me that a lot has happened between 2011 and 2021, and one of them is this climate that keeps on changing every now and then. Again, the issue of COVID-19 among some macroeconomic problems that we have encountered. And they could have influenced the prices. So to capture all those shocks, I had to ensure stationarity. I also employed co-integration tests, which were used to determine whether long-run relationship exists between those variables of interest. And I also did a very interesting thing in the study. I did forecasting. It's just that for the sake of time, I couldn't include them in the presentation, but I would like to engage whoever is interested, maybe outside this presentation, so that they can see the projected prices in the garlic market in future, and they indeed serve as a basis for advancing policies in as far as garlic is concerned. Thank you so much.
Tumelo, just a question that you've been asking everyone. What new knowledge have you added, which is not common, which is, I mean, what is it that you've added to the body of knowledge with your study? Because it's known, pricing works like that everywhere, yes. Any product, yes. Even if it's not garlic. So what have you contributed?
Okay, thank you so much. If we can check all, and I'm saying all, in fact, the ones that I had access to have only employed error correction model. They also employed all these prerequisites for employing error correction model. However, they did not go into an extent of ensuring robustness of their results in terms of using various decomposition, impulse response. So what I've contributed to the body of knowledge is, if we can check, is more factors that lead to price transmission, because what is currently known is that price transmission is influenced by the likes of transport costs, the likes of asymmetry information, the likes of the number of middlemen. So in my study, what I found is that the willingness itself of the farmers to participate in farming, and some of the factors that could hinder their participation in farming. This is part of the study I conducted in the final level. I had to choose garlic in this instance in order to further extrapolate on it. The knowledge I have added is employing different techniques in order to further bring an understanding of these prices, how they are transmitted in the garlic markets. I don't know if your question is answered. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tumel. I kindly request that you engage him further outside this platform because of time. He's just sitting there. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next presenter is Mandy Ngomane. Do we have Mandy? Oh, okay. Okay. She is going to present on preliminary results on evaluation, the efficacy of dactylopus tomatensis imbricata against Cylindripicia imbricata in the Limpopo province. Are we in South Africa? Hey. Mandy. Hi, Con. Okay, over to you.
Right, good afternoon. My name is Mandy Eliza Ngomane. I am a Master of Science in Plant Protection student. I am here to present the preliminary results on the evaluation of Dactylopus tomentosus imbricata efficacy released against Cylindropuncture imbricata in Limpopo province, South Africa. My supervisors are Dr. Mneta and Prof. Mposi. Cylindropuncture imbricata is an alien invasive shrub that is native to South America. It was introduced as an ornamental plant in South Africa. And when you look on the top left of the slide, that is how the plant looks like, but that is a clump. So there can be an average of 16 trees in that clump. And It is found all over South Africa in all the 9 provinces. It has a range of climatic conditions. It ranges in the climatic conditions. So from arid to subtropic. And that is the map that shows the distribution of cylindropuncture in South Africa. It is a transformer species. That means that it threatens and displaces fauna and flora that is found in the environment by outcompleting them. And it spreads vegetatively. So that means that one of those little cladots, one of those cladots, if they fall on the soil, they will regenerate roots. And also any part of the plant, if it falls on the soil, it can form roots and then it will establish just like that. The shrub is still a significant threat. Mechanical and chemical control have been implemented against this alien invasive plant, but then they were unsuccessful, hence the biological control intervention. The level of biological control for C. imbricata belongs to category B. That means that even if the biocontrol is effective, there is a need for conducting augmentative releases to reduce C. imbricata to be below an acceptable threshold. Dactylopia tomentosa imbricata is a biotype that only feeds on cylindropuncture imbricata. It is a sap-sucking cochineal insect, and it is depicted in picture number 1. Picture number 2 shows a fresh cladot of cylindropuncture with sap, and picture number 3 shows an cochineal infested cladot whereby the Dactylopias is feeding on it, and number 4 shows the dry cladot due to cochineal feeding. And this cladot, if it falls on the soil, it would not generate roots because it is no longer going to be to establish the roots because of the feeding of the cochineal. According to NEMBA Act number 10 of 2004, cylindropuncture imbricata is a category 1B weed. That means that it has to be effectively eradicated wherever it emerges because it is a danger to the indigenous plants that are occurring in areas, and also it outcompetes them by also interfering with the soil health, altering the soil physicochemical properties. The assessment of the negative effects of C. imbricata provide important valuable insights that aim to elucidate and minimize the destruction that is caused by C. imbricata in the environment. The aim is to evaluate the efficacy of D. tomentosa imbricata against C. imbricata, and the objective is to quantify the efficacy of D. tomentosa imbricata augmentative releases on C. imbricata. The study is located at Ivydale in Capricorn District at the south of Polokwane. 3 plots were set up on the invaded site, and on the map they are represented by the red rectangles, and then on the uninvaded site 3 plots were also set up and they are represented by the green rectangles. Boxes with cochineal infested cladots were released in the invaded site, and they were placed in such a manner that they do not fall to the ground. Picture number 1 shows the boxes of the cochineal infested cladots, and then picture number 2 shows how the method on how to place the cochineal infested cladot on the shrub. The monitoring intervals is within 3 months. So the release of the cochineal was done on the 10th of April 2024, and then the first monitoring was done on the 13th of July 2024, which is within the 3-month intervals. The parameters that are written in percentages were used to measure the shrub, and the width and height was also measured as depicted in the picture on the left. These are the categories that were used to measure the parameters on the shrub. The data was analyzed using Statistica version 13. Repeated measures of ANOVA were used, and the Turkey HSD post hoc test was also used to identify homogeneous groups. The graph shows the mean percentage of non-cochineal infested cladots and the mean cochineal infested cladots, and the letters A and B shows the statistical differences between the two monitoring events. So the non-infested cladodes are represented by the blue line, and the cochineal infested cladodes are represented by the red line. So there was a significant increase in the cochineal infested cladodes within the 3 months, and a decrease in the non-infested cladodes within the 3 months, which shows that the biological control is effective. This graph shows the mean percentage of non-infested fruits and also the mean cochineal infested fruits between the two monitoring events. A and B, as mentioned before, shows the statistical differences between the two monitoring events, and the non-cochineal infested fruits are represented by the blue line, and the cochineal infested fruits are represented by the red line. Hence, there was a significant increase of the cochineal infested fruits over 3 months, and a decrease in the non-cochineal infested fruits within the 3 months, which shows that the cochineal biological control is effective. The bar graph shows an average height and width per shrub, and the blue bars are representing the first monitoring, and the red ones are representing the second monitoring. So with the width, there was a slight increase in the width within the 3 months, and then the height decreased within the 3 months. The findings of the study anticipate that successful biological control of C. imbricata infestations by D. tomentosus imbricata at the monitoring site will be achieved in less than 4 years. The results of the study mirror findings observed in South Africa by Patterson and Klein, where cochineal was also released and achieved successfully through biological control of other cylindropuncture species. As I conclude, the ongoing monitoring of this site in this study has provided baseline knowledge and understanding about the release, establishment, and efficacy of D. tomentosus imbricata against C. imbricata in the Limpopo province. These are the references that I used in the presentation, and that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Mandy. Questions, comments from the floor?
Thank you, madam, for the insightful talk. My question is on the species that you're working on. What I want to ask is it multi-stemmed or single-stemmed?
It has a single stem.
Okay, so it has a single stem.
Yes.
Like, if you were placed, like if you were given a project on eradicating this this particular invasive plant, what strategies could you come up with?
Okay, so going through literature, mechanical and chemical control have been used before, but then they have not been effective. So what happened was that they went back to the origin of where the origin of where the plant comes from, and then they discovered that there's an insect that actually feeds on the plant. So through biological control, we can eradicate the plant. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, you have. But you know, sometimes biological controls tend to have a problem where when their population can like exceed dramatically. So if that happens, do you like have a second plan to mitigate it if the population explodes? Like, for example, I'll give you an example. In Australia, when they were trying to eradicate a pest that was eating sugarcane, they introduced a frog that eventually became a problem itself. So in yours, the insect that you're referring to, does it have the potential to become a problem? And if it does, what are you going to do about it? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I believe that there has to be more studies done, but also this is a biotype that the research has been done in the lab before it was released or used. So as I mentioned before, that this is a specific cochineal that feeds on imbricata. I don't know, maybe along the years something is possible because nature evolves. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We still have a room for one more question for the young lady. Nothing. Mandy, you are officially excused. Thank you very much for your presentation. The next presenter is Matsobane Mahlopokhane. Do we have that present? Doesn't look like. Matsobane? Okay. Then we will move straight to Tato Morop. Okay, Tato will be presenting to us on the public perception, opportunities and challenges on the use of biodegradable nappies, a case study of Khadikhale village, Polokwane, Limpopo province. Let's give her some energy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tato Morupa, and we have embarked on a social study titled Public Perception, Opportunities and Challenges on the Use of Biodegradable Nappies, a case study of Khadikhale village in the Limpopo province. Before I start with my presentation, I think it's important that I disclose that my study is currently ongoing, and I'm in the data collection phase, which is also still in its crawling phases. So most of the things that I'll be presenting about will be based on the data I've collected thus far. Right, now to dive into our presentation. Globally, inequality underpins access to adequate waste management, and South Africa has been deemed one of the most unequal countries in the world, with more than half of its population not having services of waste collection. However, in the past 20 years, the democratic South Africa has made strides to extend services to previously unserviced areas. However, this gap still remains, prominent in historically non-white communities. It is the responsibility, constitutionally, it is the responsibility of local municipalities to ensure waste collection services in communities. However, in low-income communities, these services have been found facing challenges, and this is based on, this is due to a variety of factors, namely poor management of funds, poor legal framework. This could also be because the rate of waste generation outweighs the municipal capacities and authorities. It could also be because of overall poor oversight of the municipality. Some municipalities have been facing budgetary challenges to the point where they are on the verge of collapse. So now when the public faces challenges of service delivery, they often take matters into their own hands, and such is true especially for waste management. In many low-income areas, waste is not properly managed, and the most prominent source of waste that is found scattered is mainly diapers, which is an absorbent hygiene product. So in low-income countries where we do not have robust waste management systems, we do not have enough end-of-life options for AHP waste. And because of constantly improving standards of life and constantly rising population growth, it is anticipated that the dependence on these products will increase as more babies will be born, and less people will die, and more of the elderly will then depend on these products as well. But this causes waste management challenges, especially with the fact that there are a lot of stigmas and taboos that surround the disposal of these products. For example, one study that was conducted in Nigeria found that it is a belief that babies' poops should not be thrown away. And this is very popular in farming areas, as they believe that babies' poops bring good luck to their crops and they bring abundance of rain. So this further complicates waste management efforts. The purpose of the study is to evaluate the perceptions, opportunities, and challenges of using biodegradable nappies, and the objectives are to identify what informs choices when people purchase these nappies. It's also to assess perceptions on the use of eco-friendly alternatives and to identify opportunities and challenges on the use of biodegradable nappies. So now, projected on your screens is the differences between biodegradable nappies and disposable nappies. On the figure labeled A is a biodegradable nappy, otherwise known as the new cloth nappy. So the main differences here is that structurally, figure A only has two main components, which is the outer cover as well as the inner inserts, whereas figure B has three main components, which is the outer cover, which is the cover that is in contact with the baby's skin, the inner absorbent layer, and the outer cover. And these are the images of what we're going to be presenting about today. So to just summarize what we know about disposable nappies is that they are most attractive to people because they are very convenient, they are compact, and they have high performance, and their absorption is out of this world. However, it takes around 250 to 500 years for them to decompose in landfills, and they cause pollution. They result in complications such as water, air pollution, and aesthetic pollution, reducing the value of land resources. And this also results in loss of biodiversity because they inevitably end up in the natural environment. So my research design is as follows. We are going to adopt a mixed approach because of our, we are going to develop a mixed approach due to our descriptive and numeric nature of our data. And the area, as I mentioned, is Hadikale. However, there has been a collaboration between Madikale and the organization that is introducing these nappies to the village, and they have since introduced them to a portion of Radikale known as Dihopong, which has a population of 313. We are going to then, this is our sample size, and then data will combine snowballing and random sampling as well, whereby the whole sample, from the whole sample, we are going to then use snowballing to see how many people have used the nappies and how many have not. And that leaves us with having two groups. Right, so to have a little bit of a backdrop to my study, this is one study that I can share with you guys that has been conducted, which now the only difference is that they were investigating how pro-cloth initiatives might impact parental decisions, right? So their practical implications are as follows. Cloth nappies are unlikely to gain mass appeal, but findings suggest bigger take up on parents are informed on subsidies and are provided to reduce. Okay, so basically what this says is that cloth nappies are not likely to gain popularity. However, they could if parents are more informed and subsidies are put in place. So this is the interview, these are the results from the interview that I conducted with the manufacturer, and most of the things that was said in these interviews, I then grouped them into themes as they show here, and most of their answers revolved around word of mouth, and hence they are shown in this word cloud. So the scientific contribution to this study is that by understanding how absorbent hygiene products waste contribute to pollution and climate change, scientists can develop strategies to reduce adverse impacts. It also promotes resource efficiency and responsible consumption through reuse and recycling, which is on par with the Sustainable Development Goals 11 and 12. This research can also inform policy development by providing solid evidence to effectively address waste-related challenges. These are the resources that I will use. I would like to also acknowledge my supervisor, Professor Norman Matebula, and Professor Josephine Letswalo, as well as the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies, as well as the Center for Global Change. These are the references that I used. I thank you.
Thank you, Tada. Questions, comments from the floor?
Thank you, and thanks for that presentation. In terms of, I think you highlighted something about cloth nappies. And I know, AMA 2000, you might not be aware of the cloth nappies that we grew up using.
Yes.
Just ensure you're not talking about two different things when you conduct your investigation. Then the other one is, there is also, when it comes to those nappies, the non-biodegradable, there is a theory that points to the fact that landfill sites that capture methane gas actually require those nappies because they assist in producing a bit more of methane.
Yes.
So if we move to biodegradable nappies, then what happens to the quantities and the volumes of methane gas at those landfill sites? If you can also think about those issues. Thanks.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you have included it, but I think it's very important to look at the actual cost saving because I think most concerns are, there's two. with the cloth nappies is that they are expensive initially. And then secondly, it is due to the possible not as easy to use as just a throwaway nappy. So maybe we can help just from having the research of what will make it easier to adopt, to even improve that technology, giving some information there. But what I have in my research found is that your offset on those cloth nappies, on the recommended amount that you have to buy, 2 months, and you have paid it with a year's, the nappy cost that you are paying, you've already paid a whole year, you're not going to spend any money again.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
extremely cost effective.
I'm so sorry for interjecting. That is very true because studies have found that, or rather, let me say the manufacturers, when I interviewed them, they did mention that, the cost-saving aspect of these cloth nappies, and they said that in a year, parents spend roughly 30,000 rand on nappies, but then if they were to move to these cloth nappies, I mean, you can reuse them for your other kids as well, right? And you end up spending a fraction of that because they said around less than 2,000 rand. They said around 5 years. So, yeah, there is a lot of money saving benefit attached to it. The only other thing they did mention is that most of the young mothers are not so keen on washing their baby's poop. So that is the only thing that is a bit of a challenge. But in the study that I refer to, even though the grammar is cockeye, in the study that I refer to here, I don't know, so on the outcome, right, they did mention that what they found is that parents using disposable nappies believed they were marketed as offering a popular, efficient, healthy, good value system. And they acknowledged environmental impacts that come with these diapers. However, parents who are choosing cloth nappies did so initially because they were more environmentally friendly, cost-effective, and disposables were disliked. So I think if we just also work on increasing awareness, public awareness, and just making mothers realize that being in contact with your baby's poop is not that big a deal. It's
I think.
If you go to Belgium, if you travel, and you don't have this new nappies, you're going to use the old nappies that you fold.
The
and
square ones.
Yeah, the square ones, and you have to have the pins because they don't allow you in the country if you have any of those nappies in your baggage. So I don't know whether that's aggressive policy, and that's the only way. The other thing that one should have to also investigate is the aggressive marketing of the other one, because you see it daily, it's pushed into your face as being hype and easy. It's like cigarettes in the old days. It was pushed as a
headache.
Yes. So maybe also on what will be needed in a marketing campaign to make it also adoptable.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that. So studies have been conducted and the gap that my study is filling is that most of these studies, like this one, for example, it's talking about investigating to proper understand how initiatives impact parental decisions. So, but then they're not taking into consideration economic aspects, socio-economic aspects that people have, right? And which is why my study is based in a low-income community where now, although cloth nappies are more sustainable, but are they practical in areas where water is very scarce and people are not working? And you know, if you're gonna have to constantly be washing it, it means you're constantly gonna be buying soap as well. So that's the gap that my study is going to try to fill.
Tato, thank you very much. You are officially excused. You have exhausted all your time. I am being notified by the communications team to remind the presenters that we are alive. So if you are on the podium, please try and stand still instead of moving, because they keep on losing you from their capturing. So the next 5 presenters, remember to stand still there like a naughty schoolboy or schoolgirl when you are presenting. The next one who is going to demonstrate what I'm talking about is Kagiso Diale. Do we have Kagiso? Okay. She will be presenting to us on evaluation of factors affecting the reproductive performance of Sturt-Toggenburg dairy goats of South Africa. Let's give her some energy.
Good afternoon. I am Kagiso Diale, and the title of my study is Evaluation of Non-Genetic Factors Affecting the Reproductive Performance of Sturt-Toggenburg Dairy Goats of South Africa. My study was supervised by Professor Otada and co-supervised by Professor T.L. Diatsi. This is the outline of my presentation. Background. Africa's milk production contributes 25.2% of global milk production. To put this into context, South African goat population represents about 3% of Africa's goat population and less than 1% of the global population. Goats produce higher quality milk compared to cows, catering to a specific market niche and can be consumed by those that are allergic to cow milk. These are the 3 common dairy goats of South Africa, arranged from highest milk yield to the lowest. We can see the Sanin, the British Alpine, and the Toggenburg. So the Toggenburg goats produce an average of 1,297 kg of milk per 215-day lactation period. This is significantly more than the 23 kg produced by South African indigenous.
Sorry about that. We not have your slide on display. Just a second. Okay, go ahead.
I can continue. Okay. As I was saying, the Toggenburg goats produce an average of 1,297 kgs of milk per 215-day lactation period. This is significantly more than the 23 kg produced by the South African indigenous goats over a 93-day lactation period, highlighting the superiority of the Toggenburg dairy goat. Non-genetic factors such as birth year, season of birth, dam age, parity, and agrological zones have been reported to have a significant effect on reproductive traits of goats and longevity of the doe. According to current understanding, there are limited studies on the effects of non-genetic factors that affects the reproductive traits of dairy goats in South Africa. Therefore, understanding factors affecting reproductive traits in dairy goats of South Africa can increase accuracy of selection by accounting for different identifiable non-genetic factors. There are several studies that documented effects of non-genetic factors influencing reproductive traits. Research from countries such as the United States of America, Ghana, Kenya, India have consistently shown that non-genetic factors have an impact on the reproductive traits of goats. This highlights the need for a holistic approach to improve reproductivity. My rationale. So the aim of the study was to evaluate non-genetic factors affecting the reproductive traits of Toggenburg dairy goats of South Africa. My two objectives were to evaluate the impact of birth season, agrological zone, and birth year on reproductive traits of stud Toggenburg dairy goats, and also to assess the influence of dam parity on the reproductive traits of the goats. This materials and analytical procedures. So the study was done in all South African provinces. South Africa, which is the southmost nation on the African continent, which shares borders with Namibia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Eswatini. So if you look at the picture attached, that's how a Toggenburg dairy goat looks like, which is the breed that we're going to be using in this study. The management of pedigree animals and data. So the animals in the study were conventionally raised following the standard husbandry of housing, feeding, and the animals in the study were raised in a semi-intensive system. So the study design used in the study was a longitudinal observational. So secondary data of registered stock stud Toggenburg dairy goats of South Africa was extracted from the Logix database. The study applied for ERIC, so that we can get the data. This is a table that illustrates factors and their factor levels that were used in the study. If you can see, the agrological zones were divided into arid, semi-arid, subhumid, and temperate. Our population size was 2,417 does. So the factors that were evaluated were the birth year, which ranged from 1976 to 2018, the dam parity, which is dam parity 1 till 10, birth season, and the agricultural zones. So the variables gathered, which are the traits, is the longevity of the doe, the kidding ease, the prolificacy, the kidding interval, and the age at first kidding. Statistical analysis. So preliminary and advanced data editing was done using Microsoft Excel and Minitab respectively. So Minitab version 18.1 was used to fit the general linear model procedure following the matrix notation F5% significance level. Okay, these are my results and discussion. This table will represents the effect of birth season on reproductive traits of the goats. If we drive our attention to here, if we take our attention to, the second column, which is the effect of birth season on age at first kidding, we can see that age at first kidding was highest, or rather longest, in the months of autumn and winter. And this findings contradicts those of the study that was done in 2022 that found that higher ages first kidding were found in the month of spring. This means that the does that were born in the months of autumn and winter took a longer time to reach age at first kidding. If we look at kidding ease, we can see that highest kidding ease was observed in the in the season of spring. Which is in contradiction with the results that were found by Johnson 2011, that difficult birth was slightly higher compared to summer. So if we look at the effect of birth season on doe longevity, we can see that the highest longevity was observed in the season of summer. So this means that the does that were born in summer lived longer, had the longest had the longest productive longevity. If we look at these results, we can see that kidding ease was gradually increasing between parity 3 till 7, and it was also high in parities above 10. These results contradict those that of study that was done in 2017 that found that parity had no significant effect on dystocia or difficult birth. If you look at prolificacy, we can see that prolificacy was significantly higher between parities 2 and 5, sorry, which kind of, sorry. Looking at the next slide, the effect of agrological zone variation on reproductive traits of the goats. If we look at the second column, we can see that age at first kidding in semi-arid was also high. If you look at other factors, other variables were not significant. The kidding ease, prolificacy, and kidding interval, as we can see, they were not significant. So, if we could look at longevity of the doe, we can see that does that were born in temperate regions had the longest longevity. So, these are in agreement with the study that was done in 2019, which highlights that extreme temperatures during late gestation can significantly impair fetal development. Temperate zones have have high humidity and low temperatures. So these, when they're saying that heat stress affects the longevity, as we can see in arid zones under longevity, we can see that, okay, the longevity of the doe was low. So the longevity of the doe was low in these areas with extreme temperatures that can have, that can cause heat stress. Okay, this is the effect of birth year on prolificacy, age at first kidding, kidding ease, and doe longevity. Looking at the bar graph, we can see that over time, the doe longevity has been decreasing. So this is supported by the findings of Farina and Chilibrose, who found that there's a negative correlation between doe longevity and high milk production. Because over time we select for animals that produce high milk, the doe longevity also decreases over time. So in conclusion, the current study demonstrates that non-genetic factors including birth year, birth season, agrological zones, and dam parity significantly impact reproductive traits of goats. So based on these findings, we recommend that dairy goat management practices be adapted to account for variations in birth season and agrological zones. And management practices should focus on optimizing reproductive health across different parity levels, with particular attention given to the needs of multiparous does to reduce incidence of kidding difficulty. I would like to acknowledge the University of Limpopo, the Department of Agriculture, Economics and Animal Production, my supervisor, Professor Outada, and my co-supervisor, Professor T.L. Diasi, and my colleagues. These are some of the references that are used in the study. Thank you.
Thank you, Kahis. Questions, comments from the floor? Looks like everyone wants to go home. Kahis, you are officially excused. Thank you very much. Let's give you a round of applause. The next presenter is Karabo. Do we have Karabo Macharetsi? She will be presenting to us on assessment of ERA 5 reanalysis product in simulating meteorological variables for air quality priority areas of South Africa. Let's give her some energy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Karabo Makharetin, and I'll be presenting a dissertation titled Assessment of Era 5 Analysis Product in Simulating Meteorological Variables for Air Quality Priority Areas of South Africa, supervised by Dr. Enzel Dilang. We often hear about how air pollution contributes to climate change, but have we ever thought about how climate change in turn affects air pollution? So this image just demonstrates the interaction between climate change and air pollution. So there is mounting evidence that climate change is affecting air pollution by affecting meteorological variables conducive to air pollution dispersion. But conducting such studies in South Africa is a little bit difficult due to data sparsity available in observational data. So the aim of this study will assess ERA 5 analysis, wind speed, relative humidity, wind direction, temperature, product performance against ground-based meteorological measurements. So the study used secondary data from ERA 5 and South African Weather Services. Hourly temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, and wind direction were retrieved from South African Weather Services, whereas 2-meter temperature, 2-meter dew point, 10-meter UV, U and V component of winds were retrieved from ERA 5 reanalysis. So I understand that the question might be why the variables are different. So ERA 5 does not really provide direct measurements of relative humidity, wind speed, and wind direction, but it does provide the measurements that can be used to calculate wind speed, relative humidity, and wind direction using the formulas that I've provided. This is just the study area outlining the South African air quality priority areas and the stations where the data was retrieved. And then, as I've mentioned that data availability is the problem in South Africa, so we just focused on the years that only had 80% and above data availability. And then the years with the asterisk were the years that were excluded in the period, the study period per each parameter. So the results of this study have highlighted that temperature is being overestimated in morning and noon hours, whereas it is underestimated during afternoon and night hours. So as we can see that observed temperature does increase in the morning between 6 and 7 a.m. And then for a simulated temperature, it does increase few hours before, which is something that we are not expecting, as temperature is expected to increase in the morning between 6 and 7 a.m. And then relative humidity is underestimated throughout the study locations. And then also temperature, simulated temperature does increase few hours before the observed relative humidity. And then relative humidity is high during the night and morning hours. This is influenced by the temperature, differences in temperature during night hours and during the day. And then for wind speed, it is overestimated at Buffelsfoot and Secunda, almost through all the hours, but just excluding hour 3 to hour 5, it was underestimated, whereas at Vereeniging and Warmbad, it was overestimated during morning hours and then underestimated during the day and night hours. Okay, and then these are the wind roses showing wind direction and wind speed. And then we do have a lot of predominant wind directions, which I can't really go through each and every plot, but we can see that the dominant wind speed between observed and simulated wind speed are between 2 and 6 meter per second. And then the mean error shows that relative humidity and wind speed are producing large biases during morning hours as compared to night hours and some of hours during the day. And then for temperature, for temperature and wind speed, we can see that the errors produced by the model were very low as compared to relative humidity. And then these are the Tyler diagrams showing that temperature was underestimated throughout the study study locations. And then it did have standard deviation of 6 to 8, and then also mean error, root mean square error of less than 4. And then this is just the table summarizing some of the plots that I did not include. And then we can see that temperature and relative humidity did have a higher correlation as compared to wind speed. And then relative humidity did have some high root square mean error. And then in conclusion, we can say that there is an agreement between simulated and observed variables, and then model performed well for wind speed, temperature, and wind direction, excluding relative humidity. And then by knowing the performance of the model, we can be able to use the data from the model to assess the influence of climate change on meteorological conditions affecting air pollution dispersion. And those are the references used. Thank you.
Thank you, Karaba. Questions, comments?
No, thank you very much. On your variables, this is actually to assist me. I just need some assistance. Because I'm in economics, so on our side, usually we take the climate variables, we include the price data and all that. We try to see how those would affect a certain variable. So usually we come up with consensus of saying, usually we use precipitation and temperature because we don't have access to the other data such as wind and all that. So I just want to check on how is wind direction measured, and probably also humidity, because I'm not really familiar with that, so I can be able to go and look for more data. Yeah, thank you.
Measured in what way?
Okay, let's say I'm trying to create a data or a worksheet in Excel. In this column, I can have price and say, on average, the price of maize from in this year it was this much, this year it was this much. And then I want to have a column of wind direction. In terms of average wind direction, is it possible to get that?
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah, what kind of data is it probably? Kilometers? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wind speed is in meters per second. And then direction is in direction, like north, west, east. Is that what you're looking for? Oh.
Okay, any more questions? If not, then thank you very much, Karaba. You are officially excused. We have another Karaba as a presenter, Tinkwanyani. Oh, okay. She will be presenting to us on the host status of Sion rootstock combinations from Zebediela citrus estate against Tylencolus semi-penetrans, population density and physiochemical properties of soil.
Greetings, everybody. My name is Karabo Dinkwanyani, and I am going to present to you my project titled Host Status of Sion Rootstock Combinations from Zebediela Citrus Estate Against Tylenculus Semipenetrans Population Density and Physicochemical Properties. My supervisory team is Prof. Mashela and Prof. Pofu. Before I officially start, I'd like to show you how this pathogen affects a normal, healthy citrus tree versus on A, versus when it has affected the tree, or when it has, infected the tree. That is the effect. Okay, these are the visuals of how it looks. Here it's a typical J2 of how it looks, and here it's a female of, it's pictures of a female of how it looks, and here it's females feeding on a root. Okay, Tylenculus semipenetrans is a citrus nematode that affects or induces slow decline of citrus. The symptoms can include leaf chlorosis, leaf abscission, twig dieback, and reduced fruit sizes. So usually high densities are seen in soils with high salinity, and generally this pathogen changes the osmoticum ions in roots and leaves. The major strategy used to control this pathogen is through resistant rootstock. However, the strategy was compromised by the existence of biotypes, where usually we have four announced biotypes, which are grass, citrus, Mediterranean, and Poncirus. And in South Africa, Poncirus is the suspected biotype that is there, but it is to be confirmed by molecular techniques. Unfortunately, in 1976, Kuhn has misdiagnosed the biotype that is there, is said to be there in South Africa. So this has made a lot of farmers to invest biotypes that counterfeit the Mediterranean biotype. So since this biotype does not reproduce on Poncirus trifoliata rootstock, most farmers has converted to the management of this. However, due to wide adaptation, the rootstock underperformed, especially in areas with high salinity. Poncirus trifoliata rootstocks are still used, suggesting existence of Poncirus, though it had not been confirmed. Additionally, it is not confirmed that slow decline in South Africa was associated with nutrient deficiencies in leaves. Zebediela citrus estate is historically the largest citrus estate in South Africa. A large number of citrus trees had since been uprooted due to high incidences of slow decline and other production challenges. Currently, nematode populations in Zebediela citrus estate orchards are not managed, which is associated with high potassium in soil. Additionally, it's important to investigate relate nematode population densities and physical-chemical properties of soil to assist with the development strategies of managing this nematode. So the aim of my study was to establish existing population densities of T semi-penetrans in Zibidela citrus estate on different scion rootstock combinations. And my objective was to establish whether T semi-penetrant population densities and physical-chemical properties of soil on different scion rootstock combination in this farm would be similar. So I've derived the null hypothesis from the objective. For my study, I have sampled roots and soil from this farm, Zibidela citrus estate, from 15 marked citrus trees using a stratified method on 4 blocks. This was then conducted at the University of Limpopo using a completely randomized block. The 4 rootstocks that are mentioned here are my treatments as well as their scientific names and the year planted. Okay. So achieving population densities, I've done the research in the Green Biotechnologies Research Center of Excellence under laboratory conditions. The nematodes were extracted from the soil from the collected samples using modified Berman method. And the physical-chemical properties I've conducted in the soil science laboratory, where the soil samples were dried and analyzed using a hydrometer method, where soil pH and EC were quantified. All data was subjected to ANOVA using Statistica 10. And all the mean separations were achieved using Fisher's least significant difference test at the probability of 5%. So in my results, I've calculated eggs, females, and juveniles, and I have converted it to the reproduction potential, which is seen in the ANOVA table shows the reproduction potential. So what I found is that I'm going to list the in descending order how the population densities ranged. So it was Eureka RL2, Eureka RL1, and Eureka Palma RL and Palma VN respectively. So here the significant differences were Eureka RR, which is the common name of it is rough lemon, which had a high population amongst the others. And with regards to the physical properties, pH was measured, and with it, there were 2 groups that were seen as, that showed a significance group, Eureka RL and Eureka RL2 shared the same group, whereas Palma RL and Palma VN also shared the group. So the first group, the pH ranged from 6.3 to 7.5, whereas the second group ranged from 6.4 to 6. It was 6.4, all of it. So unfortunately, when I was measuring the EC, although it showed significant differences, the soils denoted that there were very low EC ratings, but here Eureka RL showed an outstanding figure, of which it was 217.94 microdecimeters, but when you convert it to decimeters, it was 0.2, which is not normal in terms of normal agronomical settings, where it's supposed to be between 3 to 8, which suggests that the farm has not been fertilized in a very long time. Okay. In conclusion, population densities of tea semi-penetrants using reproduction potential deduce that the host status where Eureka RL1, Palma RL, and Palma VN are resistant. Meanwhile, Eureka RL2, which is commonly known as a rough lemon, is a susceptible rootstock. As I said, the EC measurements were low, suggesting fertilization and application of agronomic practices that needs to be addressed. Nonetheless, soil from all 4 rootstock range from 6.43 to 7.5, which is an ideal habit for this nematode. Thus, management of soil conditions can help control this pest. In these findings, this can assist the farm to design a management strategy using multiple factors at this farm. These are the references that I used. I'd like to thank the University of Limpopo for assisting me with my project, as well as the NRF and my supervisory team. Thank you.
Thank you, Karabo. Questions, comments, preferable burning ones, if